因为它的外形已经非常酷，然后就像一只展翅的雄鹰一样。当我第一次看到它变形的时候，就感觉这只鹰像活了一样，非常的帅。对我来说比较困难的一件事就是，在设计553这个产品的航点功能和轨迹复演功能的时候，需要我们定位算法模块提供一个稳定的飞机的航向和我们的位置，这么一个需求。但是我们当时遇到的一个困难是在这个航点飞行这个模式下，和我们普通用户手动拍摄这个模式下，我们要提供的这个航向的准确性有一些冲突后来我们是经过了一些算法的重新设计和测试，然后最终把我们这个2个模式下对航向精度的要求都达到了我们想要预期的要求。最有自豪感的一点就是我们经过了比较长的研发周期和遇到的各种困难，最终我们都是把它克服，然后实现了我们最终想要的这种产品效果，然后做到了稳定的性能交付。
走，吃饭。行。
测试这个机器，可能他们也要负责去。就是我们这专门有个部门去负责飞机的。
来到 DJI 的 RMNA 会比其他同学要多一份熟悉感和亲切感。其实我们当时参赛的时候，其实每个同学和自己的研发的机器人都是形影不离的然后我们来到这里工作的时候，其实也是每个人基本上人手一台机器，然后放在自己的工位旁边，然后不断的调试，不断的测试。对，其实跟我们在做比赛的时候差不多。现在参与到每一个项目中，就像我们之前在比赛的时候每一次上赛场一样，只不过当时我们面对的是赛场上的对手，而现在面对的是我们所有的用户。
来2个月了，感觉怎么样？
大家好，我是牛景鹏，现在在大疆做算法工程师。我是去年通过 RM 专属招聘通道进入大疆的。
你知道这点啥吗？
我觉得参加 RM 的话，首先在技术上得到了一个非常大的锻炼，它给我们提供了一个学以致用的机会。然后除此之外呢，在非技术上，我们也学会了怎么去在一个团队里面找到自己的定位，去和自己的队友一起去技术攻关，去实现技术突破。参加 RM 呢，也让我认识了很多志同道合的朋友，他们也是我在这个比赛里面得到的非常重要的一笔财富。来到大疆之后呢，我觉得身边的同事都非常厉害，他们工作都很认真负责，专注于把自己负责的部分去做到最好，做到极致。来到 DJI 之后，我也发现身边的同事很多都是参加过 RM 比赛的伙伴，这样我觉得有回到赛场的感觉，和大家一起拼搏奋斗。
之前参赛的经验其实对我们现在的工作有很大的帮助，因为在当时做比赛的时候，我们整体从一个团队的人，从一个产品的想法，一直到它的一些设计方案，最终到设计方案的敲定，然后一直再到我们亲自动手把它实现出来，把它组装出来，然后最终到我们的调试，然后调试到一个我们想要的完美的性能。对，这个整个过程，其实在我们现在工作过程中，这个流程也是非常的相似的。然后之前的一些经验，包括一些合作的经验，包括一些遇到困难解决困难的经验，其实对我们现在工作来说都有非常大的帮助。
多年以来 ，Inspire 不断突破边界，在全球电影片场大放异彩。现在 ，Inspire 全面革新，再次刷新航拍工业标准，一体化 8K 空中电影机 DJI Inspire 3正式降临。
雾3发布之后，我的内心是非常激动又非常期待的。因为终于能把我们经过漫长的研发过程做出来这个产品，交给用户去使用，然后也看到网上很多用户的好评，然后看到他们说雾3的性能多么好，画质多么好，我就也是更加感觉非常自豪，也非常有幸能够参与到这个项目过程中，当然也非常期待后面能够看到用雾3拍出来的更多的好的影视作品，包括好的更美的画面。参加RMNA比赛这一年，给我最大的感触就是，这不简简单单的是一个比赛在这个过程中，就像我们是真正的参与到了一个产品的研发过程每一次的上场，每一次的比赛，就像是我们的产品要受到用户的检验一样。
大家好，我是嘉碧，我现在 DJI 是做算法工程师，是在飞行系统定位相关的一些算法。然后我之前很早的时候，大概在2015年也参加过第1届的 RoboMaster 的比赛。我们可能面对的开发的项目的实体也不一样，比如说 RMNA 是可能我们更关注车，然后我们进到 DJI 过后是在飞行系统做的是飞机，但是具体的落地的产品不一样，但是竞赛带给我们更多的是一种团队合作的一个氛围，一个让自己怎么去和他人沟通，怎么去把控这个进度，一个对于项目，对于做技术的一个态度，能够在比赛中，我觉得能够带给我们真实的体验。
大家好，我是 RMNA， 我现在在 DJI 是一名算法工程师，然后我现在是景鹏的 mentor。因为我之前其实是有提前了解到他是通过我们 RMNA 那个渠道招聘进来的，在上手工作的过程中，我觉得他的一个速度是一个比较快的一个过程，在培养他的过程中，就是我其实几乎不需要特别多的那个去做特别详细的一些指导。景鹏在做这些那个测试的时候，就发现那个功能上面会有一些那个比较细小的问题，他都能够把这些问题那个认真的给它挑出来，然后去做一个逐个的一个优化。DJI 的这个飞机就是起飞的架次的话，可能非常的多。就是如果你就是只满足于比如说一个60%、70%、80%一个成功率的话，那么其实就是我们的飞机的话，就是故障率的话还会变得非常的高。就所以说我们 DJI 就提倡一个那个积极进制，把一个东西给做到一个极致。但我感觉那个景鹏应该是一来就具备这样一个意识，我觉得这也是一个非常不错的一个点。
在 RoboMaster 这个环境里面锻炼的这个团队意识，就大家一起针对一个工作进行，或者说针对一个复杂的问题进行一些分工，然后把复杂的问题拆解成简单的问题。在实际的工作当中，我们无论是某个产品还是某个技术难题，它都是一个复杂的工作。然后我要负责做的事情，可能就是针对这些问题做一些分析，然后和我的小伙伴一起。和我的团队一起把它拆解成简单的问题，然后各个击破，按照一定的节奏去做产品的交付，或者技术的攻关，或者是一些质量的保障。
最近我发现，其实研究生的同学做 RM 可能更多的是把知识和实际的问题相结合。那这种把工程问题和研究成果，或者说我在学校里面学到的一些比较前沿的知识相结合解决具体问题的这种经验，其实在学校里面也比较难得。对，因为你像来大疆之后，其实我们也是把前沿的技术做成我们的产品，然后卖给我们的客户。那这个技术怎么跟工程更好的结合起来，做成一个大家喜欢的产品？那这件事情其实更多的是靠你的工程能力。那工程能力的锻炼，其实在 RM 的比赛也好，在我们的这个夏令营也好，其实都是很棒的一个机会。
同学们，我想告诉你们的是就是当你们像我一样进入公司以后，仍然可能感受到现状和自己梦想的现实有一些落差。 在这样的时候呢，其实我仍然希望你们保持对梦想的热爱和对梦想的追寻，因为世界终将是你们的，美好的未来也需要你们去实现。其实在这里我有个祝福啊，其实我想祝福大家永远保持对世界的热爱与好奇，然后永远保持对让这个世界发生更美好改变的善良的初心。
蓝方的1号优秀机器人造成了一个击杀，并且获得了在中心增益点获得了2个血包。
中心增益点
是的，
是尽量的减少红方哨兵的血量。
是的，我们看见，是的，造成了一个双杀。比赛还剩5秒钟，3、2、1，让我们恭喜
蓝方获得
胜利。
好，恭喜我们的蓝方又一次拿下我们的1血。
是的，
机器人也在进行一个比较远程的一个攻击啊。好，我们的红方的哨兵也已经被摧毁了。
非常迅速的被解决掉了，可以看到我们蓝方哨兵的一个自主反击能力。
好的，我们的英雄机器人又来到了基地。
对的。
好，瞄准，发射。
2发、
3发、
4发、5发，还有500斤，还剩最后2发。
让我们恭喜我们的华南农业大学争得我们本次高校联盟赛广东站的冠军。
对的，此刻今晚属于你们华南农业大学。
我们回来了！蓝方这个攻势趋势非常的迅猛，又是我们的蓝方再次拿下人头，又被蓝方击杀了。这局比赛节奏是完全由蓝方掌控着。我们恭喜蓝方浙江大学哈罗的战队获得本局比赛的胜利。好的，经过这么长时间一个对峙，我们红方率先拿下1血，红方仍然是趁着这个势头乘胜追击，再次拿下人头。我们看到红方现在是
蓝方的哨兵的血量在大幅度下降，拿下双杀。
红方成功拿下蓝方的哨兵，这个马上对着基地就开始攻击。
我们可以看见蓝方的基地在快速掉血，马上将被摧毁。
但是还有一点点，好的，让我们恭喜红方中国矿业大学库的战队获得本次比赛的冠军。
哨兵机器人是已经冲出了自己，直接对对方机器人进攻是直接击杀了对方3号步兵机器人这个哨兵机器人冲出基地是我们这个分局赛第一次看到。
现在红方已经来到蓝方的基地，正在对蓝方的基地进行输出。那么蓝方会选择回来防守吗？还是蓝方选择继续对红方的基地进攻？正在进行一个换家操作，现在比的就是看谁射得更快。
我们可以看到我们的蓝方这边呢是2台3号步兵机器人是对我们的这个基地进行一个猛烈的进攻，虽血量不及对面，但是我们这个基地的血量掉的是非常快我们的蓝方这边的反应也是非常快直接是一个人过来守家，一个人过去偷家我们可以发现，我们蓝方这边是发现对面是只有一个3号步兵机器人可以进行这个换家一个操作，4号步兵机器人好像是已经在我们自己家的这边徘徊了很久了。
是非常可惜，因为蓝方的2个步兵血量还是很健康，现在正在对我们红方基地进行不断输出，还剩最后215点。
恭喜我们的蓝方获得第2局的胜利
比赛开始，这是 BO2的第2场，由红方 TDT 战队对战我们的蓝方 Iris 战队。
好的，双方哨兵依旧采取一个前压，红方东北大学哨兵卡住了，这是蓝方的一次机会来看双方在中场进行了一波平衡步兵的9击为1。
是的，
蓝方3号步兵的掉血速度也不慢，那么双方正在进行火拼。
蓝方的1号英式机器人
蓝方3号步兵要被击杀，恭喜东北大学哨兵拿下1血。
机器人都有一个等级的压制，这对蓝方来说并不是一个好消息。
秒杀了蓝方的1号英 雄，并且对3号步兵也展开一次进攻。
是的，可以看到他们现在进攻非常猛烈，直接将我们的蓝方第3步击变成非常漂亮的双杀，击打非常的准。背后的1分2中，1发2发，每次都打在我们的心上。
还没有，比赛还没结束，恭喜东北大学拿下本场胜利。
我要挑战一下。
这个比赛远没有我们想的那么简单，它要求我们去有一颗真正的工程师的心。
大的梦想吧，也谈不上当一个实在的一个工程师。
这个比赛就是为我而生的，我想做不一样的工程师。
我的梦想是当一个出色的工程师。我觉得就是出色和优秀不一样。
有的时候也可能是一种职业，就是想尽力去把这个东西去做好。
你会发现他眼睛当中都是闪光的。这个里面可能这个机器人做的不是那么完美，但是每一步都渗透着他所有的心血和他的那种对未来的期待。
会时不时的怀疑自己，感觉很孤独。
你说对面上面都闭嘴！
人们都追寻过你，都曾把你当作唯一，最后却无能为力。
我决定，我只要把我自己能做的我都做了，即使到最后，输得很惨，我也很认可这个事。
很多队伍其实他们的努力都值得尊重，即使你输了也好，胜了也好。
我觉得我们队的最大的特点就是从没放弃过。我要带着我的队伍取得最好的成绩，用最大的努力。
不太希望大家在机器人对这一年学到的只是技术，那么我觉得他学的不够。
我也希望他们能够遵循自己内心，去做自己想做的事情，就像我选择的一样，选择做 RoboMaster 是让我一辈子难忘的事情。我也希望他们会有这么美好的回忆。
RM 这个比赛，它让我们明白什么叫团队。
很自豪我是自己的队伍，因为这个队伍而自豪。
所有人像兄弟一样去完成这个备赛，挺酷的。
计算代价，为了你可以纵身无敌悬崖，像条歌，更像一个笑话。也许我很傻，但我不会怕。我知道，只有不断出发，才能够击碎你曾经的步伐。就算是海角之天涯，心思变白发，只等着你回答。我愿意啊。
我们有同样的时间，但是我们选择来到这里。其实我也很感谢大家，因为拥有同样时间的你，选择了当一个机器人工程师，选择
当这个队伍的一员。这个纸也好，或者是最后这个冠军也好，它只是一时的，它能改变这一个人，或能改变一批人，才是这个比赛的真正意义。
20层到了 Floor 20。
它可以自主的建模和导航，然后它的云台设计除了比较常见的一个大药斗的一个结构和一个 pitch 轴的结构，它还有一个小药斗的结构，然后它的作用是能够让在自瞄的时候，它的结构相对轻量化，然后它就可以去更快的扫描到一定范围内的敌人。
一方面，我们这个平衡车在建模、物理建模的时候就考虑把两条腿同时考虑进来，这样是一个更加直观的模型，并且呢，它的在不同情况下的应对不同复杂的环境的话就更加稳定。第二点就是我们借鉴了 MPC 的思想，对它的状态进行一个预测，这样子在它遇到某种突发情况，比如说打滑，比如说踩到小弹丸的时候，它能够自发的进行一个校正。
而且红色方的上海交通大学已经开始对对方的前哨站进行调色了，效率非常之高。
哇，直接是一波推掉对方前哨站
，30秒钟的时间。
这个自定控制器内置 IMU 传感器，由 IMU 传感器采集腰皮肌肉这些欧拉角的变化，然后通过图传链路发送给我们的机器人的上层主板，然后通过这些数据来进行操作。
这一个就是我们的哨兵机器人，
它跟普通的步兵最大的一个区别就是它在这两边有一个激光雷达，然后它这个是一个2维的激光雷达，它的基本的原理就是激光测距，然后激光测距不断的测量出这一个2维平面上所有障碍物的距离，以此来构建一个地图，然后再在这个地图上面进行导航以及定位。然后我们为什么会选择把它放在这个舵上呢？主要就是因为当车身倾斜的时候，激光雷达是相对保持平稳的。另一个的话就是往年在使用2维激光雷达的时候是跑那个开源的算法，今年是相当于把原本的定位方案重新推导、重新做了一遍，用激光雷达跟地图的数据进行匹配，来重新实现一遍它的定位的功能。同时对它的传感器的利用也是做了比较多的改进。我们现在是用了它慢滤波，把里程计和 IMU 和激光雷达通过匹配得到一个坐标信息来做融合。当它有其中一个传感器出现问题的时候，它还能够相对来说比较正常的运动，就是它起码能够回到自己的家里面。
一聊到技术的时候，我会整个人会比较的兴奋起来，或者说是更想要去表达。
为什么慢了这么多？刚刚我们现在有初始化吗？贴装甲板的时候。其实这一台哨兵机器人是由我们几届的学长3年来一起努力、一起进步，才得到了现在的一个效果。
原来，早在2020年底 ，RM 在规则上就发布了自动步兵这一新兵种。不过，因为是选做机器人，大多数战队并没有进行研发。但从那时开始，华农 Taurus 战队就为此成立了导航组。
我叫吴耿乾，是21年华农 Taurus 战队导航组的组长。从21年开始，我们就开始着手研究这个自动步兵的自主导航系统，能够从一个点跑到另一个点。22年的时候，就由22年的一个组长梁乐斌跟国豪他们2个人去做这个定位系统的改进，把定位系统提升到一个比较好的精度，在这个基础上再把规划还有决策这部分做得比较好。最终23年能够上场，其实就是我们的哨兵机器人已经是迭代了，可以说是几个版本的一个效果了，所以它会有一个比较好的表现。
所以其实我当时是觉得非常期待能有一台全自动步兵能够上赛场，能够实现这一些功能的，只是当时其实没有想到这一等就是3年。
哦，没碰到。
如果将时光幻化成碎片，当抉择的齿轮转动的那一刻，这些坚持便会自动形成一个时间轴。当我们回首这3年的研发之路，才发现唯有热爱可抵岁月漫长。
我觉得未来是一个人工智能的时代，但是它可能会需要比较长的一段时间。全自动的机器人跟有操作手的机器人，至少在比较长的一段时间，它还是有比较大的差距的。但是我觉得这种全自动的机器人，它是可能是未来的一个发展的趋势吧。也随着最近大模型等的一些人工智能模型出现，这也是会是未来的一个热点吧。同时我自己也是非常的想看到这一类全自动的机器人能够进入到我们的生活里面。
中间是做创业的了。做创业这一块的话，你就可以看到
这是一个带3轴位移台的一个大视野高分辨显微镜，然后 XYZ 的位移台呢，它可以移动它的平面的位置。Z 轴位移台呢，可以实现它的自动对焦，然后使图像能够更加清晰，减少人为的操作。然后下面有一个灯板，它这个是一个 LED 的阵列光源，它提供一个多角度的信息去照射这个样品，然后我们将这个多角度的图像呢去进行融合，就可以得到更加清晰的图像。
因为这台机器的话，就是当时整个这个机械结构设计的话，也是我们自己 RM 战队的学生就是完全就把它设计出来的。
这个是我们现在这个赛季我们要打算用这个3D 的雷达嘛，然后我们就用一个 Meet 360按到这辆车上来进行一个自动寻迹的一个测试。
我们来说，我们队伍坚持到现在，大部分还是同学们之间的兴趣和学长之间的传承。就是一方面，这个比赛本身是好玩的，是有意义的，是有作用的，那么自然会有同学来参加。那么除此之外，就是一届一届打完的学长会看着你的眼睛对你说，明年就交给你了，你一定要好好打呀，我们今年没打进去，你们可一定要打进去啊。不管是好是坏，是上压力还是真是有积极作用，但是确实有这么个事情。所有人，你上面的所有人希望你做好今年的事情，这个肯定有一部分。我们平台其实这么多年还是因为有老师的坚持，因为确实这个竞赛还是比较需要蛮多资源的，所以老师的坚持也是我们的一部分。
以 RM 来讲的话，如果他只是坚持1年的话，因为这个确实有这样的情况，你纳新第1年是最多的，那1年的话，他可能就是收获了一点基本的工程实践能力。但有些学生走到了这个赛场，他坚持到了最后，那在大2这个阶段，你是能就是他只要是把这个完整的赛季走下来，那你就会感觉他在整个这个认知是非常非常完整的，整个实践是非常完整的。在团队协作方面，也会明显的就是感觉到特别大的提升。在大3这个阶段，有一些同学还会留下来做，那你就会发现他有一些领导力，有一些倡导的这种能力。还有大4的同学，他会把一些毕业设计融入到咱们这个机器人竞赛当中了，那你就会发现他其实就是说他能提出一个新的算法，他可以是发自内心，而且这种是没有压力的，他是自己去主动的去朝着某个感兴趣的，我觉得这个方向我可以优化一下，做更好一下，那他可能会产出一些相应的一些学术成果。但是我想强调的是，这些是自然而然发生的。其实我特别反对，就是说我们为了什么功利去培养学生，基于结果化或怎么样。虽然我们最后的结果是可能呈现出来是真的很好，但是在跟学生来做这件事情的时候，就是我们要把它做完整了，我们是把这些问题解决了。至于说它产生的成果以及你看到的成长，你会发现不同的人有不同的成长，它都会有不同的闪光点，但是都是自然而然产生的。
对的，南方再次激活大能量机关，创造了纪录。
我们的打符逻辑主要可分为2部分，在我们解算过程中，我们会提取我们能量机关的需要击打对象，也就是它的箭头指示部分，然后我们会对箭头和装甲板进行一个特征提取，以解算出我们需要击打的点的位置。在第一部分侦查的过程中，我们会把我们需要击打中心点的坐标解算出来，存储在数据中，并判断我们此时的模式是静止符、小符还是大符模式。如果进入大符模式，我们采用的是一个对角2乘的拟合算法，得到一个我们需要击打的一个预测的角度。然后得到预测角度之后呢，然后我们就会通过一系列的坐标变化，然后得到枪口坐标的需要转动的 pitch 和yaw，从而达到击打符文的目的。
前后各用了2个涡轮涡杆，利用它的这种自锁性能，然后让它去用4条腿一共去承受整个工程车的重量。通过登岛的这个动作，可以说更高效的取到对面的3个矿，这样我们的理想是可以取到对面的矿和我们的3个引矿，一起是6个矿。
它是安装了一个激光测距的装置，然后在它的那个底盘那个位置，然后我们有个自动跳跃模式。开启这个自动跳跃模式之后，然后主动靠近台阶，它就会自动上距离，然后自动在合适的位置起跳，然后完成一整个跳跃工作全是自动完成，然后跳跃完成之后就会退出模式。
比较特殊的是在去年寒假，因为一些原因，所以我们队伍提前放假回家，然后我个人就把平衡步兵的初代版通过邮寄的方式带回家里调，在家里的近2个星期内，这个平衡步兵由一个还没有任何功能，到一个完全站立和能够顺地流畅的移动，以及能够实现一些小的跳跃和一些稍微复杂的功能。
相对在19年的老 RM 实战第一台全向人物步，然后它在19年的时候就是被我们一个学长给设计出来。现在这一版是经过迭代和那个不断优化，然后才变成这样的。当时设计出来之后呢，在我们南梦消音战队第一次打进国赛，然后还打到了8强，然后非常的强大。
初心高于生活后面还有一句话叫成长胜于输赢吧。我其实对于这句话的感受是更深的就从我个人来说吧，当然从什么都不会到一步一步跟着队伍一路走过来，真的说实话，在这里面成长经历了特别多的东西。然后那颗初心的话，怎么说呢？我觉得也是永远没有改变的吧，就是你不断的去面对不同的挑战，然后你不断的尝试去解决它，然后你一步一步的成长起来。我觉得这是这个比赛带给我们最大的意义。初心高于胜负成长胜于输赢。
怎么穿着华南回去？
我说我不是你今天没在群里说官方要来啊，我还选了选呢。我说今天穿件黑的。
经过了3次迭代，就是我们现在的平衡步兵。
我们是把这个机器人简化成一个模型，就是它是一个弹簧加一个是质量块，这样子的话，我们就研究这个弹簧它的固有频率之类的象性来进行控制，对这个跳跃分阶段进行建模，来获得每个阶段该执行的策略。
遍布4大洲，数百支高校战队报名，8700余小时研发时长，超过35000名青年工程师参与。这就是 RoboMaster 机甲大师超级对抗赛。RoboMaster 机甲大师超级对抗赛是专为全球科技爱好者打造的机器人竞技与学术交流平台，是机甲大师系列赛事中规模最大、参与人数最多的比赛。每年5至8月，近200支参赛队通过区域赛、复活赛层层选拔，决出的32强战队进入全国赛，争夺总冠军奖杯。
5、4、3、2、1，比赛开始。好的。
作为全球首个对抗类机器人比赛，RoboMaster 机甲大师超级对抗赛采取机器和人为操作相结合的方式。红蓝对抗双方通过操控各自研发的7种不同的机器人进行射击对抗，以击溃对方基地为终极目标。
应该要带走了。恭喜我们的
每局比赛7分钟，比赛结束时，基地剩余血量高的一方获得胜利。极具观赏性的比赛过程，得益于大疆自主研发的官方赛事系统。从机器人与场地的交互，细到每一颗弹丸击打所造成的血量伤害，在确保公平公正的同时，让比赛更加好看。每支参赛队伍投入数十名研发和运营人力，进行长达1年的备战。参加比赛不仅可以对机器视觉、嵌入式系统设计、人机交互等众多机器人相关学科有创新性的实践， 同时还能够培养团队协作、项目管理等综合能力。
RM 对于我们来说是一个最大的舞台，让我们展现给不了解技术的人，让他们知道技术很酷，机器人很酷，工程师也很酷。
在 RoboMaster 这个科技竞技场里，年轻的科技怪咖们被塑造成明星，粉丝们可以看到全程比赛的现场直播，选手们不同阶段的准备日常被拍成了纪录片，还有热播的同名原创动画作品。高人气的选手甚至会获邀参与真人秀节目。
实际上，作为机器人的人才，我们在他的培养目标上，首先把它定位成一个复合型的人才。因为机器人的技术，它是一个集机械、制造、控制、计算机多学科应用的一个综合体。
通过举办这场比赛，让每一位参与 RoboMaster 的青年工程师都能够成为拥有实干精神的梦想家，从而推动整个机器人行业的技术发展。极致者可敬，创新者无畏。未来，这些从赛场走出的青年工程师，能否借助科技创新的力量来改变我们的生活呢？时间会给出答案。
大疆的梦想起源于对天空和飞翔的向往。我们把自己的总部大楼命名为天空之城，它象征着一座精神家园，也是大疆人全新的梦想基地。
我第一次听到天空之城这个名字，就让我联想到我和 Frank 都非常熟悉的宫崎骏的《天空之城》这个动画，它可能代表的是一种非常有人情味的一个科幻，它也象征了大疆对着天空的向往。可能前几个比较早期的方案，从我们一些堆叠的积木方案，都有这种和天空的联系，也都有这种悬浮或者漂浮的感觉。我想这个建筑结构最大的特点，就是它的悬挑系统，这是一个为大疆量身定制的一个空间系统。
这种悬挑系统的结构设计非常难实现，落地的核心筒需要承担所有的荷载，因此我们采用了钢结构支撑加强的设计。考虑到悬浮的体块最大挑出21.5米，我们在其顶部设置了悬挂横架，令它可以安全地附着于核心筒上。
从最上面的这些试飞空间，让同事们能够灵活地去测试、创造；到下面悬挑或者吊着的这些办公空间，非常的灵活通透。
值得一提的是，我们打造了一座轻盈的高空联桥。抛物线的几何形态、拉锁节点等，都有很多设计细节。我们还通过设置导流孔、透风栏杆等方式，确保了桥梁的分振稳定，最终呈现了独特的联桥形态。
这个联桥连接了塔楼与塔楼，也连接了人与人，也是从一个以人为本、连接自然的一个出发点。
这种理念也体现在大堂的设计上，你能够看到它的自然、简约、通透，它没有任何额外的装饰，更像是一个博物馆或者是美术馆。
我们在体块之间也穿插了几个空中花园， 让我们的员工有更多亲近自然的机会，能够接近阳光，能够摸到植物，能够在这工作休息，也提供了更多元化的一些空间让员工来选择。
我们在这里创造了一个好的工作环境、生活环境，对城市也是友善的，因为我们把这个广场的空间开放了给城市。这我想是大疆给这个城市最大的一个礼物。
It's a building about a vision, it's innovation, it's futuristic, it's humanistic, it's about all the desirable qualities of progress. It's truly exciting.
大疆天空之城建造历时6年，感谢见证它一路走来的所有人。天空之城的故事才刚刚开始，未来将由每一位大疆人共同书写。
每个人对飞行都拥有想象与渴望，现在所有人都有机会开启飞行旅程，唤醒梦想，发现新的热爱。这就是 DJI Avata。新一代 DJI Goggles 2，更小、更轻、更舒适，能带你瞬间升空，并且支持屈光度调节，让你全然沉浸在飞行快感中。无论你是飞行新手还是资深玩家， DJI 穿越摇杆都能带给你人机合一的体验，连接后即可飞行，扣动扳机一往无前，转动手腕 Avata 随之转向，指哪飞哪，飞行就这么简单。每一次飞行都能收获超高画质影像，一体化的相机系统搭载更强大的传感器，155度超广视角带来充满张力的视觉效果，使用 4K 超高分辨率拍出高品质画面，或用高达120 FPS 的震撼慢动作视频冻结时间，开启超强增稳，即使拍摄俯冲的运动镜头，也能保持画面流畅稳定。还有地平线增稳，让你稳稳拿下动感画面。DJI Avata， 轻巧灵动。还自带桨叶保护罩，在狭小空间中穿梭时更有底气。当 Avata 触碰到物体时，它会弹开，并保持原有高度，随后还能继续飞行。只需按下急停键，飞行器即可悬停空中。在你准备好的时候，再次出发。如果 Avata 反转触地，你可以激活反乌龟模式，它将自主翻转归位，继续飞行。为了进一步提升安全性， Avata 配备了下视障碍物感应和自动返航功能，每一次飞行都有可靠守护。DJI 旗舰级 O3+ 图传带来高清的实时画面和超乎想象的低延时。凭借18分钟的持久续航和远达10公里的图传距离，你可以飞往更远的地方，自由探索，释放想象，实现梦想。只管放胆去飞 ，DJI Avata。
多年以来 ，Inspire 不断突破边界，在全球电影片场大放异彩。现在 ，Inspire 全面革新，再次刷新航拍工业标准，一体化 8K 空中电影机 DJI Inspire 3正式降临。Inspire 3采用一体化流线型设计，工业美学与飞行性能完美结合。全新超广角暗光飞行相机为飞手量身打造，拥有大光圈和超广视野，感光能力大幅提升。
The FPV camera on the Inspire 3 is absolutely phenomenal. The picture quality is exceptional with a very low latency in the video, which allows the pilot to fly very precisely through small areas.
得益于性能强劲的动力系统 ，Inspire 3的水平飞行速度可达94公里每小时，斜下降速度提升至10米每秒。全新 TB51电池的重量和体积均较上一代大幅优化，不仅带来28分钟最长飞行时间，且支持快充和热替换。作为影视级航拍无人机 ，Inspire 3仍可在狭窄空间内安全飞行。它配备 DJI 最先进的全向态式感知系统和全新自定义避障功能，飞手可进行更加丰富的设置，包括避障方向、避障距离等。避障状态还可在全新距离感知雷达图上直观显示。不仅如此 ，Inspire 3机身内置前后双 RTK 天线，可实现强大的定向能力，进一步提高飞行精度，并极大减少指南针校准频率。RTK 定位天线支持3类全球定位系统，借助网络 RTK 或 DRTK2 移动站，可以轻松实现厘米级的定位精度。
The Inspire we were flying today has the new RTK that has centimeter accuracy that you could fly paths and go through obstacles that were just impossible to do before.
凭借厘米级 RTK 定位技术，航点飞行 Pro 的航线规划与任务执行也更加精准。其中，轨迹复眼模式作为传统航点飞行功能的升级版本，不仅支持更多专业设置，还可让 Inspire 3沿规划的航线更精准地完成自主飞行和拍摄。使用 3D 轨道模式，则能模拟索道、轨道的拍摄效果。摄影师可设计一条虚拟的空中轨道，并手动控制 Inspire 3在虚拟轨道上来回飞行。
I mean, with the precise movements of the waypoint, you can do shots that you could never do before that were just impossible. I mean, today we did almost a 13-point waypoint move, and it was just seamless. Wrapping around someone, taking off, and then landing in an impossible position, inches away from things, and it was just dead on.
在大多数航拍镜头中，无人机常聚焦在单个主体进行拍摄。聚焦 Pro 的升级让此类拍摄更加简单高效。云台相机可自动锁定主体，此时飞手仍可手动控制飞行航线。
I love that they adopted Spotlight Pro for the Inspire 3. It lets me focus entirely on the flight, while the gimbal just stays locked on the subject, so I can get these really complex shots, even if I'm just shooting solo.
Inspire 3配备电影级影像系统，搭载全新。
Hey everyone, welcome back. Oh, our chairs moved on us. All right. So, we're going to give everyone a minute. Please hop back on the stream, get here in person. Shar and I ate lunch, but mostly did some quick maths. There are some really complicated potential results coming from the group stages this year. We're ready to break them down for you. We're going to talk about them group by group. There are several potential ties, potential big upsets, like three-way chain effects where like this bottom team can get out if all of this other shenanigans happens. So these future group matches are going to start to be really, really impactful, and we're going to walk you through that until this next match starts. We've started the stream back a little early just so you can be here. All right, so let's take a peek. Remember that you can look at these stats at robomaster.live. So for the majority of our Twitch and YouTube audience that are viewing and don't read Chinese, obviously you have KDA, the 3/0/0 column for UW. The next column is points. These are group stage points. This is the first win condition, as it were, that gets you out of groups. The top two teams with the most points gets out of groups. The third column is net base health. This is a combination of the amount of damage that you have dealt to bases minus the amount of damage that has been done to your base. The next column is the total net sentry damage.
Yep.
And then that final column is just raw damage dealt. Okay, maybe robot damage dealt. If we get to that column,
things have gotten
crazy
very crazy
shenanigans down to like the single-digit damage out of like 10,000 have happened twice. Okay, so let's start with Group A. Shar, I'll break this one down because it's relatively simple compared to what we've got coming.
Sounds good.
AR UW has 9 points. They are getting out of groups. They will be in the knockout stage. No one's that shocked. They're 3-0. They're doing great. Congratulations, AR UW. CU just had a crazy upset fighting RHIT. This means that if CU loses both of their rounds to UW, they will remain at 7 points. If RHIT wins both of their rounds in their last match, they will gain 3 points, taking them to 7. So if both of those conditional things happen, Isaac and Austin are having a frantic conversation. Austin, if this means I need to stop talking, let me know. Okay, cool. RHIT would also be at 7. This would put us in a tie. The tie means we move to the next column. This is net base HP. As you can see, CU currently leads by 5,930 points, a perfect amount. If CU is stomped by UW, if UW deals 3,000 damage over 2 rounds, 2 complete base kills, and CU deals 0 to 30 damage to the UW base, then CU will lose 3,000 points from this column, bringing them to 2,965. RHIT will have the same opportunity in their 4th match, I believe versus UCSD. If they can deal 3,000, take 0, they will gain 3,000, bringing them to 30-35, ahead of CU by roughly 60 points. 70 points.
Very small margin of points.
That 70 points is the margin of the combined plus minus, the tolerant stack up here with the UW-CU game and the RHIT UCSD game. So that is how that tiebreaker could happen. We will be seeing the UW-CU game first. So that one is, I think, at 6:30 this evening.
Yes,
but it does come
the evening.
before the RHIT UCSD game. So before RHIT has this crazy potential chance to kind of take destiny back into their own hands, we'll know if it's still possible.
Yep.
That's Group A. PSU and UCSD have done an excellent job competing, but the maximum points they could gain at this point is 6 for UCSD and 3 for PSU, which would not be enough to take them out of groups.
Yep. All right. Austin, if we can move now to Group C. I want to talk about Group C next because that one is another quite doozy over here. So Group C is perhaps the one where the most amount of point lineage matters. So Tambu's getting out no matter what. They've played 3 matches, won all 3. There's no shot for them to lose at this point and not make it out of groups. Where it gets interesting is that our upcoming match is Purdue versus UT. And with Purdue versus UT, if those two teams if Purdue does not win directly, UT now has a chance to get out depending on 2 more matches coming out after that. And in the case that Purdue and UT tie, SFU has a chance to also tie with those 2 based on the match between SFU and UT. So all 3 of these teams essentially have a solid chance to get out into the groups, out of the group stage, into knockout stage, if Purdue does not win this next match right now. If Purdue wins this, they're pretty much set to go out, I think, unless SFU takes out UT and TAMU takes out Purdue entirely, in which case SFU and Purdue tie, and then we have a whole nother amount of situation where we go back to the base health, and now we're going to look at that and be like, oh, how much damage did they deal together? And looking at the margin here with 2,535 and 935, it's within that 6,000 point differential we were talking about. So if either team gets stomps here in these next 2 matches with Purdue and UT and SFU versus UT, and TAMU also stomps Purdue, there's a lot of possible ways that this plays out with a bunch of different ways that people can tie. Purdue, UT, and SFU essentially all 3 in the running to be able to make it out of groups, go into the knockout stage.
That's right. And explaining each of those potential chains, not really the best option at the moment.
Yeah.
So what you need to know about Group C is watch the matches, and not only does the round count matter, but as we start going down these different like multiverse scenarios, the total base health of each team at the end of each round also becomes important. So as you're watching and you're cheering on your team, and perhaps you're a team currently strategizing for your rounds, you don't only need to be thinking, oh, I need to win. How you win can very, very much impact the results of your group standing in this stage.
Yep.
All right, so those are like the super crazy potential tons of ties. Let's take a peek. We've got one more to look at where there's a potential tie.
Yes, and that's going to be in Group B, Austin, if we can head over to that area. Yes. So in this one, this is a lot more straightforward. Essentially, Washington University at St. Louis is going to be playing University of Alberta next. If Washington University of St. Louis wins this match, they can draw the next match to get out, and University of Alberta will not be getting out instead, because currently University of Alberta is set to get out with 6 points. If Washington University St. Louis draws with Alberta, Alberta definitely gets out. So this next match with Washington University versus University of Alberta, they have to win in order to get out of the group here.
Yeah.
Whew. It's a lot, Preston. It's a lot.
I mean, we're at the end of groups. The end of groups is so exciting. As a reminder, the two teams that get out of each group, hey, there's some fun. We are like in the, what is this, Slack or Teams or Instagram? This is Instagram.
It's Instagram, yeah.
In the fun. This isn't, you're not flexing the Instagram of, was this the one where, what is this? I can't hear what they're saying, so it's a little tough. The meme is lost. Feeling real confident. Oh, CU. Yeah, CU did make a really unfortunate post right before RHIT, I think, where they were flexing their undefeated status, and it hurt.
It hurt.
CU, that one didn't come from me. I didn't cue that image up.
Nope.
To be very clear, Shar and I, relatively as unbiased as alums can be, right?
Yeah.
I mean, A&M's gonna probably make it out, so I get nothing out of my cup, and I feel like I give them a rough enough time. Hopefully you guys at home understand that we're here mostly wanting to see these teams perform their best, and we want to make sure y'all understand the ramifications. And really, really, I want to make sure that the drivers understand their current larger goal, the meta goal, as it were, right?
Yeah.
Because it's no longer just, defend your century, you need to win.
Mm-hmm.
Most of these teams either need to 2-0, so they have to win, or in the case of this UW CU stuff, the base health actually matters. So not only do they need to win, they need to dominate.
Absolutely, Preston. I think that the important part here is that it's just all these matches still count, right? You have to still come, you got to try your all, give it your all, essentially. These matches are really going to be important.
In honor of Father's Day, my dad is a big football fan and grew up, my parents met at University of Texas, actually. So I grew up a UT football fan.
Yeah.
And my dad would joke around about how we were UT fans and we were fans of whoever's playing OU. Right? Whoever's playing the Sooners, also we're their fan. And that's kind of where we're at.
Yeah.
You might see some UT fans holding up A&M signs.
Absolutely.
I hope we see some RHIT fans with UW banners.
It'd be really funny.
This is a time where these teams are getting so close. The competition is getting really granular. And so it's not only just your own performance. It's how the rest of the group shapes up around you that determines your fate.
I think it's really wild, honestly. I know when I was on the podcast, I said CU is one of my picks for top one. And right now it's possible, given how things are playing out, it's possible that RHIT gets in without CU.
It is a remote possibility.
It's a remote possibility.
Yeah.
UW
is looking good.
Yeah, UW's looking great.
Is having a wide range of skill. Sometimes they're looking like the best team.
Yep.
Sometimes they only have half of a functional robot.
Yeah.
Right? So in some of those cases, easy. UW gets all of their base done within 30 seconds, right? But if CU looks proper form, asking UW to go full damage to no damage is pretty unreasonable.
Difficult. Yep.
And CU, right, vice versa, of course they'll be playing their best, but their drivers do understand that really all they have to do is land a hero shot on the base one time. And then they're fine. All of this groups nonsense goes away when we enter knockouts. All of that KDA resets. Everything is fresh and new. They will not be in the loser's bracket. They'll be seeded slightly different.
Yeah.
But ultimately, if you're CU, you're kind of willing to make the sacrifice play and just get the damage down to cement yourself a pretty hefty win.
I would definitely agree. Man, Preston.
All right.
It gets so complicated.
Yeah. So now that you guys kind of have in your minds which matches are crazy, we'll remind you as they're coming up. Just like this reminder right now, this next match between the Boiler Bots and Stampede, that's Purdue versus UT. Really, really pivotal. They were in the middle of that mess for their group.
That whole possibility with the three-way tie, like I was mentioning, this match matters a ton for Purdue. If Purdue doesn't win it right here, that's where we enter like these crazy scenarios, etc.
If UT wins 2-0, there's a pretty good chance that they make it out.
Yes, UT then gets a much better chance of getting out.
Yeah, if UT wins 2-0, I think Purdue would need to like beat
they would need to
Tamu.
sweep Tamu.
Yeah, which Tamu's kind of like a CU right now.
Yeah.
In most cases, we say, oh, that's pretty unlikely. But every once in a while, Tamu has one of those games where Purdue could take it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think no matter what, UT Austin's going to be in the seats later today going, let's go Tamu, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Gig 'em.
Yeah. Some school spirit will be created out of thin air for a school they've never attended.
They will be swapping their orange shirts for maroon for a bit.
Yep. Oh, chat. The robots are starting to line up in the arena. Purdue versus UT. These two teams kind of... every team has a wide range of functionality throughout the weekend, right? If your bot gets damaged, it's not super fast and simple, right? These are complex robots with complex code and a ton of wiring. Usually it's a wiring issue, honestly.
It's a lot of wiring issues, yeah. Electrical's hard.
Yeah. Well, and it's this mix, right? You have all these wires probably going through slip rings, I think on every bot now. I don't think there's a team that doesn't
I feel like
spin.
nowadays everyone has Beyblading down.
And you have to build it in such a way that your wires are protected, but in a way that gives you access so that you can fix stuff.
Yeah, because they will break. We're shooting projectiles at you. You're moving around at these high velocities.
I think in the last couple matches we saw some CAN wires get disconnected. Taking armor panels offline, really hurting CU, things like that, right? Where it's literally a loose wire or something comes slightly unplugged. So I am interested to see Purdue UT. My point in this long tangent around my point was that while these teams all have variants, we just talked about CU and Tamu having variants. Purdue and UT vary between about the same level of competitiveness. Maybe Purdue's ceiling is a little higher, but round one is going to give us a lot of information.
Absolutely.
It would be really difficult for me. I don't think I would put any money down either direction if I had to right now. It would stay in my pocket.
Incredibly close. Speaking about putting money down, maybe we should open up a prediction then for this match since it's going to be so close, we feel.
Oh, heck yeah. Let's throw one up in the Twitch chat. We'll do that poll management. That's not what I want. I want predictions.
I think another part of this is also, like you said, round one's going to be really instrumental, I think, not only to tell us like how the state of the robots is, but we're going to see like what battle damage they incur in that first round, right? Like we've seen this a lot already, that like round one a team can look super dominant, and then, for example, with CU, their armor panels gone, and then they've lost their sentry. They've lost their hero, has no more ammo, like physically, and their robot, like all these things went wrong for them, and that's how this scenario opened up anyways for them, right? Like this is something that can happen to almost any team. And so that round one, wherever that battle damage occurs, wherever that kind of stuff happens, we're gonna have a really good indication of like, okay, whose team has robots that are not only ready for round one, but can survive round one into the round two to maybe possibly get that winning play. Since both these teams really just want to win this one. You want to be able to secure at least a little bit of insurance on that. Because if you tie this one, you're both going down a very, very scary path for if you're even getting out of groups, either way.
Very, very true. And you know how you can all win? By getting this dope merch.
Getting the dope merch!
Hey, they have shirts, they have stickers, they have super cool earrings that kind of look like grapes but are actually 17mm projectile inspired.
Yeah,
that's the merch that you can purchase. You can also come hang out in person. Maybe you see some crazy upset. You know, if UT takes this 2-0 versus Purdue, we'll probably be throwing some stuff out there.
Absolutely.
All of these matches that kind of decide groups will be celebrated by merch celebrations.
Of course, yes.
So
if you're in the pits, you're around the Boulder area, start making your way back to the competition area so you can come see this awesome match and get some free merch. Yeah.
Do I have infinite channel points as the host?
That can't be true. Is it?
Let me see what happens. Oh, no, I can't. I can't place predictions. You can't bet in your own casino.
That'd be kind of funny if you could.
I can use my infinite channel points to like get emojis and things, but
I see.
Yep. If you're in Twitch chat, go ahead and make your prediction now. Who do you think is going to take round 1, University of Texas or Purdue? We should be starting here in about 5 minutes. The teams are going through the projectiles, making sure there's no grapes in there, looking for any saboteur items. Ismi Barron says, Tamu, let's go.
Tamu's not even playing, but let's go Tamu.
Yeah, let's go Tamu, though. They're going to make it out of groups, which is really exciting.
Yes.
We saw their Sentry kind of come online.
Yeah, it started to actually shoot at the right colors now, which is awesome.
It did. If they can get their Hero, their Standard, and their Sentry all working at the same time, I think they're in the conversation for top 3 again.
I've heard the rumors that the Hero is now functional again. Apparently, post-lunch, they've made it a little bit more functional, but we'll have to see that in match later to, you know, truly confirm that.
It's a good rumor. I like that
rumor. It's a good rumor. It's a good rumor, you know. Gets the people going.
Chat, we're going to take a look at an overhead view of the field now so I can explain how this works one more time.
Sounds great.
If you are just joining us, or maybe you're like, man, RMUL's changed a little bit, huh? It sure has. Each team has a base, the red base on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen and the blue base on the top right-hand corner of your screen. The base with the associated color, the team is trying to defend their own base. So UT will be defending the blue and Purdue will be defending the red. Each team also has an autonomous bot that they have built, coded themselves. That's that Sentry we're talking about. It will start out in the middle of the field in that red square and the blue square. That autonomous bot starts with 700 projectiles and can fire them to deal simulated damage to other bots on the field. All other driven robots, whether they be standards that fire 17mm projectiles or heroes that fire 42mm projectiles, must not only have physical projectiles to launch, but have to go to the resupply zone marked by the wrench and screwdriver to purchase simulated ammunition limits with the in-game currency. Robots level up with experience points given through time duration, damage dealt, projectiles fired, kills acquired, and a central buff point dominance like Capture the Hill, King of the Hill, or Capture the Flag. That's pretty much how the game works. All of the robots that are driven first-person view, keyboard and mouse from a little separate room. They've got headphones on so that they can't hear me theory crafting out here.
Yeah.
Teams that destroy the other team's base win. If neither base is destroyed, we look at who has more base health remaining. If base health is tied, we look at who has more Sentry health remaining. And so far this year, we have not had anything tied beyond that point, but there are win conditions that we could use if we need to.
Yeah, absolutely. On top of that, just some other key factors that I want to mention in terms of like strategy, especially like for people who are coming in or like, oh, this looks a little bit different from last year. Things are new, you know. So one big thing is also that the resupply zones have changed quite a bit. Those are the top left corner. You can see the red resupply zone. Robots will be going there to get their ammo, buy it virtually, and also they can now heal there. There's no more health packs. You just passively heal while you're standing in that zone. We've seen a couple of plays actually of some people turtling in those areas in order to try and keep themselves alive while they're unable to, you know, move fully because they're not leveled up, and just get some passive healing so they level up over time because you're getting that XP now over time, and you're also getting it when you shoot. There's a lot of different ways to get it now, and so overall, I think that we're going to see a lot of more cool stuff like that. Next thing I want to point out is that our teams are now coming onto the field. We've got Purdue on the left with the red team. We've got UT on the right with the blue team. Yeah, and it looks like they're fielding all 3 robots on both sides, so that's a good thing to see. I know that a couple of the robots weren't fully functional throughout these couple days of competition, so good to see that all of them are on.
Yeah, Purdue's base isn't turned on yet, but I'm sure the referees will fix that. I'm mostly just shouting it out over the intercom so that one of the referees turns on the red base.
Good catch. Good catch.
Purdue in the red. We got some UT fans in the chat. Z-Dag is saying hook 'em horns. Heck yeah.
I got to agree with Hook'em. My sister's going to UT Austin this year, so, you know, got to do it.
There we go. Ismi Barron giving a little shout-out to his brother who did the Sentry, I believe, for Texas A&M. Thank you guys so much for being here, supporting your friends and family that are competing. Or maybe you're just here because you're like, wait, these robots fire paintballs at each other and there's an autonomous self-driving AI bot going crazy?
Yeah.
Yes,
the
there
future
is.
Now. The future is now.
Welcome.
We got about a minute and a half left in the setup phase. Yeah, what do you think the strategies are going to be here? You know, having watched these teams before, what do you think you got to do to secure this win? You know, this pivotal match.
Look, it hasn't been something we've said a lot this year because of the level of all the teams. I think the team that has 2 driving, projectile launching robots in both rounds that don't die to overpower supply wins.
Fair. This is a very, you would say, not necessarily a strategy match, but how has your engineering been in the last couple days?
This will be a competition of robot resilience and robust design. Yeah,
I would agree. I would agree. Yeah.
45 seconds left to go. In our UT interview, they did mention that robust design was kind of what they had focused on this year. Their issues have been silly and small, frankly speaking. In the competition, there was a match where they didn't turn on their flywheels. There was a match where their yaw wasn't working, right? Little things that were fixable and have been fixed. So if they can avoid those small mistakes, I think they'll do pretty good. On the side of Purdue, they've had a little bit more consistent performance.
Yep.
But in the last match that we watched, their balancing standard was unable to fire for a long period of time, things of that nature. So it'll be interesting to see which bot they decide to field. Taking my little commentator eyes and peeking around the corner, I think this will be the Purdue bot that stands up. They have two balancing bots.
They have two balancing bots.
Yeah, they have a standing one and a rolling one. This is the standing one, I think, that will be fielded as standard red 3.
Makes sense, makes sense.
Hasif also saying, let's go UT. Thanks so much for being here in the YouTube and the Twitch. I'll keep an eye on both chats. SFU probably in the arena as well, watching this game. It has really large implications on their first-year Miracle run.
Yeah, absolutely. This is depending on how this game goes, you know, that's going to be the impact factor for them going forward when they play their match next, right? So, but yeah, we're waiting a little bit. I'm guessing there's a little bit of a ref system issue. We will get that resolved soon, chat. We'll get on with this game. I know everyone's anticipating it.
The base is on, and it's looking red, which I really appreciate. So, shout out to our volunteer, our staffs, our referees. They're doing a great job.
Thank you so much to all our volunteers. We really do appreciate it, especially at the 3v3 field. Cleaning those up, not a fun time.
Yeah, I think, well, you know what? I've given Tamu a lot of flack for their sentry that just dumps 700 projectiles in random directions. So now that the sentry's working, we'll put it to rest. But suffice it to say, the volunteers have had to sweep up maybe more projectiles than necessary in some matches.
Perhaps. Maybe a little bit of shots fired in ways that they maybe should not have been, but it's neither here nor there.
Yep. You can see the UT bots, both of their gimbals working well, their yaw modules working perfectly fine. As a reminder, all these teams design these bots themselves from the ground up. They're coded from the ground up, wired. All these parts are pretty much, with very few exceptions, custom. You know, they're buying wheels and stuff as you would off the shelf, but the bodies of these robots, all of that design is done by these engineering students. Really the ultimate goal of the competition to shape the next generation of innovative engineers.
Yeah, absolutely. We got 7 seconds on the clock, and then we're going to hit the initialization time, and then it's go time.
Based on the robot's positioning from Purdue, it'll be interesting to see which one leaves the base first. I think their red standard 4, being a Mechna wheel bot, I would assume has a bit of an easier time, but we'll see.
Looks poised to get out first. Yeah, I would agree. We won't have to think too much longer. Oh, we got a little bit of a technical timeout. Something was not correct in the ref system.
Char, random thought that popped into my mind.
What's up?
Seek the ultimate truth.
So true, actually.
Wait, share,
interact,
and respect.
Of course, of course. Oh, this is my favorite one. Follow your inner voice and ignite your enthusiasm for growth.
That's actually pretty good advice. A lot of these teams, when they start in RMUL, especially first-year teams, building your first robot, it can be very discouraging. You've got to embrace the growth of the competition. You've got to embrace that season-to-season, year-to-year progress. This is a year-long, year-round event, but for many of these teams, these robots have been in development for much more than 365 days.
No, absolutely. You know, it's not like some other robotics competitions where you have to completely rebuild every time, right? You get to iterate.
3, 2, 1. Let's go. Texas UT, excuse me, other Texas school versus Purdue.
All right, both the Purdue's bots have now left the base, and Purdue's sentry is also moving into the central buff point.
UT Austin having a bit of trouble with their hero here. Stuck in the base. Blue Standard 3, knowing that their teammate was in trouble, purchased all of the projectiles. That trade's going to be very important. Purdue launching volleys of projectiles. Is that the Sentry? That is the Sentry for Purdue, also unloading. It's already fired 130 projectiles as the Sentry for the University of Texas falls to 100 health, 80 health, 50, 40. And there's the first blood going across. Purdue takes out the Sentry of UT, gaining first blood and exposing the base to damage.
Where was it shooting? Was it shooting through the wall?
No, I believe I don't think the Sentry is actually hitting the other Sentry. I believe Purdue's Sentry is hitting the wall.
It's just shooting the wall. Okay, yeah.
And at the same time, Red Standard 3 and Red Standard 4 were able to take out that Sentry from University of Texas. And now they turn their attention to the base of UT. 200 damage dealt, 300 damage dealt. And from a balancing standard, you can't even launch back volleys. They're trying from their hero.
They're doing so much damage. This is we talked about this, the dual standard strat being like an early game, like you just sweep, right?
Yeah, early we discussed the difficulty of dealing damage to a base, but if the other robots are not able to put adequate pressure on your armor panels, you can see how effective they can be. 800 damage dealt already in this first round.
It looks like the hero from UT was pushing the Sentry out of the way after it's already been taken out.
That's a pretty reasonable thing to do. You don't want a Sentry getting in between your path, especially to your resupply zone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Many times in the game, you'll be driving backwards to your resupply zone so that you can heal while escaping a firefight. You don't really want to turn your back to your enemy, as it were.
And here we go, Purdue standing up that balancing standard in order to shoot at the base from a long distance, and we're doing a ton of damage here. They might be able to take it out in this case.
Such a cool technique that Purdue's able to utilize here.
Just barely losing out, but Red Standard 4 is now out as well.
There's that very tall Standard Purdue as it squats back down. You'll notice their HUD's very good. UT deciding to try and chunk through the base shield. They've got one more projectile. That'll get them close. I'm not sure if the hero's aware. I think now he is. He's out of projectiles. He's going to have to return to that resupply zone. University of Texas hanging on by a thread, but punching back nonetheless.
Yeah. Purdue's Sentry is tracking UT's Standard 3 here, but is not firing at it, despite the fact that it has 98 ammo still virtually, so must be out of ammo physically. Oh, as soon as I said that, it started firing.
The Happy Caster curse. But that's really good computer vision from Purdue. We talked early about the differences within that Sentry. It's identifying and tracking really well.
Yes.
Maybe having some issues with the communication. Is that another hero decapitation?
Oh
yes, it is.
Gosh.
University of Texas hero absolutely decapitated, along with their dreams of escaping groups, as Purdue takes the win.
Out. Wow. And like we were saying, it all comes down to this first round, how the robots are looking and how they are going to hold up in the second round now. You're losing that hero here in this match. Very critical for UT, Hopefully it's a quick and easy fix, but doesn't seem like it.
Wow. That's some crazy damage stats. A little bit on both sides.
Yeah.
You can see 1,300, 1,400 almost projectiles launched on the side of Purdue. That's a huge amount. That's almost the most that we've seen as 17 millimeters. And it's because their Sentry deployed all 700. And they have double standards.
Yep.
They're going to put a lot of plastic out there.
Yeah. Especially that they got that early Sentry kill, so their standards leveled up to level 10 really quickly, and they can then shoot way more and way faster.
Vice on the other side here, the University of Texas didn't launch nearly as many projectiles. Their hero really trying to clutch it up there at the end. He just didn't have enough projectiles in the hopper to get that base shield down. If they had been able to take the Sentry out earlier, it would have been much, much closer. But the Standard only dealing 114 damage. And obviously, the elephant in the room, or the head on the floor, as it were, Texas, the University of, decapitated their hero.
Yeah. Kind of wild that we've seen almost, 4 decapitations now at the 3v3 field for heroes, which is kind of interesting. I wonder what the new design is, the new design trend, what has happened.
So I noticed something as I was walking around the pits. Many, many teams are now running a detached hero gimbal, where the gimbal of the hero is actually connected via either a belt drive or a gear system, which can cause some problems, right? Because your belt pulley or your gear cog is going to be attached in a very small and pivotable point to your chassis.
Absolutely.
Whereas in years in the past, the motor itself was typically the yaw
point,
right? And so you've got 4 bolts. It's a RoboMaster's motor designed for this competition. And they are very, very robust. Those annular motors allowing you to pass 17 millimeters through the center. That's what most teams had used before slip rings became prevalent, just as a yaw motor and attachment point.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
You can see both teams working frantically. Purdue not gonna sleep on their lead here. Their sentry currently disconnected. If they can't get that reconnected before the match starts, UT will have a pretty good chance at coming back even without a hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going to be tough, though, because you're fighting against 2 standards that will also be going straight for your sentry again. So we'll have to see how that ends up playing out. It's definitely a lot better odds for UT as it stands. Technical timeout coming up here, probably from the blue side, I would assume, given that hero came off.
Maybe. I mean, the red side doesn't have a sentry. So both teams right now down a robot. We will see if either of these teams is able to get that 3rd robot back into action before the match starts. Technical timeouts. It's smart to use them now. When we go into knockouts, those will reset. Jiwoo in YouTube saying, UT RoboMasters, I love you. He loves you, UT. You can do it.
You got this, UT.
Your love has been expressed very, very passionately.
Yeah.
A nice little free ad from Milwaukee there.
It looks like, UT has taken their hero off the field entirely. I don't even see it anymore in their zone, so I'm assuming they're just not fielding it this round at all.
That's probably a smart play if you, one, you don't want your robot to get damaged any worse, right? And 2, if you have an issue where your robot is getting kicked out by the referee system, that will give XP to your opponent. And make it even tougher for the surviving bots on your team.
It will also cause the base invulnerability to expire because it'll count as a first blood.
That's right. Yep. Now, I'm not sure that decapitation would have ejected that robot or had a module issue.
But it's better safe than sorry.
Better safe than sorry, and you're not going to be able to drive. At the very best, you're a free kill for the other team, right? So there's no point in leaving it in there with its kappa detated. Got some shout-outs to the Stampede members holding strong. Thanks for being here in the chat, guys. Really appreciate it. It's a lot of fun to hang out with you guys and watch a bunch of RoboMasters together.
Absolutely. Go Texas. Yeah. Looks like the sentry from Purdue is now connected, so we will be seeing it on the field.
I really like Purdue's hub. It's like a simpler, cleaner version of the University of Washington, maybe a little bit less information. But they've got that central ammo counter, which is really, really nice.
I agree.
They have the lower crosshair because, as we've discussed, most misses are low, so they need to aim up a little bit. And then finally, they actually have a body position detector on the right-hand side, or illustration, excuse me, showing which way their bot is currently oriented, which is critical, especially for a balancing bot like Red Standard 3.
Yep. I also really like the way that they have the different sections on the left where they're like telling you their flywheels on or off, spin top, and their auto aim. I'm assuming their spin top is their Beyblading.
Yeah. Looks like the sentry for Purdue was successfully reinitialized and attached to the server. So Purdue definitely going to have a large advantage here in round 2. UT would really have to put something special together in order to take this to a 1-1 tie.
But if anything can happen, it can happen here on the RMUL field. So, all right, referee system initialization almost done. 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're off.
Ooh, University of Texas
straight into the wall.
There we go. He got unstuck. Oh my goodness, bouncing around like a pinball.
Into it. All right, both of the Purdue standards are now also active and out of the field. The sentry is moving into its central position again on the Purdue side.
Purdue not wasting any time, coming and bringing the pressure to the University of Texas. In the cockpit here with the University of Texas, firing a few projectiles, taking a little bit of damage here, trying to body block for the sentry.
Sentry's taking damage from the balancing standard here, and UT is not firing.
Yeah,
back
I'm
yet.
getting nervous.
Back to
196 projectiles is basically 200 still.
Oh no, the Sentry's only at 50 HP now.
If this standard from UT is not able to fire, there is absolutely no chance. He's trying to shake that hopper maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it's jammed. He's trying to shake some of those projectiles loose.
Purdue having to go and restock, but only 10 health left on the Sentry, you know. And once that Sentry's down, you know, you're to a base race from 2 standards versus 1. And I just don't see how you take that back.
Yeah, especially if your standard's not really firing. University of Texas dreams kind of crumbling before their eyes here.
Sentry goes down, and Purdue is now dueling with the standard here. You know, you've already won a little bit of the objective. Both standards now focusing on the base, realizing that the UT standard is not able to fire back currently. Entering like a little bit of a rotation. Now we're going to see the standard level 4 hit the base, and standard 3 will come back, and they'll keep rotating.
Yeah, gold really the restricting resource for these standards, trying to finish off a base this early.
Yep.
Only dealing 5 damage per hit. They need to land 300 projectiles onto the base to take it down.
All right, 200 gold back. Both of them spending it, getting about 100 projectiles each, it seems like.
University of Texas, they've purchased a lot of projectiles in-game, and they've got a little bit more gold, but unfortunately it does not appear that they're able to fire. As we sit in with the driver for Red Standard 4 and absolutely annihilate the base for UT Stampede. Purdue, the Boiler Bots, showing why they were seated in a group. They're still in that top 8. Year 1, year 2, excellent showing. They're either out of projectiles.
Oh, they just ran into each other. But
You know what? We haven't had any robots become entangled yet this year. Knock on wood.
Yeah, knock on wood.
But this might be the first year that happens, that we don't have one.
Purdue Sentry took a tiny bit of damage because of that. UT's Austin just trying to shake out any amount of projectiles, just get unjammed.
There's a wire dangling from Red Standard 4. Crazy that the bot is still just functional with that wire unplugged and dangling. Purdue, weight optimization. Take that wire out, I guess. It probably is a one of those daisy-chained armor module plugs. It's kind of what it looked like. It's a black wire with a white plug.
And this should be it. All these shots will land, and the base will be good down, and that's the win for Purdue, 2-0.
Purdue able to finish off their enemy, the University of Texas, their combatant in that match, very decisively, right? The stats are going to show a pretty clear picture here.
Yep. Very unfortunate for UT Austin to lose that hero in round 1, and then the standard not being able to fire at all in round 2, you know. 8 projectiles only launched from the UT Austin side. Yeah, it was a very dominant round for Purdue.
There we go. Great job to Purdue. Hopefully they're able to fix any of their remaining issues. Their standards both looked really good.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see much out of their Sentry.
Yeah. The Sentry did fire, though, so, you know,
it
did start tracking at some point as well.
Yeah, it was tracking for a while, and it was firing for a while. If we can get both of those times to overlap completely, it'll be looking great.
It
had
awesome.
Nice motion.
Yeah, it was able to move the central buff and take
yeah.
it over, yeah. A strategy we've seen last year with the University of Washington as well.
Yep. So Purdue likely now moving on to the knockout stage.
It's much better for Purdue. There's still a chance, obviously, for SFU to come through if Purdue Tamu goes not in favor of Purdue and SFU UT goes in favor of SFU. So there is still a chance, but it is much lower now.
Is there?
Yes, because Purdue is at 6 points now, and SFU's at 3. If I'm not mistaken.
I think Christian, do we still have the RoboMaster.live? Can we go back to that?
Yes, let's go back to that real quick.
Let's take a little peek. I think this may have given Purdue all that they need.
Oh, they might actually be at 7. I think you're correct.
Let's take a little peek.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, if you're watching us live right now online and you haven't followed our Twitch, it'd make me really happy if you did because we're almost at 700.
Yeah,
it's very exciting.
Check out Group C now. So Purdue was at 4, and now they're at 7.
They will be at 7, and SFU had a tie, so they only had 1.
Yeah.
So even if they were going to 6, SFU, I believe, will be able to get a maximum of 4 points in the groups, which will not be enough. But they should have 2 games to play.
Yes, they do have 2 games to play.
So they could get 6.
They could.
There
tie.
it is. We're both right.
Yes, together we are correct.
So SFU would need to win both of their matches.
Yep.
And Purdue would need to lose to Texas A&M.
Yep.
And then we would look at the next column because they would both be at 7. SFU would be able to gain a maximum of 6,000 points.
Yes.
So Purdue
just gained 3,000 as well because they.
Yep. So they're going to be at 5,535. So again, it might be one of those situations. There's potential for it to be a situation where it comes down to not only A&M beating Purdue, but how much A&M beats Purdue.
Yes.
For SFU to be able to make it out.
Yep. The pathway exists.
Well played by the University of Texas, though. They've done pretty well throughout the competition. Always happy to see another Texas team here. They scrimmage with A&M sometimes. It's a lot of fun having
the bots
teams
were
in the
looking
same
really
state.
good overall. Unfortunate for that hero, like I said, and I think that you come back next year, you get your engineering even tighter, and we'll see how they do.
Yeah, it will be interesting. We'll do some interviews, maybe at the end of today, maybe throughout tomorrow, and try to talk to some of these teams, figure out what went wrong, why were the heads of heroes falling off, and other mysteries of life.
Yeah.
So, matches that we have coming up in the 3v3. Next up is McNittany versus Triton Robotics. So this is UCSD.
And PSU.
And PSU, that's right. This one, more of a grudge match, a pride match than anything else. And a really neat opportunity to see some of these smaller teams compete against each other and get a good idea of what they look like when they're given time and space to scale.
Yeah.
Without kind of feeling the pressure of one of these top teams taking their robots out and pushing down on them like that.
Yeah, that match will start up at around 3 o'clock-ish, so we should be seeing them coming on soon.
It is 3 o'clock-ish.
Yeah.
We're following the schedule pretty well. Shout out to my man Shar. The schedule is his creation. All of this craziness that it is derived started in his head.
Started in my head. Started with the dream of we have too many 1v1 teams, so we need to adjust that a little bit and figure out how we're going to run the matches.
Speaking of 1v1 teams, you can watch the 1v1 matches on RoboMaster North America on YouTube. You can head on over there.
And it sounds like they're having a great time over there.
Yeah, I believe it's Texas A&M versus somebody.
CU, actually.
Oh, is this A&M versus CU?
This is A&M versus CU. They're the two
Absolutely
top teams currently playing, so if you want to see some awesome 1v1 matches while we're waiting to get back to the 3v3, head over to the YouTube channel and check it out.
Go check it out. Throw up a couple of those tabs in your browser.
Yeah.
Find RoboMaster North America on YouTube. We are streaming 3v3 and 1v1 there, so you'll need to go to the live videos tab and click the 1 versus 1.
Yes.
As they start right now, those projectiles are going to be noisy.
Yep. The noise factor actually has been interesting. This is a cool little clarification in the rules stuff, but this year specifically, projectile speed limits were increased and were set across the board no matter what level you're at, right? And I think one thing we've realized is they're very fast and very loud, and they're starting to do damage actually to at the NUS match, for example, where the armor plate fell off because of just how many projectiles were hitting it and how fast they were hitting it. Quite a bit of hilarity has been ensuing, I feel, thanks to these fast projectiles. I kind of love it, actually.
Well, and I've been surprised to see some of these robots body blocking with their face.
Yeah, a lot of teams actually I feel like I've seen have just been like getting in the way of other teams and being like, you're just going to shoot down my barrel actually and not onto my armor plates.
Yeah, it does protect your base a little bit. And you know what? We haven't seen it cause any visible damage to these bots.
Not yet.
But especially if you have one of those depth cameras like an Intel RealSense or something of that nature on the front of your robot. A lot of teams are putting polycarb in front. I've been hearing that some of that polycarb is cracking. So we will see as we go later and later. We've seen a couple sentries with parts coming off as they
spinning
are
right
being
off
contested.
The robot.
Just in that last match, Purdue had a wire come completely out.
Yeah.
So again, right, each of these teams trying to ride that really fine line between repairability and a robust robot design.
Yep. Yeah, it's a very difficult line to find. I know you're a mechanical engineer, so you've definitely experienced that. Even from a software perspective, right? Being able to create like good software that allows you to easily access certain areas of your robot, and so that you can fit into those like really tough designs that you mechanical teams will be giving you. You know, it's like you sit back, you're like, how do I even get this thing to balance half the time, right? That's one of the more cooler things. That's why I'm so shocked Purdue had 2 balancing robots. I did not know that until today. The standing one's really funny. I like how it lifts itself up.
Yeah. If you haven't been watching 1v1, Colorado also has standards that are able to lift their projectile launcher up higher, allowing them to see a little bit more of the map maybe get a better vantage point on robots that are trying to hide behind barriers.
Yep.
It should be pretty useful for each of those teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chad, if you have any questions, now's a great time for us to talk to you about any of the game mechanics or rules. I see a few people in the robot staging area as we should be getting ready for our next match. After McNitney and Triton will be Artemis versus Ursa Works.
Yes.
Ursa Works is Wash U.
Yeah, this is the Wash University St. Louis one that I was talking about earlier, where if Washington St. Louis does win this one, all they have to do is draw their next match to get out because they're really close behind Artemis right now.
That's right. So that next match will actually be very impactful for the group results.
Yes.
Triton Robotics, we're going to keep an eye on them as they're involved in all of this UW, CU, RHIT mess.
Yep.
UCSD and their performance will be a pivotal factor in how that all plays out. So keep an eye out on UCSD throughout this next round.
Absolutely. Yeah. We've had a lot of very interesting matches this year, honestly. I feel like this has been probably the best group stage that's ever happened in RMNA. By like a long shot, too.
A long shot. I remember last year we got into knockouts and probably 6 or 7 of the teams were quite competitive.
Yeah.
But we would still have 1 or 2 matches where teams would be eliminating themselves essentially with power overdraw and projectile launcher overheat.
Yep.
And I don't expect that to be the case this year.
No, not at all.
Because we are actively trying to fight for those top spots amongst great teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Getting a nice follow cam here, a little bit of roaming cam view of the robots preparing for their next match.
Yeah. Looks like we're actually looking at the projectile unloading zone for Purdue currently, getting all their ammo out. This is actually a funny little thing. So when the robots leave the field, we do need to get the projectiles somehow out of the robots because they're field projectiles. They're not the team's projectiles.
Yeah.
And so we have them come to this little zone. We hold up nets for them, and we say, just shoot it all into here. Try not to hit anyone if you can.
I think Texas A&M may have just won 2-0 against CU in the 1v1 standard confrontation. So, guys, go check that out. It's a YouTube live, so I think you're able to just scroll back in YouTube live.
Just scroll back and watch that match.
Go check that out. I don't even know if I'm right. I just heard the announcer say, "Let's hear it from Tamu," and they all cheered. They didn't sound sad. There were no weeps. There were just only
whoops. If you are
whoops.
Correct, that's really funny because the CU driving lead was just coming up to me and was like, "We're going to take this easy. There's no problem." CU yet again faltering to their hubris, perhaps.
Oh my. That's it's a bit of a tough timing.
Yeah.
Is what I'll say for CU. They need to gather their confidence right now as they get ready for their UW match.
Yeah, it's a very important match for them. So.
Yeah.
You want to at least be able to take a round and do it, or even not even just take a round, just do enough damage to the base to make sure that you guarantee that second place spot. You're currently in the lead, and looking at this now, I'm sitting back. I'm like, if I'm CU, I'm like, oh, man, everyone's thinking of us as one of the favorites to win, and it is possible we might not even make it out of groups. That's got to hit
a lot of pressure.
The
they had some issues with their final assessment this year. CU's kind of been real back and forth. It is, and I want to give all of the props that there are to give to CU for hosting.
Absolutely.
We're so grateful. A&M is hosted. I am well aware, very intimately acquainted with how difficult and how much time and effort goes into hosting. It is taxing on a team that's trying to build robots and put these things together while also putting on a 5-day-long event for something like 300 college students.
Yep. Not even counting all the spectators who come in, all the families who come in, getting all the volunteers organized, getting people
trying
from
to accommodate
outside.
some random commentators.
Yeah, exactly.
Some
Giving us
obnoxious AV
housing,
people.
Yeah.
Lights and stuff.
Yeah. The lighting actually has been awesome.
They've been doing a great job.
If you've been in the venue, you've been seeing every time a win comes up on the field, the lights will dim and we'll get that color and it looks really cool. It's been really, really cool to see.
It has been a really neat, really neat addition to the current stuff that we've got going on in RoboMasters. Hey, thanks so much, Twitch chat. We hit 700 followers. That's hype. Been staring at the 6 in that hundreds place for too long. And glad to be moving on to 7.
Yeah, we're moving on to 700. 700 people think that we're worth talking to, Preston. It's awesome.
Nah, don't sell yourself that. 700 people understand how awesome these robots are.
True.
All right. Hopefully you guys were able to watch some of that 1v1 footage. We should be having pretty soon our McNitney versus Triton. Probably. I don't actually see anything. You want to take an adventure and come on back?
Yeah, I'm going to go take an adventure and do my scheduling job for a second. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Chat, do you have any requests for an interview? I would love to go find you a person to interview. We could do SFU, talk about their great success. We could do RHIT, figure out how they're feeling coming into the super group and trying to fight their way out. Who do I have in the audience? Do I have anyone in the audience? I see some Triton Robotics members. Anyone that wants to do an interview and chat about how your team's doing and how the competition's been so far this year? No, not yet. All right, we'll keep waiting. We'll keep waiting. Right now, most of the audience just went over to the 1v1 to watch the craziness that was Tamu versus CU. So our 3v3 crowd will reamass when we're actually ready for a round here. There you can see the residual of that crowd and perhaps even the crowd of 1v1 getting ready with enthusiasm there for their next 1v1 standard confrontation between, is that UW? That's a UW bot rolling around. Is that 2 UW bots? It's 1v1, guys. Come on. I'm just kidding. They're bringing 2 bots. They have multiple options here. And, that way if a bot gets damaged or has an issue, they can just swap it out quickly from that side area. Getting a little sneak peek at the 1v1s here.
Yeah. So while we're seeing these 1v1s here, I'll just go ahead and explain what's been going on, chat. There was a little bit of an appeal process happening after that last match, but that has all been sorted now. There was no appeal that happened. UT Austin was like, hey, our standard wasn't shooting. There may have been some issue with the ref system. We confirmed that wasn't the case, and we're now moving on to PSU versus UCSD. They're currently lining up and getting into the field very shortly, so we should be seeing them in the next 5 minutes.
We've got a shout out from YouTube for Shar. It says, hey, Shar, you're definitely missed in the team. This is Haley's mom.
Aw, thank you, Haley's mom. That's my team. That's my goats. NYU, I think, actually playing right now in the 1v1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, maybe versus Polystar?
Yes, versus Polystar.
Go check that out on RoboMaster North America YouTube. We were about to show it to you, and then Shar told us that we're ready for 3v3.
Yeah, we're basically
So
ready
here
for
we are.
I apologize for distracting everyone from the
We were here on a
cool
3v3 stream, and that's what we're here to see.
We give the people what they want. You click 3v3, you're going to get 3v3.
Yes, sir.
I'm seeing some signs coming into the audience. Go TR. Isaac, the CU manager and the guy who's been helping us run all this hosting for us, holding a giant Go TR sign for Go Tritons. I think that's hilarious. This is a match, after all, that does matter for them. So,
there it is.
But yeah, there we go. We got it.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, that's what I love to see. I want to see these teams getting into the schedule and understanding. Yeah, a lot of fans here for Triton Robotics filing in, getting ready. Some more of their robots. Robots looking super clean.
Yeah.
The number of rollers they have on the ball path there is excellent for their, I believe that's their hero. Those hero projectiles, very, very prone to binding and jamming. And so, adding a bunch of those rollers going to allow them to fire hero projectiles a little bit more consistently throughout the matches.
Yep. I also saw that their sentries being fielded for this round, it seems like, so glad to see they got that online. I know they had some issues ahead with that originally.
Ollie saying he's 3 minutes from here when he's at home. Probably he's out on an internship or something awesome. Saying hello to Isaac. Shout out from the Twitch chat. All right. Really, really exciting here. Robots almost on the field, lining both sides of the field. Sorry for that delay, guys. We're only behind by about 15 minutes. Yeah. Kind of par for the course for RoboMaster. This is the first time that we've been delayed.
Yeah, and only by 15 minutes. We can probably make it back up as we continue to put these matches on.
Yeah.
All right, and robots are now entering the field. We've got PSU on the red and UC San Diego in the blue. Here we're following the PSU team as they walk into the field. Setting up a dual standard comp. Their sentry is also on the field. And PSU sentry now has a head, it looks like. I don't believe it did before.
I'm excited to see what level of functionality PSU has with their sentry. Definitely going to be interesting. UCSD, so, calling back to kind of why Isaac is cheering for UCSD right now. UCSD, this match, really more for the experience.
Yes.
And because of their team pride, they want to showcase their robots doing what they built them to do.
Absolutely.
But if they're performing well, it'll be a good indicator for a team like CU, where the only way CU doesn't make it out of groups is if RHIT and UW both sweep their next match, which for RHIT is UCSD.
So if UCSD is doing well here, it does make a good statement that they'll probably be doing well later on as well.
Makes it a little tougher on RHIT to get out of there.
And not only sweep, but they have to sweep without ever getting hit on their base, essentially. So if UCSD is able to even just keep it a little bit close and still loses 2-0, that's more than enough for CU to have that buffer to be like, yes, we're good, we're going in no matter what happens in the UW match.
Very, very true. After this match, we'll have UrsaWorks versus Artemis, which is also pivotal for the group's results.
If Washington University St. Louis, which is UrsaWorks, wins that one, they are very likely to get out as long as they just draw the next match. And so, that's the way that they can get over on University of Alberta.
These UCSD bots looking clean.
Very
Triton Robotics.
I love the yellow colors.
Yeah, I was about to ask, do you think it's a painted aluminum? It looks
I would assume
really,
so.
really nice.
It looks very, very nice, very clean.
It's got a nice shiny finish on it.
And here we have the PSU robots. The Sentry is spinning.
Heck yeah. I see a few unplugged power cables on the top of that bot there, indicating that maybe that gimbal and projectile launcher aren't going to be fully functional. But a spinning bot, already a big step up defensively.
Yeah, doing anything you can to keep yourself from getting just absolutely, being a sitting duck, essentially, just being a little bit of a shield generator for your base and actually a more functional robot.
Theodore Emery says, at my graduation right now, waiting to have my name read, but I've got to see if UCSD can win a match.
You got to do it for Theo, guys. Come on, UCSD, for Theo, if no one else.
That is commitment right there.
We had about 10 seconds left almost on the clock, so we should probably cut back to the field pretty soon.
Christian's working on it. Christian's making his way back. Our production team doing an awesome job every year.
We love our production team.
Working every day with us, like 13, 14-hour days to get these streams to you guys. So big shout out to them as we get ready to launch into this match. The referee system initializing.
Four, 3, 2, 1, and we're off.
UCSD in the blue on your right, PSU in the red on the left.
Both robots have made it. Oh, PSU's standard struggling.
Got one wheel still on the back.
And
there we
go. It out now. UCSD's robots both moving very slow. Good for their power limiting. So
PSU doing a good job of firing projectiles, firing a little bit low here, and having some probably
a little bit of an overpower issue. It seems like
overpower issues. Yep.
All right, but PSU is taking a small lead now, doing damage to their UCSD Sentry. So not too bad.
Red Standard 4 trading with a bot, hiding just underneath our camera limit here. As I believe that's Blue Standard 3 and Blue Hero 1 make a push forward for
UCSD. 3 still taking damage from that overpower, moving back over to where the Sentry for PSU just got hit and was disconnected, it looks like, from the system.
That means it is going to slowly tick down in health, giving UCSD a strong lead here. Give it about 30 seconds and that base of PSU will be exposed. UCSD, if their hero is able to launch projectiles, that'll be their moment to strike.
And we did see that was the hero projectile that hit the Sentry to knock it out in the first place offline. And so the hero is definitely in top shape from UCSD.
Something that might be confusing to the people at home, you're looking at, you're watching from the driver point of view, and just like the drivers, you're aiming the middle of the circle at your target.
Yeah.
That circle is just in the center of the screen.
Yep.
If you have your camera on top of your barrel, as most teams do, you typically need to aim a little higher than that to actually have pretty good accuracy.
Absolutely. All right, and now we're seeing that UCSD is now hitting the base for PSU, doing damage to it with their standard here.
There it is. They've figured it out. UCSD dealing over 120 damage to
Having
PSU's
to back off
base.
as well, getting chased out by a PSU standard combination.
This
The Hero 1 is stuck on a wall and taking some damage here. Maybe they'll be able to knock it out. It's
Chased
low
down
health.
and taken out from Penn State.
Overpowers itself. All right. Both teams are now kind of regrouping, getting themselves back together, buying projectiles for another push. We see UCSD pushes first and gets to the base again with their standard 3.
He's dialing it in. He's trying to find that good spot. But McNitney coming back, getting some kills here. Excellent job. Red standard 4, blue standard 3, trading blows back and forth.
Equal levels as well.
Really close in health, close in levels. About 2 segments of health remaining for each bot as they both decide that mutual destruction is not the path they'd like to take and retreat back to their bases.
To refuel and to get some more ammo as well. PSU's Red Standard 3 only has 2 projectiles allowed left, so kind of has to wait for some more economy to come in, and we just see it as I said that, it just came in. UCSD is still going for that base. PSU hasn't really made a play for the UCSD Sentry yet, and so is unable to really capitalize. Is still losing overall, despite taking the engagements with the standard and looking pretty definitively better overall on the infantry and hero side.
PSU now chipping through the Sentry health of UCSD with 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. This is not an insurmountable lead.
Absolutely.
They need to finish off this Sentry and then deal a pretty significant amount of damage, but it appears that the flywheel motors of, I think that was UCSD, having some troubles.
Yep. We're back online, it looks like, though, from UCSD, doing more damage to that base. We're trying to grab as much of a lead as possible because PSU can still come back at this point. PSU's robot coming into, as we mentioned earlier, you know, doing some blocking with their head, trying to get into that UCSD cannot shoot at the base. Not quite tall enough, though, in this situation.
The 1,000 HP left. PSU desperate to stop the onslaught. They're able to take the Sentry out, and now PSU base racing. Red Standard 3 body blocking, while Red Standard 4 chips away at the health. A 300 HP game. That means they're going to need to land 60 projectiles from a standard, separate the two.
Red Standard 4 is purchasing all those projectiles. UCSD is also base racing back.
400 projectiles in each one. They're going to have a base race. It's going to be an accuracy competition. 320 health, the difference between the two of them. 30 seconds left to go. Red Standard 3 here trying to body block. PSU steps up, gets a little closer. If this body blocking is a bit more effective, they might be able to catch up. Only 200 damage now between the two. They're catching up. 13 seconds left to play. 70 damage between the two. It's now both of the 900s.
It's
65
so
damage between the two teams. 3, 2, no one's firing, and it's game going the way of UCSD.
75 base health?
Theodore, you are allowed to graduate. Your team has won a round.
What a close competition right at the end there. It makes you really wonder, you know, if PSU's Sentry hadn't disconnected midway through the match, how much, you know, if you're PSU, you're thinking like, that was definitely winnable.
Yeah, the damage charts there significantly different, but again, it's only the objectives that matter.
Yep.
UCSD winning by 65 base health there with 990 remaining compared to the 925 from Penn State. Excellent job from both teams.
Still
the body blocking was important.
Yeah.
I usually when a team tries to body block, internally I'm rather skeptical. I say, you know what? It's better to just go and focus on objectives. You really need to... The number of shots you actually block, because your robot's not as tall as an armor panel, is quite low.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see that the body blocking strat did kind of come into play. It was important. We were getting down to a very reasonable number of standard projectiles.
What ended up happening was that it seemed like PSU's Standard 3 was unable to fire towards the halfway point of that match. And so they were like, let's just use it as a defense spot instead. UCSD's hero also did not really get involved in that match outside of, you know, knocking the Sentry offline. And so wonder what happened there with if they had a jamming issue or something, because it would have been a lot easier, it would have been a lot less close for UCSD if they were able to use hero shots on that base instead of the standard. So 2 things to definitely look out for in round 2 is what are the states of those robots, because that can definitely swing the match either way, right? If PSU had both standards online the whole match, base race at the end would have been a very different story. They were only 70 away, so.
I agree. So we will be going, this is a best of 2.
Yep.
So we'll be taking a look at UCSD versus McNitney again.
Yes.
Again, UCSD, if they win this and they beat RHIT, they're still, I believe, 1 or 2 points shy of getting out of groups.
They'll still be below CU by 1 point.
Yes. But as a matter of pride, UCSD taking their first round, hoping to see them take some match wins and see if they can use that momentum
Gotta
to
get the
propel
match
themselves
win.
through RHIT.
Theo is graduating. We got to get the match win for him.
That's
gotta
right,
be what's
that's
got to
right.
be echoing in their head.
Obviously what they're focused on in this match.
Absolutely.
All of the robots now spelling out for Theo if you happen to be tracking their motion on the map. PSU, that was so close, right? No one's losing hope. PSU,
No, absolutely.
definitely capable and able to take back round 2 and split these points. But like I said, the wonderful thing about this match, at the beginning of the match, we were talking about how it doesn't actually affect the group's graduation, but it is a wonderful opportunity for some younger, smaller teams to play against each other, to get to utilize their bots to their fullest extent, right, without all of that pressure from maybe some of those seeded top-tier teams. So
absolutely.
Really grateful that we got to see a match that was that close and competitive between these bots.
Yep. PSU Sentry is spinning again and seems to be connected, so theoretically they've solved their disconnection issue for at least getting back online.
Yeah, I think it was just a Wi-Fi module.
I think so as well.
Probably a power blip.
Yep.
So if your power cycles on your robot, you can have an issue. You're not going to reconnect to the server.
Yep. All right, we're in the referee system initialization. If this clears, then we'll be into the match. 3, 2, 1, and we're off. Both of UCSD's robots have cleared the bump and are now slowly... Oh, the hero moving very quickly, but the now slowly moving out. PSU also has both cleared the bump and have purchased projectiles for Standard 4.
Looks like they are going to purchase some for Standard 3 as well, indicating that whatever issue they had previously, probably just a barrel jam or something.
And here we go. Standard 4 is firing again.
Still aiming just a little bit low there.
Standard 3 having a little bit of overpowering issues, it seems like, trying to move forward.
If you have those overpower issues, but you're able to get out of base, staying in that resupply zone has been a successful strategy that we've seen implemented. It'll heal you of any incidental damage that you incur while you're in combat. As well, it'll let you continuously buy projectiles.
And you gain that passive XP over time. So
That's
you will
right.
level up to a point where you can move like the full field.
Yep. You can see the wattage limit in the bottom left-hand corner of their screen initially very, very low as Red Standard 3 is taken out of the game by that wattage limit.
Yep. Looks like Resident 3 also hasn't fired yet at all, which seems like they may still have some jamming issues there. But PSU is in the lead slightly on the Sentry, with UCSD now coming up to try and do some more damage to it.
We've tied it up. UCSD and McNitney from PSU.
UCSD's hero trying to do body blocks for the Sentry, it looks like. I'm guessing still not able to fire after that last match.
20 HP left on the hero for UCSD. Very, very close to death.
PSU taking out UCSD Sentry at 270 health now, 250 and counting down.
PSU pushing UCSD to the limit here. Doing a good job in round 2, seeing if they can bring this one back to 1-1.
I like how PSU is being more aggressive this round. They're like, okay, you know what? Let's just go for the Sentry. The hero's not hitting us. We're not really having to deal with the Standard either. We can duel it if we need to together, and it'll back off. Let's just go for their Sentry. Let's do our best there.
Yeah, I agree. Plus PSU, I think both of their standards operational this match.
Yep.
Red Standard 3 has been launching a few projectiles. Hero Blue 1 getting taken out by PSU. Both Sentries falling relatively low. Triton Robotics down, probably out 30-20-10. There it is.
There
A
it
double
is.
kill coming across from Red Standard 4 as
Taking
he moves on to that
no
base
time.
objective. It's going to be a solid base lead for the side of PSU, but UCSD not far behind. By the end of this sentence, they will be far behind. They are absolutely melting as
Red Standard 4
PSU.
still has like 30 shots left to do 600 damage to this base. Runs out right at the end there. Goes over to go grab some more.
450 damage done to the base from that standard. Really impressive. They've got no gold, but it'll tick over here in 5 seconds at the 2-minute mark. That gold will come across, allowing PSU to once again engage. But for right now, they've just got to sit and take it. UCSD returning fire.
Not able to land a whole bunch of sentry shots yet.
Blue
PSU
hero
also
is
trying to
still
chase them out
extremely
now.
low. I'm not sure if he's able to move. At 5 HP, he probably should get out of dodge.
Yeah, it seems like you're almost blocking the other standard now. You know, they can't get a better line of attack.
PSU continuing to annihilate the base of UCSD.
Firing a little bit low there, not landing every shot, but getting a decent amount of them.
Exactly. You can see these UV charged projectiles give their driver a little bit more information about where that projectile is actually going. It's no longer a requirement of the game, but it definitely helps the drivers out. It's really difficult to track these projectiles if they don't have that UV glow.
Absolutely. PSU backing off when UCSD standard comes in to just say, hey, don't kill my base yet, please. UCSD now running back to grab more projectiles and heal up after that in confrontation.
1 minute and 2 seconds. PSU pushing the base again, continuing to drill down that armor panel, looking a little worse for wear. The sticker getting annihilated, the base health falling. UCSD probably going 1-1 here. 45 seconds left. They would need to deal a significant amount of base damage after finishing a sentry, and without a hero online, like their hero's there.
Yeah, but it's not
It's
fire.
got 20 projectiles. They've got a lot of hope. There's 19.
It did fire once.
It hit. It hit on the sentry down to 40 HP. If it can land one more, oh, that one counts, and it takes out the sentry. The hero is the only bot that would be able to make up the difference in these base health. 1,500, but it's taken out, and 18 seconds left to go. It would have to go back to base before it can launch those projectiles. 10 seconds left. UCSD made that final push. Their standard will now try and make the hero play, but it's the hero's job, and he will not be able to bring it back. And so PSU will take round 2.
What an exciting match between these two teams. Went really even there in that first round, and then the second round, you know, PSU just played super aggressively. I love to see it. I love when new teams like kind of realize, like, oh, I need to play aggressively. I need to beat the sentry. I need to play as much as I can to take as much space and just fight them at their level. You know, take out that sentry, take out that base.
Another really close game. UCSD and PSU evenly matched here. Good damage coming across, kills coming across for both teams.
Absolutely.
I'm hoping really fun and enjoyable experience for those drivers.
Definitely.
It's definitely funnest to play against people in your weight class, right?
Yep.
These newer teams, these younger teams, able to compete against one another and have that full RoboMasters experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really grateful for both those teams coming out. UCSD still will play quite an important role in determining the group's determination, but they will not be getting out themselves, unfortunately.
Not this time around, but, you know, we still saw a great showing from them. I love that. I love to see that the new teams coming in, especially like UCSD. It's been going at it for a couple of years now. Love to see their designs. They have such good aesthetics. You know, they're definitely a contender in Char's Aesthetic Award still. That comes out at the end of the competition. So keep an eye out for that and see them later on where they play up against RHIT. Be a very important match for the CU, RHIT, and UW whole conundrum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so now we've finished up that match. We can start to see a little bit lower. We've already talked at length. U of A versus
Washington
Wash
University,
U
St. Louis.
going to be
Yep.
coming up next. A really important game. It's going to determine their group's seeding and who gets out of groups. After that will be SFU versus Polystar again, maybe contributing to an interesting ending there.
Yep.
And then it'll be Queens Knights versus Torino Roboto. And I believe those groups teams are pretty well cemented.
Yeah.
So this will be a bit more of this style from Triton Robotics that we just saw, where hopefully it's an opportunity for these schools and these students to showcase the robots that they've developed, the skill that they have, and really kind of show the world what they've got.
Absolutely.
Nikhil, if you want, I'm down to swap out. Have you hop in for this Wash U versus U of A. Otherwise, I'll keep going.
Nikhil, you come swabbing with me then, so I can rest my voice a little bit more. Yeah. Awesome.
Sounds good. Taking a look at the groups here. So Group A has that crazy Colorado Boulder RHIT possibility. Group B has WashU versus the University of Alberta coming up in this next match that will largely decide their groups. Group C, SFU still has a chance, I believe is what we decided, but they need certain matches to go their way, and they need base damage to also go their way. And then Group D, it will be Virginia Tech and Nagoya University getting out of Group D. That one's pretty well decided. I believe both of those teams have 6 points, while Torino and Queens are still at 0 points. But we have Queens versus Torino on the schedule here, so we'll get to see them compete against one another and hopefully showcase their awesome bots in that match.
Sounds good, sounds good. So we just saw the PSU versus UCSD match, am I not right?
We sure did. We sure just finished UCSD versus PSU. They went 1-1, so we're now on the next up match on your screen, which will be the University of Alberta versus Washington University. Both of these teams are really close in Group B there. NYU obviously not competing in 3v3 this year, and McMaster having Spiderbot issues has really allowed WashU and U of A to hop up past those seeded teams and compete to get out of groups.
Sounds good, sounds good. How do you think the WashU versus Alberta thing is going to go?
It's hard to say. I kind of expect it to be a little bit similar to these other matches we've been watching, the PSU, UCSD, the Torino, right? It's two of the newer teams. So what I'm saying is they're evenly matched as far as robots go. I think it will come down to a lot of driver skill expression and game sense. Without those really nice programmed HUDs that some of the more established teams have been working on, it's difficult to keep track of your ammo and your base health so that you know when it's being attacked, and your robot chassis power so that you don't go over power limit, and your barrel heat so that you don't get blinded, right?
Yeah.
While driving like a robot. So there's just a lot to do. We've seen teams make silly mistakes like not turn their flywheels on because they don't have an indicator that clearly tells them, turn your flywheels on, right?
Yeah.
Whereas like a team like a UW or a VT, we've seen their HUDs, and they've got like flashing lights for their drivers that are like, hey, you're out of projectiles, please go back. And without that, it can be really tough. So there's a lot more for these newer team drivers to do. Not only are they less experienced, but frankly, their job is a little more difficult, and probably the robot they're piloting is a bit more difficult to utilize well. So skill expression has a slightly larger impact in these smaller and younger teams.
That's true. So it's like, I guess it can go either way, and then we might see another split decision here, or like
Yeah,
1-1.
we could see a 1-1 in this best of two. If that's the case, we'd have to double check the bracket. I think WashU actually could still get out. I believe they have 2 matches left. And so if they win this one outright, I think they can just 1-1 their next one. If they 1-1 this one, they might have to 2-0 their next one.
So there's a lot at stake at this match, like on this match, just to make sure that WashU has like a good chance of getting out. How about Artemis? Do they have a chance, you think?
University of Alberta, if they win this match, I don't recall if they have a second match coming up.
Okay.
But you can scroll back if you're watching on YouTube, scroll back in the stream. We went over all of it right before that last round between PSU and UCSD. Really excited to see these teams compete. I'm hoping that, similar to this previous round, it'll give us a chance to kind of highlight the awesome features of these younger teams. It gets to see their bots perform without, maybe having to fight a CU Sentry at like level 1 and 30 seconds into the game, or or have to put up with the like crushing A&M standard that's continuing to just stomp its way through the 1v1 standard confrontation. It's really nice for these teams to get to showcase their skills and also validate their own feelings, right? You've spent all this time, your robot can perform. It's nice to be given a chance to do it.
Exactly. Like these matches, which are more like, I guess, lined up together, like similar skill level, that's what I was trying to say. They're more fun to watch because they just get close to, like, more competitive, and it gives a better, like, if you get stomped, it's not fun, and if you're just snowballing and stomping on people, it's not fun. You don't learn anything. It's usually just through these competitive games and competitive matches where the skill level is so close, where you learn a lot, where you can actually strategize, where you can use new strategies that may or may not have worked, and really adapt your way of playing. And so it's really great to see this.
I agree 100%. And that is what makes the knockout stages so great, right? So it is painful as we watch teams not make it out of groups. It's very sad. Torino's had some really good showings here from Group D, but they've just fallen short of winning the actual rounds. They've been able to drive pretty well and launch projectiles. They've improved each round. But at this point, they've lost too many. And I don't believe they'll be able to make their way back into group's contention. The knockout stage will be this year especially, that equal level competition that you're discussing, right?
Yeah.
When we look at a CU and we look at an A&M, we say the same thing. We say, man, if all their robots work, that's really scary.
That's scary.
When we look at a UW, we say, man, somehow they're getting upset by little teams, but when they're on their game, they're really scary.
Yeah.
We're saying that across the board.
Exactly.
RHIT now, we're saying, whoa, we didn't think that was something we had to be worried about coming into comp, but apparently they can kind of take us out.
Yeah.
So, more and more sentries online, more and more CV functionality across teams. It's really great to see.
Yeah, the competition has actually been getting more difficult as we have been going through each day, because every team has been learning from their previous mistakes and then improving, which is kind of hard to predict what's going to go on, like who's going to win, and like the RHIT upset. Like, we just did not even like think about that one. That was crazy.
Crazy. It sure was. And again, thank you to all of our teams for competing. Happy Father's Day, everybody. Don't forget to follow Twitch and sub on YouTube. We can explain the game one more time. If you've been watching the whole time and you're like, Preston, stop explaining the game. Y'all, even in person, you don't understand how many people are watching the game and are like, hey, wait, how do you win? So I want to make sure we're very, very clear on that as we get into our 3-minute preparation period. These split views here show each base now being surrounded by robots. That's the main objective of the game, is just protect the base. So red team's protecting the red base, blue team is protecting the blue base, and then each team also built a completely autonomous robot that they've coded, and protecting that robot is the first line of defense. If teams are able to protect their base, the next objective is then to protect their sentry robot.
And once the sentry robot goes down, I'm not sure if you covered this already, but then the shield of our base goes down, and then robots can start destroying the base. There's different power-ups that, there's not different powers. There are different ways of robots getting XP and getting leveling up, which improves the amount of projectiles they can launch, as well as how fast they can move around the map, which gives them a slight advantage over other robots if they're under-leveled.
Very, very true. So all 6 robots on the field is a great sign from WashU and the University of Alberta. University of Alberta, they're not messing with their sentry very much. They kind of put it down, hit go, and have stepped away. That's either a great sign or a not so great sign, and we won't know until the match starts. But that either means that it is tracking well and spinning well, and so they don't need to do anything, or it means they know it's not going to fire projectiles, so they don't need to worry about it, and they can focus on their driven bots.
Yeah. But I think I have faith in their sentry. I also really like the way that their sentry like scans. It has like the snout that like kind of goes up and down, and we're seeing here a first-person perspective of just the pits, the red side of Alberta, and all the team working on their robots, kind of calibrating them and making sure they can fire, and all of the systems are on point.
University of Alberta trying to communicate to their driver. The net in front of the robot means that they're trying to encourage that driver to launch projectiles. There we go. I was a little nervous there for Red Standard 3. They held that net there for a while before it was able to fire anything. 45 seconds left before we jump into this match. So they will have just under a minute to get this hero, see if it's also able to fire projectiles. Looks like it is. The side of WashU, they've got hand signs working between the pit crew members and the drivers as they clear the field and prepare for round 1 of Washington University versus the University of Alberta.
It seems that the robots are ready. And their sentry is
headless, probably.
It's headless.
So if you don't field the sentry 1 minute into the game, your base becomes vulnerable. If you do field the sentry, though, they have to defeat your whole sentry. So newer teams that aren't able to finish or can't get the funding to build all 3 bots will often build like a little box bot that just has all of the needed and necessary referee modules to be legal. And then this is a great addition to have it spin. Makes it a little more difficult for the University of Alberta to chew through that sentry.
Exactly. All right, a very fast start for WashU right there, getting out of the base.
A little bit of power overdraw damage coming across on both of their robots, but when they go purchase projectiles, that'll heal up no problem.
And we see Red Standard approaching the sentry approaching Blue Sentry right now, trying to get some damage off. It seems that they got only 10 points of damage before retreating.
Yep, and that's the effect of that spinning, right? As we get some standard on standard combat, Red Standard 3 going down for the side of the University of Alberta, taken out. Maybe both? Would they both go down? Blue Standard 3 went down. Now Red Standard 3 dies to overpower.
That's a very common issue we're seeing with some of these new teams.
Bit of a bloodbath here early on the field. Both teams' bases now shielded, but protected because of the sentry.
Red has a slight advantage by just 10 HP because the sentry took just a little bit of damage. So if they're able to stall right now, they technically win. But I feel like that's gonna.
That'd be a long time to stall. There's no way
time.
those 10 points are the win condition.
That'd be a little crazy.
As WashU pushes forward, level 3, level 2 standard, a slight level lead going their way. Minimized as University of Alberta takes that central buff point, earning 258 XP per robot.
And slowly, it seems that WashU is able to get some damage done on the Red Sentry. It's down to 490 HP.
WashU taking the lead.
And WashU also have an overpowered death.
It's going to revive, but right in front of a hero robot who's launching them at that sentry. Reminder that hero projectiles, those 42mm golf balls, will deal 100 damage if they hit with enough force. So we saw that last one deal 10 damage, hit with roughly the force of a 17mm projectile.
And we have some more firefights here.
Volleys being unleashed from the University of University of Alberta and WashU.
The University of WashU is trying to body block the hero on the red side here.
Red Standard 3 and Blue Standard 3. Now Red Standard 3 kind of surrounded here, getting on both sides. Those double blue standards, not firing projectiles, but boxing him out, sending him back home. Tail tucked between the legs.
Yeah, Blue Standard 4 is only 17 HP, and it's really far away from the repair zone.
It's also having some power draw limit issues. They've got to drive really carefully to get back to that resupply zone.
And they make it.
Sentry health still the current win condition. But the red hero going to try and chunk through the base shield. They have 7 projectiles left. That's more than enough to finish off the shield and do some damage to the base.
And as this is happening, the sentry on blue side is also taking some damage.
WashU losing sentry health and base health now. Alberta using their hero to chunk through the base shield.
WashU has a lot of economy ready, and so does Alberta. They're going back to just reload on the ammunition to go back and destroy that base, because they did destroy the shield.
Yeah, if the red hero is able to land 7 projectiles again like it just did, they will destroy the entire base. 1 minute and 19 seconds left to play. The hero for University of Alberta buying 11 projectiles, giving themselves a little bit of wiggle room here on their accuracy as they roll up pretty much uncontested. If they're allowed into the base zone, they are by the enemy robots. And there's the hits, 1,800. There it is. 6, 4, 2, 0. The University of Alberta wins round 1.
Wow. That hero was very advantageous towards the end there once they got the first bloods.
Great job from both teams. University of Alberta deciding to just chunk their way all the way through that base shield.
Yeah, they got 22 42 millimeter projectiles out there, which is a lot. And as we can see, at this point, the hero was really the thing that took the cake, as they were, instead of focusing on that hard-to-hit sentry, which was just moving really fast, they were able to just focus on that base.
That's true. Yeah, it's a strategy we've seen from Virginia Tech through today's matches. University of Alberta able to utilize it well against Washington University. We'll see in round 2 if they're able to stop it. It is a pretty preventable strategy. Either, if you don't let that first blood come across, which is asking a lot, or you kind of have to allocate one of your standards to keep a really close eye on the hero, keep chasing it down, keep an eye on, and make sure it's not allowed to get all the way into your base like that. If you can get your hero that close, your accuracy probably going to be 80 or 90%, which makes it super gold efficient, where a projectile per damage relationship.
Exactly. And looking at WashU's side, they might have some type of issue with firing or with launching their 17mm projectiles, because they only launched 272 throughout that entire match and were only able to do 580 damage, which is almost half as much as what Alberta was able to do with just one standard.
Yeah, WashU hitting about 2 damage per hit. That's pretty. It's on the lower end of average, but it's pretty average for the competition so far. Obviously, the damage per projectile stats really inflated for the side of the University of Alberta, given they landed so many hero projectiles.
Yeah, the ability. I feel like the next round could go either way, depending on how WashU is going to be changing their strategy. Maybe they're going to be focusing more on just that sentry damage done and trying to go a little bit slower with that standard 4.
We will be going into round 2 of Alberta versus WashU. This will have implications on the group standings. We'll double check those after the match finishes. But both teams, a lot of pride on the line and a lot of effort put into these bots.
And then now what we have is, and as I said before, it's going to be pretty easy for WashU to change their strategy so that they're able to focus more on that sentry, because they don't have the ability to fire 42mm projectiles, which is really essential for deleting the base shield that is on. But the problem is they need to go really slowly with their second standard, as standard number 4 on blue side keeps on getting destroyed because of overpower issues. So they really need to focus on their strategy a little bit, and maybe they're going to be playing a little bit more defensive, trying to protect their sentry, because as we see, their sentry health towards the end of the match was pretty low.
Yeah, it is interesting. Virginia Tech and University of Alberta, both the teams using this strategy. It's tempting to kind of split your strat, right? If you're going to chunk through the base shield, there's not actually much of a point in damaging a sentry. It's not a driven robot, and so it's unless you're CU, it's probably not going to go to the resupply zone. You're not going to make it move likely based on its health. And so you're kind of, to some degree, wasting ammunition on the sentry if you're planning on chewing through the shield anyway. We'll have to see if Alberta... It does give you kind of a fallback, right? Like, for example, if your hero decapitates itself, which apparently is something that happens frequently now.
Frequently?
Yes, we've had 3 so far.
Really?
Yeah. So if your hero happens to have his head fall off, at least you've done some damage to the sentry. Your standard can try to finish that off, right?
Yeah.
So I understand it is a nice backup plan, but as a primary strategy, dealing damage both to the shield of the base and the sentry, kind of counterproductive. Or at least mutually exclusive. They don't help one another.
Exactly. But yeah, I guess backup is important, especially as some of these robots are very not about inconsistent, but sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. That's what we've seen a lot of the time, where it's just like round 1, 2 robots work, round 2, the other 2 robots work. It could go either way, so they have to constantly adapt strategy.
Very, very true. So we're finishing up with Artemis versus Ursa Works right now. After this will be Polystar versus Ascension. SFU, kind of the golden child. I mean, kind of mixing that with RHIT, I guess. There's a couple of these younger teams, these newer teams that have really become fan favorites. Lots of the older teams cheering for them. Love to see their success. It's really inspiring to see how fast they're able to rise up. After that will be Knights Robotics, followed by Rubato, and then AR UW versus CU. So at 6:30 p.m., right after our dinner break, we will be having one of the most anticipated and honestly at this point one of the most important matches of Group A.
Yeah, that match will really decide who comes out of Group A.
It'll do some of it. It'll do some of the deciding.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, I would agree with you that it's probably the larger factor based on the skill gap between RHIT and USCSD. As we dive into round 2 of University of Alberta versus Washington University.
A great start from WashU. They're able to quickly get to that resupply
Does
zone.
look like their sentry's no longer spinning. It's a little bit of a tough pill to swallow.
Oh, that's going to make it really difficult for them, for Blue.
Yeah, especially now that the hero of the University of Alberta has 5 shots. We were able to illustrate his close-range accuracy in this last game. They might use those projectile shots, those hero shots against the sentry as it's lined up right here. Diving in front of Mr. President is Blue Standard 4, body blocking, sacrificing his life to try and delay the sentry death.
But that doesn't stop them. They keep on attacking the Blue sentry.
I believe the hero was able to land a projectile launch there. Its Wi-Fi module locked offline in that volley of projectiles, and WashU's base is now exposed. University of Alberta looking to make it 2-0 in this match.
University of Alberta just got their money back, so they're able to buy a little bit more hero ammo and red and standard ammo so they can go and destroy the Blue base.
University of Alberta pushing up. Most of the bots of WashU here, unfortunately, still reviving. Oh, he tried to get away, but as soon as he revived, the red standard there to take him out.
Unfortunate. We see red hero inside the base inside Blue base.
6 projectiles for the University of Alberta. They'll be able to get this base quite low. A decent accuracy percentage coming across for their hero. WashU, they've regened now, but unfortunately, Alberta is still in their base. And it's really tough to get back to your regen zone when you're having to fight your way there. You're not able to launch projectiles after reviving, so you can't actually trade. It becomes very, very hard.
Exactly. You have to go back, but that makes it really difficult when there's 2 robots looking directly at you as you wake up.
You've got to fight in between you and your resupply zone, but you can't fight till you get to your resupply zone.
Yeah.
A bit of a catch-22.
We have the red standard trying to get some damage off on that base,
Blue
and they just
4
destroy.
Almost allowed to move.
We have the hero lining up towards the Blue base, but misses 2 of its shots.
It's going to take 2 hits from that hero bot to take out the base of Washington University.
The red hero gets a little bit closer just to get a better aim at it.
Why not? If you can ace their robots, you might as well. And there it is.
Another red victory for University of Alberta.
Congratulations, University of Alberta. Team Artemis able to take the 2-0 versus WashU. Really dominant showing there in that second one. Obviously an unfortunate happenstance for the Blue Sentry.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this right before the match started. We're like, oh yeah, sometimes 2 robots work, sometimes the other 2 work. And this time the Sentry decided not to work, which is really unfortunate for them because that spinning Sentry was really useful because it just prevented a lot of damage to be done.
It sure does. It sure does. Yeah. Really clear and dominant performance. Still 2,000 damage coming across. Those 42 millimeters pretty much all connecting. Alberta taking advantage of the fact that they had some pretty consistent clean sweeps of the field. There weren't very many enemy robots on the field that were being allowed to launch projectiles, which enabled them to roll all the way up to the base, kind of do all of their stuff point blank.
Yeah, and Alberta, we can see with the total enemy kills at 4 kills, they were just keep spawn camping WashU there, which is kind of unfortunate, but it had to be done.
Next up will be Ascension. That's SFU versus Polystar, I believe one of our Canadian teams.
Yeah, from Montreal.
After that will be Roboto from Italy, Torino versus Knights Robotics. That's Queen's Knights from Canada as well, I believe.
Yeah, and then I think that's going to be like, you said that both teams are at 0 points, so that'd be like their first set of points?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I believe that both Knights Robotics and Roboto are sitting at 0 points in their group, having played against Virginia Tech and Nagoya, I think.
Oh, those are hard matches.
Yeah, their
just
group
a hard
wasn't.
Group.
Yes, and unfortunately, the 5th member of their group had to withdraw right before the competition.
Unfortunately.
And so there was an empty slot there, which changes the dynamics, right? You're seeing some of these teams, like your R-Hits and your SFUs, have a chance of making it out of groups if they can just take one round off of one of those top 2 seeded teams. But when there's only 4 teams, you pretty much have to beat one of the top 2 teams to become a top 2 team.
Which is so hard. Well, especially for new teams like Knights and Roboto.
Yep, but that's the way it is. The seeding has definitely helped.
Yeah.
We now have brackets that never have a group where it's pretty much impossible to get out.
Yeah.
I would have said Group A, pretty impossible to get out of.
But
RHIT has a chance, and I'm living on hopium at the moment. So
and then for Polystar and SFU, which group are they in? Because there's a possibility for SFU to get out.
Yeah,
there
so
too, right?
SFU and Polystar are in Group C, I believe, with Texas A&M and Purdue.
Yeah.
So Texas A&M and Purdue were the 2 seeded teams from this session. For this season, Texas A&M was able to 2-0 Purdue, and so SFU will have to pull out some pretty good games. They pretty much need to 2-0 and 2-0 and do a lot of base damage to get out, but they do have a chance to tie Purdue in points to get out of groups.
Okay, so there's possibility for 2 groups where there could be potential upsets and have some of the more newer teams come out on top, which I'm excited for. That'd be really cool to watch.
Very, very true. Our wonderful volunteers are sweeping the field, getting that cleared off for us. Chat, thanks for hanging out with us still tonight. Let me know if you guys have any questions. If there's anyone you want to give shout-outs to, we love making their day. They always give us really big smiles back when you guys let your friends, your family, your brothers, your sisters, your roommates, who knows, anybody that you know, whatever drew you into RoboMasters. Maybe it's just the robots. Maybe you're like, man, Preston, I don't have anyone to shout out. You could shout out a robot. Let me know which robot you're here to watch.
What's your favorite robot? Like, of the types of robots, what is your favorite robot?
That's tough. I was a standard hardware lead for like 4 years. I really like the standard bot. Most impressive is probably the Sentry. A good operational Sentry is really, really impressive. It's really impressive to see. The Hero launching long range projectiles from Virginia Tech has really won my affection this year.
Yeah.
Those full court shots from the resupply zone,
was
wild.
Crazy. Yeah, I gotta say, I worked on Sentry last year, so I have to say Sentry is probably my favorite. I'm very biased towards the Sentry. Yeah.
We have the bots there. They were just emptying their projectiles from that former round. A couple clarifying things. No one asked, but I'm going to fill you in on some of the facts that you'll need to know before knockouts, before they become relevant. Any damage, any issue, any physical ailment that your robot sustains during a match is sustained damage, and too bad, so sad, fix it in your 2 minutes.
Yes.
If there are parts, issues, VTM problems, module problems that occur before round 1, after your robot is on the field, so during that initial setup period, that's when it can be like a ref issue, and they will work to validate that it can connect, that it can work. So anytime you see these robots getting kicked offline because of a Wi-Fi issue, obviously the other 5 robots are still connected. The Wi-Fi signal is still up. It's just with the Wi-Fi one, usually they had some very small, very quick power blip, and it kicked them off the server. Or some other issue, right? Like a wire got shot or something burned out. So just so you guys are aware, there are big differences. It came into play last year during knockouts. If a robot is damaged in round 1, there's nothing you can do about it. You've got to try and fix it or replace it. We saw that with the decapitations. You usually pull that robot out, and if you have another one, throw it in.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you got like 5 minutes.
Yeah, you can't really fix a decapitation in 5 minutes.
You know what you don't need to fix? This awesome merch. Make sure that if you're in person, you go try it out. Get one of these sick colorways. We've got all the teams on the back. Says RoboMaster Colorado, RMNA 2024. We have the super iconic RoboMaster fist here on the front.
It's so cool.
It's so cool. It is not the award this year, however. This year's award is fully custom in the theme of Colorado Boulder. flip that thing around. It's
Oh, my
got names and stuff engraved in there. It says 3v3 champions, RMNA 2024, RoboMaster Colorado. There's a 1v1 trophy as well, a slightly smaller mountain range for a slightly smaller sized competition.
Yeah.
You can also grab some RoboMaster Colorado stickers. Oh, you still got yours on. How's it sticking?
It's great. I don't
Heck
think it'll
yeah.
come off. So
Wow.
yeah,
Fortunate.
great sticker.
But yeah, you've got stickers. There are 17mm inspired earrings. And for free, you can hang out here with us and grab some merch. You can make signs outside of the venue to cheer on your favorite teams, or perhaps the team that you need to win to help your team progress. Whatever it is that you're feeling strongly about. I've seen some signs, a lot of signs being made by the UW squad with some very talented artists. I've seen some beautiful signs coming that way. Polystar has some nice signs. They made them for their last round.
Yeah.
So we'll see those coming out again onto the field.
We see some more Polystar signs right there.
Ooh.
They're very colorful.
Yes.
Very nice signs.
Excited.
I
for
love the
them.
team spirit.
Yeah, Polystar versus SFU. SFU, right? We've hyped them up quite a bit.
Yes.
But they are still a first-year team.
They are.
They have 3 functional robots, which is why we're all so impressed. It is absolutely phenomenal. But all 3 of those bots are not on the same level as these more established seeded teams in the traditional top 8 from last year.
Exactly. So if they're able to get out of the groups right now, it'll still be a very difficult fight.
Yeah, it'll be a tough road ahead for them if they're making it to the knockout stage. And I also bring it up to just note that, it's not over for Polystar. Polystar has this opportunity to alter the rest of the bracket. I believe they do not have an opportunity to make enough points to get out of groups themselves, but they can change what that knockout bracket looks like.
They can make it hard.
They sure can. They sure can. So obviously they want to do their best and showcase their robots and performance. So Polystar hoping to showcase the robot performance that they know they're capable of.
Sweet. And also, I was just talking to the people in the pits before this,
Yeah.
right? And while we wait, I can give you guys some fun facts.
What do you got?
I was just looking at what the smallest robot. I was really interested in Queen's robot because their hero was massive. It's so close to the maximum. So I was like, oh, what is the largest robot? And then I think their diameter of their hero was about 780 centimeters, which is fat. It's a big hero.
I think the limit's 800.
Yeah,
right?
so they're right up there.
Right there.
Yeah, and then that led me to be like, oh, what's the smallest robot, right? I don't know. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the smallest diameter that I asked was about 400 centimeters from Robo Grinders. Their standard was pretty small.
The Robo Grinder standard's pretty small. The CU standard's pretty small, I think.
Oh, I didn't have a chance to ask them, but yeah, maybe one of the
got
CU
another
people.
circle bot, and because they built up, so they kind of went swoop, like that scene in The Incredibles when they're making little baby Jack's hair, and she goes swoop into a big spike. That's what CU did with their robot. A lot of these robots have built out, and they just built up, and it can even get taller if it likes. I also wonder how that size compares to like a balancing standard from Purdue.
Oh yeah,
that little guy is pretty little.
Small, yeah.
I think diameter-wise, right, that might be the long side of the rectangle, but the short side of the rectangle, obviously, teeny tiny. Some makeshift engineering here to protect their wires.
This is beautiful, in my opinion. This is the pinnacle of engineering. Duct tape and
Let
foam.
us see the other side. Come on, show us the good side. There we go.
Hey, caution tape, that wins.
Yeah.
The balls will know not to go there now.
It's working. Mechanically, this robot's ready to go. It's just they're trying to protect their wiring. Notably, it looks like they've got like a Jetson down there in a 3D printed case, so hopefully that holds up, because that's a little expensive.
Jetsons are expensive.
But the rest of their electronics protected with a little bit of makeshift duct tape sponsor win.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we need duct tape sponsors. That'd be great.
Polystar standard 4 there. I believe that Polystar is the team that fields 2 standards. One is a bit more of that kit bot that we've seen in years past, and the other a more custom homemade standard. So standard 3 there with that wire mesh trying to protect its electronics. On the opposite side of the field, we have SFU, Ascension Robotics. Their Sentry, slightly less duct tape, visible at least. No one knows what's under the hood.
And
Horizontal flywheels.
Am I mistaken, or is that just a single turret?
It is a single turret. So on the side of that, if you were really quick, you may have noticed an extra projectile launching speed monitor just zip tied to the side of that bot to be legal.
Oh, okay, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so do you need to have two?
I don't know, but they do. They have one on there.
All right.
20 seconds left to go before Polystar versus SFU. SFU, the favorites in this matchup, simply because we know their Sentry works. I'm going to keep an eye on that Polystar Sentry. I don't know if I've seen it be very effective yet in the tournament, but this is kind of the opportunity of their tourney so far. This is the match where if they're going to have it work, now's the time. I do appreciate them pulling out all the stops, literally throwing on some posters and tape to cover up their electronics, putting it all on the table, right?
Yeah, I really like the quick thinking, I guess. That's just how, you know, like the team is just like on their feet, on their toes, always just trying to like improve their robot. But that also gives them places to improve for next year, because they know now to like protect that, so they will make more effort into like casing and stuff.
Yeah. Well, and usually those sorts of issues are a timing thing, right?
Yeah.
You see the casing on their other bots looking really nice. Probably just frankly didn't have time to print all those out. As we go into our game in 3, 2, 1, Polystar versus SFU.
SFU making a really nice entry. So
there we go. Polystar also making it across that base barrier. Neither team taking power damage on their way to the resupply zone. That's big. This is going to be a nice traditional match of projectile combat.
Already, oh my gosh, the Polystar Sentry is taking some damage from the blue standard.
Yeah, unfortunately, even with the last-minute additions, Polystar's Sentry not able to spin or scan, so it's vulnerable to attack. Red Standard 3 and 4 will both go down pretty much at the same time. Red Standard 3 taken out by the blue standard. That's going to be a lot of XP. Level 7 coming across for both robots on SFU's side.
That's a very fast level up.
Yeah, 26 health remaining for the Sentry of Polystar. SFU a minute in, and they are in a commanding lead. Projectile overspeed is very problematic. That's not an issue that will get better with levels, because projectile speed no longer is a upgrade.
Yeah, it's always maximum. So we have blue. I think, is that max level for them?
I believe that's level 9. There we go.
Max level.
Level 10 standards for the side of SFU as they take down the Sentry of Polystar. They could move on to damaging to the base, but instead, there we go. Caster cursed my way into it as they chip away about 200, 130, 200 damage of that base.
As Standard 4 is leaving, Standard 3 for blue side comes in and tries to attack the red standard.
It's not a bad place to be knocked out if you're Red Standard 3. Blue Standard 3 might try to get you when you res.
But it starts. But Blue Standard 3 just focuses on the base.
Polystar playing, from their heels here, from their back foot. It is a bit rough. They're now having overspeed issues as the drivers get more frantic and more nervous. The soft stop's not there.
And they're slowly taking damage.
Chat wants to know if 2 standards better than Hero Standard. Really depends on the team, I think. I think if you had 2 standards that were of the caliber of NUS, yeah, maybe 2 standards better. But for teams like VT, where their strategy relies on a hero, obviously more beneficial to field that hero bot. Which strategy is better, we haven't seen yet.
We have to see on the bracket. I feel like the top level teams who are running these.
I think most top level teams are running standard hero, but I am excited to see if SFU gets out. Ow! That hit me right on the finger. Taking simulated damage over here as a commentator.
Yeah, you just took 10 damage.
I did take 10 damage. I only have 80 damage points left, okay?
He's getting there, guys.
Yeah, it's tough. SFU round 1, a commanding lead. Obviously, they've already chipped through the Sentry, halfway through the base. Polystar starting to level up. That red standard 3 probably no longer going to have issues with power draw.
And SFU's Sentry just has only taken 10 damage so far. So they're up really ahead.
Yeah, I would expect that this round has almost no chance of coming back for Polystar. But hopefully the driver's able to get some experience. He's landing some damage. I know it looks like it's barely any, but notice the number of segments. Level 10 standards just have so much health.
You can hear the projectiles being launched into the
SFU
base right
in that driver cam behind the base, absolutely melting 70, 60. Does he have the projectiles to finish the job?
65, 40.
SFU takes the round with a base destruction.
Great job.
All right, look at those team photos. Thank you guys so much to Katie from MuteUp for taking all those photos, getting them over to us. Again, thanks and shout out to our production squad, switching out those photos every match to make sure they match the team that's actually playing. And then thanks for the teams. They were all willing to let me schedule them in to take team photos on days where they were trying frantically to fix robots. So
yeah,
a lot of people worked really hard to make sure that you guys got to see your friends, your families, your kiddos, your brothers, your sisters as they compete in RoboMasters tonight.
Oh my gosh. Blue Side almost shot 1,000 projectiles.
That's pretty good damage. So it's 1,000 projectiles. It's 3 per projectile, but you got to remember that 300 of those were base ones that only do 5 damage. So your accuracy percentage for SFU looking pretty good here. 4 kills. Polystar gonna look to try and bring back round 2. Maybe.
Oh yeah.
If I'm Polystar, I think you really quietly and really sneakily switch the direction of your sentry. Have it point the other way, and then if you have some sort of what we were calling in the pre-match, the pre-season podcast, kind of like a frag grenade strat, just spray and pray. If you have that, you put it on, and then that sentry, just tries to defend itself on accident. Would be pretty litty.
Yeah. The spray and pray would work. I think spray and pray should always work. It's a great strategy.
It'll work at some level for some teams, and if it's versus stand and do nothing, just scaring off your opponents. They're not sure if you're spray and pray. They don't know if you've been firing at a wall for the last 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Just take some random number generator between 0 and 1, multiply it by 50, and then multiply it by 500, and then wait for that many milliseconds, right?
Yeah.
Before you fire another volley of 10 or something. And then your robots will know, your team members will know, and you'll just stay away from that side.
It's just a little fear factor, because essentially if something hits, that just it's just
your
worse
whole
for the other
screen
team.
glows red. You're like, I'm getting attacked. And so oftentimes you'll take that as a hint that you should drive back to your own base and regen and grab more projectiles.
All right, I think both of the teams are ready. Everyone's off the field right now, which is great. Meaning that I think all the robots are working as they are supposed to.
I think they may have done it. I think they may have switched the direction of the sentry.
They might
so
have
we'll
listened
see
to
if the sneaky strat was successful. I don't want to talk about it too much, in case anyone sneakily listens in. Our drivers are wearing noise canceling headphones, so it shouldn't be a big issue. But you never know.
You never know. We're pretty loud. Something might leak.
Team Honor illuminates your path. Yeah, it does, RoboMasters.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does.
They need more, quotes. I think the quote,
we should make some quotes. What's your quote, Nikhil? What do you got? Give us your wisdom. You got 4 seconds.
When life
2,
gives you grapes,
1.
shoot them out of a 17mm.
Hey, that was really good on the fly.
Thank you.
I like that. Polystar standard getting across without any issue. There we go.
Infantries on blue side are wired up, and now they are moving.
SFU dribbling projectiles out of blue standard 3. That's indicative of flywheels not being on. Blue standard 4 not having an issue, though.
Blue standard 4, red standard takes a lot of damage, and Red.
Blue standard 3 now firing projectiles as normal. They're able to take that sentry out, and they move straight onto the base. Both standards just annihilating that armor panel. There's not enough gold in the game for the standards to do very significant amount of damage early to the base. They've got to wait for this 4-minute mark to tick across, but they're just waiting 7 seconds.
Yeah,
all they need is gold, as Polystar had that small opportunity before SFU reloaded to get some damage done with an advantage.
So blue side does reload on some of that ammunition, and they seem to be going back to get some damage done on the robots, not even on the base. I think they're
SFU may be using this opportunity to practice some robot combat. Blue standard 3 dueling 2v1, able to get the kill as blue standard 4 focuses on the base and chunks that base down 1,000 HP now. 955 remaining.
And now they just have to wait for another 20 seconds before they get paid again.
The economy in the game this year is wild. We've seen teams like SFU, like UW, that have these standards that fire a lot of projectiles, actually run out of gold and projectiles a few times. It's a well-tuned game. You'll notice they're never waiting like 30 seconds. It's usually 5 or 8 seconds left before there's another infusion of gold to the game.
All right, they were able to now reload again, and now they're going back. It seems that blue standard 3 actually tries to... Never mind. I was about to say it tries to take on the battles, but both standards are locked in on the base, just trying to get that damage down slowly but surely. The damage on the base.
They're doing a great job of finding these positions where they can fire together, both in pseudo or semi-protection, and both hit the armor panels. Now they've got 30 seconds left till the next gold infusion. They really are just laying the pedal down to the metal. Floor to the pub.
It's really this moment where Red needs to push up and try to take on try to do some damage to the sentry, but it just seems that with one robot, because the other robot seems to have some overspeed issues, it's possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, the drivers for the red team can't see the ammo remaining for the blue team, so they don't know that the other team is out. There's a few indicators, like they're not shooting at your base, but they could just be reloading physical projectiles, and so you're nervous that if you peek around the corner, you're just going to get obliterated.
Yeah. Blue standard 3 tries to get inside of the base just to get some more damage done.
Blue standard 4 is behind the base. Blue standard 3 gets a kill on his way over, and they attack each side of the base at once. Going through the overheat, they're able to take the base down.
That's another blue victory for SFU.
Yeah, John complimenting SFU's phenomenal awareness and communication. They've got really, really good team strategies. Firing together, 3 damage per projectile. Again, really, really good performance considering that all of their, 300 of those projectiles had to go towards base destruction. Polystar, a tough round here, but, they were able to get out of the base well. They were able to get projectiles firing almost 200. Unfortunately, unable to capitalize on some of those pauses and resupply moments of SFU.
But that's just game sense that comes with more practice, which is good. And I'm glad that they were able to have this time to just work on their driving, work on some of the strategies, and figure out some of the potential issues that they had with their robots, such as the overspeed issue. So that could be fixed pretty easily with just the software fix, because you just have to run your flywheels a little bit slower.
Mm-hmm. That's very true. The other thing that I want to say is that SFU has a chance, I think, to tie. So it was really important that they did finish those bases. We discussed earlier that in the later side of groups, it's not just how many games can you win, how many rounds can you get, but in addition, it's how did you win those rounds starts to matter. So if they're tied in terms of wins, the next thing we look at is total base net damage.
Okay.
So how much damage did you deal to bases versus how much damage did you take to your base? And that number is the next number that we compare.
I see. So I guess it was very important for them to take that base down all the way both times, just so they can, if there is a tie.
That was also a really interesting, you were talking about how this is a nice opportunity for Polystar to get some practice. It is, and it's exposing them to new strats. this is not something that I think I would have noticed game sense-wise. I'm pretty good. I've watched a lot of RoboMasters, so I've got pretty good game sense, I think. But I don't think other teams are running out of ammunition and gold with 30 seconds left to the minute mark. They were launching an insane amount of projectiles per minute. They had this unique strat with the double standard. A lot of the teams cycle, right? So you have one standard firing at the base, the other standard is reloading, and then you switch and you switch and you switch and you switch, and that can feel very oppressive. But that leads us to say things like, oh, the double standard teams can't burst down a base like a hero can.
Yeah.
I think this was pretty comparable damage per second to a hero.
It can. Yeah, that's true, especially when they were firing together.
Mm-hmm. Precisely.
Because when they're firing together and they both are hitting, that's about 10.
So it's 20. Most of these top-tier teams are firing 20 projectiles per second. If we assume 15 of those are hitting, which is pretty true for SFU, I think, so that's 30 projectiles per second. At 5 damage, we're now at 150 damage per second. The hero is dealing 200 damage per projectile,
but it might not be shooting as fast.
Yeah, so the heroes at those earlier levels have a much more sensitive barrel heat, and that's assuming you're hitting every single hero shot.
Yeah.
Which for these long-range hero strats, like a VT, is not always feasible. So double standard strat, maybe if you're a double standard team, check out SFU's gameplay, scroll it back, watch it again. That was a really impressive way to utilize those advantages. We have one more match before dinner. Nikhil, we have Knights Robotics from Queen's University versus Roboto from Torino.
Yeah, and I think that match can go either way.
Yeah. I had Torino down, I think, as my dark horse pick in the preseason streams. Obviously, things haven't gone quite as well for them as I had hoped, but I still hold to the fact that they have incredible mechanical bots. They've been learning a lot. I think they've gotten a lot better in each round. They've had some really close rounds. So I would love to see that progression continue and have them take 1 or 2 of these rounds.
Oh, and now we see some of the cool Polystar signs on our first-person camera here.
Yeah, they've done a great job of supporting their teams. SFU, those formidable bots that might be making it to the knockout rounds. Would love to see them there. They belong in the knockouts, I think. There's not a lot of first-year teams that are at a place where I say, hey, you know what? If they go in the knockouts, it will blend really well. Mostly our first-year teams, if they get to knockouts, they really, really struggle, and they end up in the losers bracket, and they're unable to really be competitive. But I think SFU could compete with several of the teams that are locked for knockouts.
That is true. And what we see here, we're following, is this SF? This is SFU, and we're following them to their banner. Just, I think that they'll be taking a photo here.
Yeah, big shout out to our staff and our volunteers again. They get those banners made every year, so the teams get to take one home each year, which is a lot of fun. It makes a great background photo. Oh man, wait, we got a big thought in the chat. Let's see. Colonel John says, an average standard has more usefulness than an average hero, but I think an elite hero has more usefulness than an elite standard for win condition damage. John was the strategy lead for Texas A&M, and he's got really good game sense.
That's a credible. That's a credible source.
I think it's a very, very true statement as well. So on average, right, the standards are able to take out sentries and deal enough chip damage that for an average team in the group stages, you can win some games. I think what John has pointed out is that these heroes that are able to have long-range accuracy, really ride the line of barrel heat with drivers that are sometimes willing to go over barrel heat limits, they are going to be able to deal upwards of 600, 700 damage per second to the base in the last 30 seconds of the game. So definitely those elite level heroes playing a role that a standard cannot fill.
Which is really, I mean, it makes sense, right? It's like the jack of all trades versus like a specialist.
Yeah.
So it's like the specialist is going to be really good at one thing. So when you're in that specific scenario, it's going to be like it's just going to be its match.
I will say one of the things that an elite standard has, so let's think of NUS. If you haven't got to see a lot of the NUS matches, they're killing it. The University of Singapore, and they have been doing so through an avenue of an elite standard. Their hero has had some issues throughout the match. Their sentry has been on and off. but their standard has really propelled them through groups. They're winning a lot of matches in their standard confrontation as well, as expected. And so that's what I would consider an elite level standard on a team that's not double standard, but doesn't really have a hero right now. They are snowballing faster than a hero team can.
Exactly.
I still don't really get how. They are. We need someone in the chat to look at the YouTube video, scroll back, give me a levels per second for the top standards, because I think NUS is like winning. I don't think UW, I don't think CU, I don't think anybody is leveling up their standard as fast as NUS. I think it might be a projectiles per second, just their firing rate's so high, or maybe the focus on it. I don't know. But
it's possible. It's crazy because it's like you blink and now it's at level 10.
Yeah, there was one game, I've mentioned it before today. I still don't get it, but the other team got first blood, and NUS had a level lead. It feels like when you're playing like a video game and your team has more kills, but the other team is like playing the game better, and so they have more gold, and you're like, wait, but we should be winning.
Like
though.
we should be winning.
Come on, come on. So NUS with that elite standard, that will be an opportunity that we have to see kind of a team that relies a bit more on that elite standard in those knockout stages. I believe they are relatively locked for getting out of groups.
That is true. Yeah, and elite standard is also just really scary because they're very accurate and they do so much DPS, where damage per second, where it's just like they just kind of melt everything.
Speaking of NUS, you can see them third up, there we go, on our schedule. But that match will be null. So Ultraviolet, that is NYU, on the schedule. They are competing only in 1v1. If you are here to cheer on NYU, thanks for being here. Hang out, watch some 3v3 action here. But your team will be competing over there in 1v1 on RoboMaster North America. We have 2 live streams going at the same time on that YouTube, so go check it out. Notably, right after dinner at 6:30 p.m., it will be the University of Washington versus CU Robotics. This is a huge match. Obviously, it's the 2 kind of favorites for the tournament. Clash of the Titans. We were already excited about it. Yeah. Now it has further ramifications. UW has an opportunity to knock out their main opponent from groups early before we even get to the knockout stages. I'll talk with Christian. We might end the stream when we start dinner and then restart the stream at 6:30. That way, if you have followed, you'll get a little ping and a notification. If we just continue the stream, then like if you're not on right now, you won't know that banger of a match is coming up at 6:30. And I want to make sure as many people as would like to see it have that opportunity. Taking a look at groups here, we're about to watch Roboto versus Queens. So that's Group D. I believe Group D will be Virginia Tech and Nagoya getting out.
And that's just because Group D is really difficult, especially because Torino and Queens are like slightly newer teams. With
they're a little
not
newer.
As much experience.
And in being in a 4-person group, there's a little bit less leeway.
Yes.
And then, of course, Group A, we've talked ad nauseum. That'll be our next match after dinner, ARUW versus CU. And then Group B, NUS, will take on NYU, who will forfeit the match, giving NUS another set of points. And WashU versus University of Alberta is the games we just finished. So those are the 2 teams that were fighting it out to figure out who would leave Group B with NUS. So glad you guys were here for that one. Group C was that SFU versus Polystar. So SFU continuing to chunk their way through. I believe that SFU will now play, they'll be playing UT later in the group stage. If they win that one, that'll push them up to a tie.
With Purdue?
Yeah, with Purdue, provided that Texas A&M beats Purdue. So if Purdue beats Texas A&M, Purdue and A&M will get out. If A&M beats Purdue and SFU beats UT Austin, then Texas A&M and Simon Fraser will get out. Probably. In that case, I think it will be a net base HP decision, but the net base HP is not quite as close as it is in Group A.
And the UT Austin versus SFU game could go either way because we saw that UT could put out a very good performance, but at the same time, they could also throw pretty hard.
That's true. Both of those things are true. UT Austin has had some pretty good performances. SFU just keeps leveling up in my eyes. This double standard attack strat, the simultaneous standard, especially that moment in the game where they were both firing at the same armor panel from 2 different shielded positions, was wild. I don't know if UT is going to be able to compete against that.
All right, and we see here we have both teams setting up their robots. Torino's Sentry just got placed onto the field, and I guess they're doing a little bit of calibration on their standard 4 on the left there. And Torino is one of the teams that are using a double standard configuration. However, one of the standards is a balancing standard, which only has 2 wheels and has a very advantageous position of being able to shoot or be able to launch projectiles over one of the wheels, which makes it really difficult for other teams to attack them.
From matches in the past, we've seen Torino's Sentry having really good CV, having a little bit of embedded issues or communication. You know, they're firing at the enemy robot, not necessarily at the enemy robot's panels. But in the general vicinity is good enough for most matches, and against Queens, I think it'll be a pretty big advantage. Also, in past matches, we've seen Torino's balancing standard perform quite well, but actually Blue Standard 4, what would traditionally be considered the more typical standard, the easier standard to produce, has been the standard having issues for Torino, having power draw problems. Torino very uniquely came into the competition by building a balancing standard. That's the first robot they brought to RMULNA.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And so they actually have more experience building balancing bots than four-wheeled Mechnum bots or Omni-wheeled bots. So it's not shocking if you know that their Blue Standard 3, their more veteran build, is leading the team. But we'll have to see if they're able to get that sorted out. I think if Blue Standard 4 is able to prevent the self-inflicted damage from power draw, I think Torino wins. If it is serial dying to power limiting, I think that might give Queens the XP advantage that they need to take it down.
Exactly. I was about to mention the technical timeout, and it ended right as I was going to say that.
Thank you for ending the technical timeout, Nikhil. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Sometimes the caster curse is good.
We use our powers for evil.
Yes. All right.
3, 2, 1. Torino versus Queens. There we go. I was a little nervous about Torino's Sentry, but it does start its scanning. All 4 bots making it out of the base.
And we have Queen's Sentry just spinning. Not sure if it is scanning or not.
Oh, a pretty large adventure being taken by Torino's bot. It is sustaining some power damage going that roundabout way. But Torino getting early chip damage. That is fast chip damage. They're hitting quite a few of those shots. 470 damage remaining on the Sentry by the time they're able to get there. Queens not to be outdone. Now 1v1 combat, Standard 3 versus Standard 3, while the hero for Queens lands a projectile onto the Sentry, taking it down to 500 HP. Torino still with a small lead.
Red Standard and Sentry both took a little bit of damage, but Red Standard is very low HP currently.
Torino Standard 3 posturing aggressively. That's the right move. They didn't have gold yet, so there was no point in going back. Now taking the central buff point, getting half acquired.
They just got the gold, so the balancing standard returns to its base just to get a little bit of more ammo.
Blue Standard 4 is doing quite well. As I mentioned, that was their problem child in the past.
And we have some more damage being done to the Red Sentry there by...
Sorry, keep going. The hero for Queens also landing a hit onto Blue Standard 4, a really impressive feat. Heroes are difficult. You can see what I'm saying there. Torino's Sentry firing back at Red Standard 3, but not quite. There we go. You see every other shot kind of coming your direction here from the perspective of Red Standard 3.
Yeah, and Blue Sentry is both sentries are losing HP. They're on the same level.
200 to 170. This is a nail biter. 3 minutes left to go. This will surely go on to base HP as the win condition.
So, although blue standards have lost all their money, all of their ammunition, they do have enough money to reload and come back.
Yeah, I think they're going to get roughly 100 projectiles each here. As the sentry for Torino continues to try to defend itself, but it will be taken out as the first blood of the game as well. Wow. This has been so close. Each team are treating very nicely.
At the same time, red sentry is also just at 90 HP, just a little bit away from making this a base race.
That red hero is falling so low. If Torino can finish it, but they've run out of projectiles. What's his HP?
Like 2?
That's insane. We cannot... For real? That's crazy. That's the lowest HP bar. He's literally 1 HP.
Slowly makes it across. Oh, now it is a base race. Both sentries are down.
1,500 to 1,495. We're within a standard shot, but not for very long as Torino steps up and starts melting the base of Queens. He's in a tough spot. He's got to now get back over the bump.
Red hero trying to scare off the balancing standard from their base.
Pretty effectively. That balancing standard. Oh, there we go. He's able to get back up.
That balancing standard trying to retreat to grab
At
some
the
more
same time, the
ammunition.
standard for Queens chewing away at the base of Torino. Now taking the lead with 1 minute and 37 seconds left to go.
And red hero dies because of overpower. And Preston getting shot by more 17 millimeters.
The hero of Queens does get destroyed in front of the base, though, which is a pretty good spot. It's going to be hard to get out of.
And as we talked about, this is one of the bigger heroes. He could body block at least a few
This is going to be a base destruction match. With 85 projectiles left, Torino's blue standard 3 is going to be able to do quite a bit of damage. But Queens chunking through the base now at 1/3 HP for Torino.
They
very evenly matched robots.
Oh my gosh.
He's got 50 projectiles left.
That could get
That's more than enough. His accuracy, the only important factor here. If he can maintain 100% accuracy, he could take out Torino.
10 HP. No
He
more
needed to hit 2 more shots.
2 more shots.
The base is literal 2-shot.
2-shot base. The hero is trying its best to... oh no, the hero dies.
Torino trying to race it down. Queens moves back 500, 570. He stops. Everybody stops.
There's 26.
No, so Torino ran out of projectiles. Blue standard 3, 0 projectiles. He's got to return back to base. Queens
trying to protect their base instead of
doing something. No way. Did Queens jam with 10 HP left?
Queens
9 seconds.
Jam.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Torino's not going to make it back in time. He's just getting body blocked. He's getting zoned out. Oh my goodness. That will be a red victory.
They might have jammed. I think that's what happened there.
I think they jammed with 10 HP left on the blue base. Torino and Queens. What a match. 2 very equally matched schools. Look at this. 4 damage per projectile, what we've been calling one of the better accuracy percentages. And we called it out, right? He had 50 projectiles left at 200 damage. It meant he had to land 40 of them. Just really, really impressive.
10 HP. That's crazy.
1 kill each. Both of these teams, trading very equally, leaving the fights at the same time. Not a lot of kills going across.
It's so even. Like, this is why even matches are fun, because they're always a nail biter.
Yeah, it was. Hey, Nikhil, you want to toss some Flight Day bags out there? I have declared it Flight Day today. It is Father's Day, and we're not taking away from that. But RHIT did crazy things. Torino's looking great. Queens is looking great. So it's Flight Day today. So we're going to be tossing some merch out. If you're in the audience, please look up so that we don't bean you in the head with tote bags. Here comes some free tote bags from DJI. It's a wonderful and you hand me another one. It's Flight Day, man.
It's Flight Day.
It's Flight Day.
More.
We've got some people out in the crowd. There we go. Enjoy your Flight Day bag. Celebrate the birthday of our friend Globy that flies drones. I don't really understand the holiday, but the bag has this globe on it that's flying a drone.
I love drones.
It's awesome. You want to showcase the merch for the people online? Grab that Flight Day bag that we have right there. It has the pins on it and stuff.
Right here.
Preston declares today, Flight Day, in addition to Father's Day.
June 16th, Flight Day.
Go fly your drones in an Earth-friendly way. Maybe take some video of trees or squirrels. Post them online. Happy Flight Day.
I don't know if you guys can see the pins that well, but
there are pins.
Pretty cool pins.
Yeah. There's also these awesome stickers that Nikhil is still showcasing.
The stickers are so nice.
They are. They're really nice vinyl stickers. They're pretty large too. They're several inches in length, so you could wrap it around, kind of get that cool look on a water bottle.
Yeah.
But still small enough if you wanted to stick it on a laptop, right? So if you placed it on a laptop, it wouldn't be obnoxious.
It wouldn't be bad. Yeah.
Yep.
It's great. Yeah.
Kind of that nice middle ground, as it were.
I don't know if you've seen our bucket hats.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of RoboMasters merch as well that you can get from just being in the crowd, hanging out with us.
If you haven't joined us yet, you should. And you can also get a notebook.
We have one notebook from RoboMaster merch. We'll have to give it away as like a commentator's award. We do this every year.
Okay.
Some years it's like really expensive, awesome electronics that DJI gives us. I don't know if you were in RoboMasters that year.
I don't know.
Well, there was a year that they gave us a bunch of pretty high-end electronics to give away.
That's great.
Yeah, so we gave that away to teams, our favorite match of the day every day.
Oh, nice.
So today, maybe at the end of the day, we'll kind of pick a team that we think we'll give the journal to. They're really nice. Each page is got like the RoboMaster logo on it and whatnot. Okay, so we're going to be diving back into round 2, Knights Robotics versus Roboto. Who knows who's going to win? Excellently paired match. 2 minutes left in the prep period. Not too much to be done, I think. Probably unjam some hoppers, but most of the robots were functioning relatively well. I'm super glad to see Torino had both of their standards working.
It's going to be a good match. It's going to be another close match, especially if the standard on Queens is unjammed, as you said. Hopefully that works.
Yeah, that was wild.
10
we saw the hero for Queens get back to base with probably 1 HP. We saw the base of Torino fall to literal 2 standard projectiles, and then a jam. I mean, it's just, and then Torino was there trying to catch up on base HP and then ran out of projectiles. I did appreciate the game sense from Queens. Red Standard 3 was able to body block and kind of zone out that robot. It is illegal to ram. It's like basketball rules, right?
Okay.
So you can't like body check someone out of the way. And so because that's a rule, your opponent can stand in your path and just stand there and screen and be like, hey, you can't run through me.
Yeah.
And you need to go this way. So if I just stand here, there's nothing you can do. And that's what Queens kind of utilized there at the end to prevent Torino from trying to get that last bit of damage done.
That's great. Yeah, these teams, I like how evenly matched they are. I've been saying this all the time, but yeah.
It does make for wonderful RoboMasters. I've really enjoyed all of groups. This is the best year by far for robot performance. I'm so excited for the knockout stage. It's going to just the quality of matches will only go up every year and every match, provided that maybe the decapitations stop. You don't really need those.
And it seems that both sentries are not spinning. I don't know if they were spinning earlier or they're going to start spinning.
So the Torino sentry starts spinning right at match initialization.
I see. Oh, as I say that...
Queens heard it, and they took it personal.
They took it personally.
They said, okay, fine, we'll start it up now. We get it. Calm down, Nikhil.
My bad.
But yeah, so it's different for each person's sentry, right? Like the CU sentry starts 30 seconds before.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds like 3, 2, 1. Go Torino sentry. There we go. Yeah.
I see. Oh, Queen sentry stopped spinning. Oh, and it starts spinning again.
No, he's a happy boy. Both sentries online, looking good. All 4 robots out of the gate. Torino doing the same round strategy where they kind of make a circle. That way they don't get in each other's way. I like it. It's a little less efficient, but you don't have interpersonal problems. Man, that standard is so accurate. Torino really chunking through the sentry health. See if he's able to get... Now he's defended by his own sentry, who is competing with Red Standard 3. Some cheers in the chat from Twitch says, Forza Roboto!
Forza Roboto.
for our Italian team.
And the blue team gets first blood by destroying the hero.
Propelled by the cheers of their teammates in Twitch, Torino ahead by 10 HP as the game decides to just maintain an incredibly close status.
And both teams are out of ammo, so they need to go back to replenish.
Here comes Torino, exactly the same amount of projectiles. That's synchronization if I ever saw it.
And they both level up around the exact same time. But
wow,
Blue Standard 3 at level 7, is that?
Yeah, I believe that's level 7 or 8 for Blue Standard 3. If he can get back to base without dying here, Blue Standard 4 engaged, but out of projectiles. Can he make it around the corner? 2 segments left of health. Blue Standard 3 maybe caught a little unaware by Red Standard 3. As there we go, Torino's Sentry fires back, defending itself.
Blue
100 to 260.
Yeah, 100 HP. That's just one more replenishment of ammo for both of them, where they could destroy the other teams.
6 seconds till gold replenished. Both teams out of ammo, out of gold. 3, 2, 1. Payday. There we go. 200 gold per team.
But for some reason, Queens only buys 100 ammo at once. Is that a maximum?
It's not. You can click multiple times, but they're probably saving some gold for their hero.
Okay,
I don't know if their hero is able to fire right now, but typically 100 gold is half. There we go. As Queen's University finishes off the Sentry for Torino, they will get a slight advantage here on the base race. That will inevitably happen with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. It stands to reason that Torino will be able to finish off that Sentry. They did fire all 200 projectiles and were unable to get that Sentry finished off.
Yeah, there's still 130 health left on that red Sentry. So once these guys replenish their ammo once again, they
Blue
will
Standard
be able
3 for
to.
Torino back in that position, needs to land 10 more projectiles.
They have none though.
The base starting to take damage. If that hero for Queens is able to land projectiles, then I think Torino will not be able to catch up. 1,200 to 1,500 damage right now is the score. Blue Standard 3, there's gold available, but he's playing defensively at the moment.
They're switching, which is a pretty good strategy to make sure that their base is always defended.
Sure is.
Blue Standard 4 tries to finish off the Sentry, which it successfully does. So now it is a base race. Both standards need to try to catch up in that.
The
base
red
damage.
hero coming back to defend its own base, doing a bit of body blocking, but they've gone full SFU on Queens. They've got 2 standards from 2 different angles. Your body might be large as a hero, but it's not large enough to defend both. Meanwhile, the standard absolutely melting Torino. 1,200 to 860, 400 HP between the teams with a minute left to play.
They just got a replenishment of economy.
A lot of gold in the game right now. Plenty of gold to finish a base. It's going to come down to strategy. Can you outrace or do you need to defend? The question on both teams' minds.
Blue Standard is unopposed right now inside of the base, trying to
Yeah,
get
but that
some
red
damage.
Standard's not waiting for anybody. He's firing totally uncontested. Blue Standard 4, they're switching off, but I don't know if Torino's going to be able to put down the firepower that they need to catch up.
They're nudging them.
I mean, a yellow card at this point probably going to come across, but it's with 24 seconds left to go, might be worth it.
Worth taking the yellow card.
210, 150 health. If there's not a jam at 10 HP, one thinks that Queens will finish off the base.
And they do. That is a red victory.
A great game for Queens and Torino. A crazy base race. We saw exactly what John and I were talking about earlier with here in the chat. This double standard strat, most of the teams running back and forth and swapping with one standard being aggressive, one defending. That can be effective, but at some point, frankly, the other team will kind of ignore your damage. 2,600 is very even, right? The total damage within like 30%. The kills totally equal. The projectiles fired within like 20 or 30%.
Yeah, it seems that because of that a little bit of extra XP that Queens got, they could have just snowballed with that because they got that 2 occupations at the central buff point. What is that? 500 XP per robot, that is?
Yeah. Rank X giving some GGs in the chat. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate all of our viewers, especially those that are watching from overseas and in different time zones. I don't know what time it is from Italy right now, but I really appreciate any time our Italian fans hop in the chat and give their team some encouragement. Love seeing Torino. Their bots are wonderful and very well built, mechanically beautiful. I know their first couple years they were some of the founding members of their team were grad students doing advanced controls theory.
Oh, wow.
So everyone else was just doing PID tuning, and they were out here, the only team in RMNA with a balancing bot their first year, and said, hey, can we talk about the controls theory everyone uses? And they got a lot of blank stares. So Torino bringing a lot of innovation in their own right, and really grateful to have them in our region. Queens also doing a great job taking 2-0. Wonderful showing from both schools. Almost 1 a.m. in Italy. Well, thank you so much for sticking around and watching the match.
Thank you very much for sticking around. That's crazy. 1 a.m. is...
Yeah, 1 a.m., man. Get some sleep. We need to get some food.
Yes.
It is 4:30 here. No, it's almost 5 here now in Colorado at 6:30. So in about an hour and a half, we will be coming back online to watch UW and CU, the Titans of the North American region, clash in Group A of RMNA 2024.
All right. Thank you guys so much for sticking around this much. We will see you guys, as Preston said, in about an hour. All right. Peace.
我觉得他们能够仅仅的是从喜欢变成热爱这个过程，实际上这就是一个很大的成长。
大家好，我是 RoboMaster 组委会规则组的代表，今天就由我来为大家介绍一下 RoboMaster 超级对抗赛2024赛季的规则改动。这就是 RoboMaster 2024赛季机甲大师超级对抗赛的比赛场地。24赛季对于场地的主要修改在于修改了场地的拓扑结构。不难看出，在保留了中央主要通路的同时，红蓝方环形钢钉内部各自打通了一条狭窄的隧道。这条隧道直接连接了双方的基地区和中央荒地区，隧道可以通行的尺寸略小于步兵机器人的初始尺寸。也就是说，如果机器人本身足够小型化，或者具有变形等等足以通过狭窄隧道的能力，那么队伍在进攻的时候就可以利用这条通路显著缩短自身队伍的补给线，以利用这条隧道发起源源不断的攻势。与此同时，我们降低了公路区整体的高度，也取消了飞坡起点附近公路的围挡。这意味着，如果机器人拥有攀越或者跳跃等等对具有高低差地形的适应能力，那么公路区对于这部分机器人来说将会天堑变通途。相应的，3号梯形高地以及飞坡落点附近的结构和位置也都相应进行了调整，这拓宽了飞坡落点附近路径选择的多样性。也就是说，在24赛季，拥有能够从公路区发起突袭能力的机器人将会更具有威胁性。总体来说，24赛季的场地为能够适应各种特殊地形的机器人提供了充足的想象空间。如果队伍拥有足够的技术能力，那么24赛季的场地将不再是一条主要通路加一条飞坡通路的传统结构，而是2条甚至3条可以自由选择的路线。那么，期待各个战队利用这些全新的路径，在24赛季打出更加富有变化的对局。接下来是工程机器人和经济体系的修改。首先可以看到的是，机械爪不再存在，大资源岛也由原来的开放式结构变为了现在的半封闭式的结构。矿石由空接的形式变为了提前放置于大资源岛内部。工程机器人 需要在并不宽阔的大自然岛通道内避开障碍物，精准地将矿石取出。与此同时，兑换站也将进行相应的调整，在保留难度自选形式的前提下，我们会提高最高等级难度兑换的实际难度，以及工程机器人在兑换的时候，如果速度过慢，那么最终它即使兑换成功，实际得到的金币值也会有一定程度的衰减。这些无疑对工程机器人在不同场景下的通用性和速度都提出了更高的要求。那么相应的，工程机器人的伸展尺寸将会略微增大，在兑换区也会获得100%的防御增益。各个难度的金矿石的基础价值将会提高100金币。我们也不同程度地降低了远程兑换弹丸、血量以及兑换立即复活的金币花费。那么，期待大家同自定义控制器一起做出适应更多复杂场景、更加灵活的工程机器人。接下来要讲到的是哨兵的相关改动，以及我们对于机器人操作方式的革新。总体上，哨兵在24赛季将会拥有更充分的自主决策权利。在24赛季，哨兵的初始发能量将会下降，但是己方的能量机关激活点以及整个环形高地都将被视为哨兵巡逻区。同时，哨兵也可以和普通步兵一样，自主地选择去往补血点恢复血量或购买允许发能量，在被击毁后也可以自动复活，甚至是花费金币兑换立即复活。如此一来，哨兵就可以承担更多的队内职责，在算法允许的情况下，也可以更好地和其他人类操作手相互协同。当然，如果哨兵还没有能力完成以上所提到的所有的任务，我们也提供了一条备选方案。云台手可以通过在客户端向哨兵发送信息的方式干预哨兵的所有行动。当然，这种干预并不是没有代价的。云台手每向哨兵发送一条信息都会花费50金币。也就是说，在24赛季，如果己方的哨兵非常的人工智能，而对方的哨兵频频的智能人工，那么己方相对于对方来说将会拥有充足的经济优势。还不仅如此，在24赛季中，我们将会引入一种全新的机器人控制方式，我们称其为半自动控制。在3分钟准备阶段，操作手可以选择传统控制方式或者半自动控制方式。如果选择后者，在正式进入比赛后，客户端将不再提供机器人的第一人称视角画面，而是提供类似云台手一样的大地图视角。操作手可以选择在地图上指示点位，或者通过事先约定的通信协议向机器人发送信息的方式间接的控制机器人。显然，这种半自动控制的类型相比于第一人称视角的身临其境，操作手更像是一类指挥官式的角色。它不能微操机器人的具体行动，只能向机器人发出指令，做出决策。类似瞄准对方特定机器人，或者让机器人平移5米这样的指令，在操作手发出后，都将依赖机器人本体的功能自主完成。这对于机器人的机械控制和算法系统的协调一致以及稳定性都提出了非常高的挑战。有挑战自然有收获。如果选择半自动控制方式，则步兵和英雄机器人在整局比赛中都将额外获得100%的经验。工程机器人如果选择半自动控制方式，那么它会额外获得50%的金币。同时，在工程机器人兑换的时候，客户端会临时给予工程机器人传统控制链路的权限，以帮助工程使用自定义控制器完成高难度的兑换。除了以上主要内容外，其他的规则内容也进行了一些改动，接下来就由我来带大家梳理一下。首先，雷达的高亮机制将加强为易伤，被对方雷达准确标记的机器人受弹丸的伤害将会增加。雷达也将拥有有限次数的机会，可以自主选择将这个易伤的效果翻倍，以帮助队伍更好地激活特定机器人。小能量机关和大能量机关的经验加成将会增加，同时大能量机关的攻击力增益将会随着所激活环数的提高获得更加高额的加成。最高如果能够激活50环，攻击力增益将会达到恐怖的500%。补给站能够提供的实体弹丸数量将由1500锐减至400。也就是说，在24赛季，大家需要着手解决步兵机器人的小弹丸来源问题，以不至于陷入在赛中无小弹丸可打的窘境。机动发射机构的概念将会取消，此后这个额外的发射机构将会成为空中机器人的固有发射机构。整个经验体系和性能体系都得到了一次小的重做，弹速优先不再存在。同时，经验体系的最高等级从3级变为了10级，这样 在比赛中获取经验以及机器人实际战斗力提升的曲线都会变得更加平滑。当然，还有更多的一些细节不会在这里体现。更多赛事资讯，还请大家关注 RoboMaster 官网的发布信息。
无论是工程机器人处理的多种工况场景，还是场地中充满挑战的复杂地形，我们一路走来，通过对机械、嵌入式、算法等领域的探索，引导同学们真正解决机器人在工业和生活实际场景中面临的问题。我们需要真正以一个工程师的身份去看待和研究问题，让机器人拥有充足的稳定性和复杂场景适应能力，将理想付诸实践，将热爱传递进步，用行动挑战极致。
转眼间 ，RoboMaster 已经走过了10年。10年来 ，RoboMaster 不断陪伴、见证着无数青年工程师的成长。从当初简单的自主移动打靶的课题设置，到现在7v7复杂空地协同的赛事规则；从最开始对于赛事直播中机器人血条呈现的探索，到现在对机器人实时动作展示的画面表达；从第1年参与比赛的600人，到现在遍及世界的5万名青年工程师。赛场在不断的升级，同学们的技术在不断的迭代，热爱与梦想也在不断的汇聚。我们此刻依然坚持着初心，希望越来越多的青年工程师在这里通过自己的双手，在实践中收获成长，成为未来国家科技发展的坚实助力，并且能与每一位参与过、见证过机甲大师的你，秉持那一份不断追求、勇于探索的初心，将理想握在自己的手里。
不知道从什么时候开始，我赢下了一场场比赛。我曾想要的，似乎都实现了。然而，上一场还没结束，下一场就开始了。这样的奔跑，真的有意义吗？他们告诉我，要一直往前跑，不能停下来。他们告诉我，终点的领奖台很窄，容不下第2个人。但他们没有告诉我，当掌声和灯光散去，这个世界只剩我自己。这一次，我不想在迷雾中奔跑。这不是一场征服世界的旅程，而是一条不断点亮内心的道路。拨开迷雾，去看清自己。不相信边界，才能突破边界。让坚定的脚步迈入大地的辽阔，让自己的热爱成为更多人的热爱。去投入，去倾听，付出爱，送出掌声，内心会被点亮，世界就在眼前。那些他们没有告诉我的事，就是我一直想要的答案。
分，
成绩
GPA， 想创业，找个什么样的工作，你的排名下去，保研就轮不到你。
我妈让我考研。
天哪，我大一都干啥了？好像大一1年什么都没干似的，然后就觉得好失败呀，我感觉。
既然作为一个成年人，我应该去找到一件自己该去做的事儿。这件事不是别人说的，而是自己给自己的答案。
人如果没有梦想，跟咸鱼有什么区别？
每个男人心中都应该有一个机甲梦吧。
观众朋友们，欢迎回来。
The largest university level competition in the entire world.
エンジニアこそが世界で一番かっこいいとか。经常有什么问题，我都一脸懵逼的，这是啥意思呀？他说什么呢？这什么玩意儿啊？
画图也不会，装车也不会。
对，要让我做好心理准备。
就觉得自己突然过来有点突兀的感觉。
开会了。
今天的例会主要给
各个机械的，把你们的车待会搬上来。
进度现在拖了不止一点点。
这个零件有几个？
不能之后再说，这个事情已经出现很多次了。
今天也就和你们算一笔总账，大家有没有把这个队伍照顾住？
对自己要求怎么这么低呀？
我可能要花3天不睡觉，我才能把它做到，但是就是要做到。
自分の中で生活の多くを占めているのがロボットですね。
那段时间，差不多感觉整个人都要散架了。
压力很大，
一直都在质疑，
感觉很孤独，感觉说让队伍让大家给抛弃了。
父母也是不理解，觉得别的人都已经出去工作了，你为什么还在做这个比赛？但我每次都在说爸爸，我就想把这个事情做出来。
太想赢了，
但是今天输了，很不甘心呀。
输了，其实队友也要跟你一起背锅。因为你做的不好，然后队友也会很不好受。
当时整个队里来啊，该哭的哭，该伤心伤心，
真的感觉很心痛，你知道吗？
包括现在，其实有时候想起来都挺难释怀的。事情已经过去1年了。
前几届学长的希望都在我们身上，对吧？学校的荣誉也压在我们身上，对吧？输得起吗？比赛很残酷呀，
要拼一把。
我就想用我自己的方式去表达自己的感受，告诉人们什么是工程师。
自分が本当にやりたいことを突き詰めてやれるっていうところに魅力を感じて。我就那一刻，我看着外面，觉得啊，我好像真的属于这里。
最大的收获就是感觉能让我自己心无旁骛的去做一件事情。
我感觉那个时候就自己更像工程师。
I don't care whether they win. I care that they build things that work and they're in the competition.
We hope that he has chased his dreams
by doing what you love.
我觉得我对他那种喜欢就是一种对技术和对这种团队的一个执着，一个热爱。
All the effort you put in this team, I will make sure it turns into some kind of either credit hours on your academic work.
他们甘愿牺牲自己的东西来为这个团队。
所有人像兄弟一样。
我很庆幸我曾经加入了这么一支队伍，然后现在又带领了这么一支队伍，也很庆幸遇到了你们。
我们团队所有人的梦都是为那一个金灿灿的RoboMaster 奖。
恭喜你们！恭喜你们！恭喜你们！
即便不是同一个学校的同学，也要为他们加油呐喊，要为他们拿到冠军而开心。
能够来到RM的赛场，把你日夜辛苦赶工做出来的机器人展示在这上面，我觉得每一个对手就值得尊重。
做工程师一路上绝对不是风雨无阻的，他有一颗敢于创造的心，去影响、去撼动这个世界。
也就是我们在做大三的，可能就剩就是这2次参赛机会。
就算我们只有这1年，就算我们也只做了1年，
只要没到最后1秒，我就要做到最后。
去享受这个过程，然后不要忘记我们是为了什么在做这个比赛。
我们希望你们能走得更远。谢谢。
有没有时间？
哦，这是我的青春。
我觉得这和RM还挺像。同样的团队协作，同样的防守，同样的进攻。
角度怎么还行？是，飞得挺稳，轨迹飞眼的角度对的还可以。
它这个上面显示的就是飞机飞行的轨迹。
对，这是之前的轨迹了。啊。对，现在就按照这个轨迹。大家好，我是 DJI 的算法工程师 Carson 毛，也是雾3的定位算法模块负责人。当时第一次知道我要做雾3这个项目的时候，心里非常激动，也很惊喜，因为我在想，我第一次来大疆要做的第一个项目，竟然就是雾3这么酷、这么帅的一个系列的产品。记得我第一次看到雾3这个产品的时候，就是我们当时的一个小 demo 的时候，我就被它震撼到了，因为它的外形已经非常酷，然后就像一只展翅的雄鹰一样。当我第一次看到它变形的时候，就感觉这只鹰像活了一样，非常的帅。对我来说比较困难的一件事就是，在设计雾3这个产品的航点功能和轨迹复眼功能的时候，需要我们定位算法模块提供一个稳定的飞机的航向和我们的位置，这么一个需求。但是我们当时遇到的一个困难是在这个航点飞行这个模式下，和我们普通用户手拍的手动拍摄这个模式下，我们要提供的这个航向的准确性有一些冲突后来我们是经过了一些算法的重新设计和测试，然后最终把我们这个2个模式下对航向精度的要求都达到了我们想要预期的要求。最有自豪感的一点就是我们经过了比较长的研发周期和遇到的各种困难，最终我们都是把它克服，然后实现了我们最终想要的这种产品效果，然后做到了稳定的性能交付。走，吃饭。行。测试这个机器，可能他们也要负责去。就是我们专门有个部门去负责 飞机的，是来到 DJI 的 RMNA 会比其他同学要多一份熟悉感和亲切感。其实我们当时参赛的时候，其实每个同学和自己的研发的机器人都是形影不离的啊。然后我们来到这里工作的时候，其实也是每个人基本上人手一台机器，然后放在自己的工位旁边，然后不断的调试，不断的测试。对，其实跟我们在做比赛的时候差不多。现在参与到每一个项目中，就像我们之前在比赛的时候每一次上赛场一样，只不过当时我们面对的是赛场上的对手，而现在面对的是我们所有的用户。来2个月了，感觉怎么样？
大家好，我是牛景鹏，现在在大疆做算法工程师。我是去年通过 RM 专属招聘通道进入大疆的。
你知道这点啥吗？
我觉得参加 RM 的话，首先在技术上得到了一个非常大的锻炼，它给我们提供了一个学以致用的机会。然后除此之外呢，在非技术上，我们也学会了怎么去在一个团队里面找到自己的定位，去和自己的队友一起去技术攻关，去实现技术突破。参加 RM 呢，也让我认识了很多志同道合的朋友，他们也是我在这个比赛里面得到的非常重要的一笔财富。来到大疆之后呢，我觉得身边的同事都非常厉害，他们工作都很认真负责，专注于把自己负责的部分去做到最好，做到极致。来到 DJI 之后，我也发现身边的同事很多都是参加过 RM 比赛的伙伴，这样我觉得有回到赛场的感觉，和大家一起拼搏奋斗。
之前参赛的经验其实对我们现在的工作有很大的帮助，因为在当时做比赛的时候，我们整体从一个团队的人，从一个产品的想法，一直到它的一些设计方案，最终到设计方案的敲定，然后一直再到我们亲自动手把它实现出来，把它组装出来，然后最终到我们的调试，然后调试到一个我们想要的完美的性能。对，这个整个过程，其实在我们现在工作过程中，这个流程也是非常的相似的。然后之前的一些经验，包括一些合作的经验，包括一些遇到困难解决困难的经验，其实对我们现在工作来说都有非常大的帮助。
多年以来 ，Inspire 不断突破边界，在全球电影片场大放异彩。现在 ，Inspire 全面革新，再次刷新航拍工业标准。一体化 8K 空中电影机 DJI Inspire 3正式降临。
雾3发布之后，我的内心是非常激动又非常期待的，因为终于能把我们经过漫长的研发过程做出来这个产品，交给用户去使用，然后也看到网上很多用户的好评，然后看到他们说雾3的性能多么好，画质多么好，我就也是更加感觉非常自豪。也非常有幸能够参与到这个项目过程中，当然也非常期待后面能够看到用雾3拍出来的更多的好的影视作品，包括好的更美的画面。参加RM比赛这一年，给我最大的感触就是这不简简单单的是一个比赛在这个过程中，就像我们是真正的参与到了一个产品的研发过程每一次的上场，每一次的比赛，就像是我们的产品要受到用户的检验一样。
大家好，我是加碧，我现在 DJI 是做算法工程师，是在飞行系统定位相关的一些算法。对，然后我之前很早的时候， 大概在15年也参加过第1届的 RoboMaster 的比赛。我们可能面对的开发的项目的实体也不一样，比如说 RMNA 是可能我们更关注车，然后我们进到 DJI 过后是在飞行系统做的是飞机，但是具体的落地的产品不一样，但是竞赛带给我们更多的是一种团队合作的一个氛围，一个让自己怎么去和他人沟通，怎么去把控这个进度，一个对于项目对于做技术的一个态度，能够在比赛中我觉得能够带给我们真实的体验。
大家好，我是 RMNA， 我现在在 DJI 是一名算法工程师，然后我现在是景鹏的 mentor。因为我之前其实是有提前了解到他是通过我们 RMNA 那个渠道招聘进来的，在上手工作的过程中，我觉得他的一个速度是一个比较快的一个过程，在培养他的过程中，就是我其实几乎不需要特别多的那个去做特别详细的一些指导。景鹏在做这些那个测试的时候，就发现那个功能上面会有一些那个比较细小的问题，他都能够把这些问题那个认真的给它挑出来，然后去做一个逐个的一个优化。DJI 的这个飞机就是起飞的架次的话，可能非常的多。就是如果你就是只满足于比如说一个60%、70%、80%一个成功率的话，那么其实就是我们的飞机的话，就是故障率的话还会变得非常的高。就是所以说我们 DJI 就提倡一个那个积极进制，把一个东西给做到一个极致。但我感觉那个景鹏应该是一来就具备这样一个意识，我觉得这也是一个非常不错的一个点。
在 RoboMaster 这个环境里面锻炼的这个团队意识，就大家一起针对一个工作进行，或者说针对一个复杂的问题进行一些分工，然后把复杂的问题拆解成简单的问题。在实际的工作当中，我们无论是某个产品还是某个技术难题，它都是一个复杂的工作。然后我要负责做的事情，可能就是针对这些问题做一些分析，然后和我的小伙伴一起。和我的团队一起把它拆解成简单的问题，然后各个击破，按照一定的节奏去做产品的交付，或者技术的攻关，或者是一些质量的保障。
最近我发现，其实研究生的同学做 RM 可能更多的是把知识和实际的问题相结合。那这种把工程问题和研究成果，或者说我在学校里面学到的一些比较前沿的知识相结合解决具体问题的这种经验，其实在学校里面也比较难得。对，因为你像来大疆的时候，其实我们也是把前沿的技术做成我们的产品，然后卖给我们的客户。那这个技术怎么跟工程更好的结合起来，做成一个大家喜欢的产品？那这件事情其实更多的是靠你的工程能力。那工程能力的锻炼，其实在 RM 的比赛也好，在我们的这个夏令营也好，其实都是很棒的一个机会。
同学们，我想告诉你们的是就是当你们像我一样进入公司以后，仍然可能感受到现状和自己梦想的现实有一些落差。在这样的时候呢，其实我仍然希望你们保持对梦想的热爱和对梦想的追寻，因为世界终将是你们的，美好的未来也需要你们去实现。其实在这里我有个祝福其实我想祝福大家永远保持对世界的热爱与好奇，然后永远保持对让这个世界发生更美好改变的善良的初心。
蓝方的1号优秀机器人造成了一个击杀，并且获得了在中心增益点获得了2个血包。中心增益点是的，
是尽量的减少红方哨兵的血量。
是的，你们看见，是的，造成了一个双杀。比赛还剩5秒钟，3、2、1，让我们恭喜
南方获得
胜利。
好，恭喜我们的蓝方又一次拿下我们的1血。
是的，
机器人也在进行一个比较远程的一个攻击好，我们的红方的哨兵也已经被摧毁了。
我们的一个非常迅速的被解决掉了，可以看到我们南方哨兵的一个自主反击能力。
好的，我们的英雄机器人又来到了基地。
是的，
好，瞄准，发射。
2发、
3发、
4发、5发，还有500滴，还剩最后2发。 刻，今晚属于你们，属于你们华南农业大学。
我们回来了！然后这个攻势趋势非常的迅猛，又是我们的蓝方再次拿下人头。又被蓝方击杀了。这局比赛节奏是完全由蓝方掌控着。我们恭喜蓝方浙江大学哈喽的战队获得本局比赛的胜利。好的，经过这么长时间一个对峙，我们红方率先拿下1血，红方仍然是趁着这个势头乘胜追击，再次拿下人头。我们看到红方现在是
蓝方的哨兵的血量在大幅度下降，拿下双杀。
红方成功拿下蓝方的哨兵，这个马上对着基地就开始攻击。
我们可以看见蓝方的基地在快速掉血，马上将被摧毁。
但是还有一点点，好的，让我们恭喜红方中国矿业大学酷乐战队获得本次比赛的冠军。
哨兵机器人是已经冲出了自己，直接对敌方机器人进攻是直接击杀了对方3号步兵机器人这个哨兵机器人冲至基地是我们这个分局大第一次看到。
现在红方已经来到蓝方的基地，正在对蓝方的基地进行输出。那么蓝方会选择回来防守吗？还是蓝方选择继续对红方的基地进攻？正在进行一个换家操作，现在比的就是看谁射得更快。
我们可以看到我们的蓝方这边呢是2台3号步兵机器人是对我们的这个基地进行一个猛烈的进攻。虽然我们的基地血量不及对面，但是我们这个基地的血量掉的是非常快我们的蓝方这边的反应也是非常快直接是一个人过来守家，一个人过去偷家我们可以发现，我们蓝方这边是发现了对面是只有一个3号步兵机器人可以进行这个换家一个操作。4号步兵机器人好像是已经在我们自己家的这边徘徊了很久了。
是非常可惜，因为蓝方的2个步兵血量还是很健康，现在正在对我们红方基地进行不断输出，还剩最后215点。
恭喜我们的蓝方获得第2局的胜利
比赛开始，这是 BO2 的第2场，由红方 TDT 战队对战我们的蓝方 Iris 战队。
好的，双方哨兵依旧采取一个前压，红方东北大学哨兵卡住了，这是蓝方的一次机会来看双方在中场进行了一波平衡步兵的9击为1。
是的，
蓝方3号步兵的掉血速度也不慢，那么双方正在进行火拼。
蓝方的1号银石机人白
蓝方3号步兵要被击杀，恭喜东北大学哨兵拿下1血。
机器人都有一个等级的压制，这对蓝方来说并不是好消息。
秒杀了蓝方的1号英雄，并且对3号步兵也展开进攻。
是的，可以看到他们现在进攻非常猛烈，直接将我们的蓝方第3步击变成非常漂亮的双杀，击打非常的准。背后的1分2发，1发2发，非常的打在我们的心上。
还没有，比赛还没结束，恭喜东北大学拿下本场胜利。
我要挑战一下。
这个比赛远没有我们想的那么简单，它要求我们去有一颗真正的工程师的心。
大的梦想吧，也谈不上当一个实在的一个工程师。
这个比赛就是为我而生的，我想做不一样的工程师。
我的梦想是当一个出色的工程师。我觉得就是出色和优秀不一样。
有的时候也可能是一种执念，就是想尽力去把这个东西去做好。
你会发现他眼睛当中都是闪光的。这个里面可能这个机器人做的不是那么完美，但是每一步都渗透着他所有的心血和他的那种对未来的期待。
会时不时的怀疑自己，感觉很孤独。
你说对面上面都闭嘴！
人们都追寻过你，都曾把你当作唯一，最后却无能为力。
我决定，我只要把我自己能做的我都做了，即使到最后，输得很惨，我也很认可这个事。
很多队伍其实他们的努力都值得尊重，即使你输了也好，胜了也好。
我觉得我们队的最大的特点就是从没放弃过。我要带着我的队伍取得最好的成绩，用最大的能力。
不太希望大家在机器人队这一年学到的只是技术，那么我觉得他学的不够。
我也希望他们能够遵循自己内心，去做自己想做的事情，就像我选择的一样，选择做 RoboMaster 是让我一辈子难忘的事情。我也希望他们会有这么美好的回忆。
RM 这个比赛，它让我们明白什么叫团队。
很自豪我是自己的队伍，因为这个对我自豪。
所有人像兄弟一样去完成这个备赛，挺酷的。
计算代价，为了你可以纵身无敌悬崖，想跳个更像一个笑话。也许我很傻，但我不会怕。我知道，只有不断出发，才能够击碎你曾经的步伐，就算是海角之天涯，心思变白发，只等着你回答。我愿意啊。
我们有同样的时间，但是我们选择来到这里。其实我也很感谢大家，因为拥有同样时间的你，选择了当一个机器人工程师，选择当这个队伍的一员。
这个纸也好，或者是最后这个冠军也好，它只是一时的，它能改变这一个人，或能改变一批人，才是这个比赛的真正意义。
它可以自主的建模和导航。然后它的云台设计除了比较常见的一个大药斗的一个结构和一个 pitch 轴的结构，它还有一个小药斗的结构。然后它的作用是能够让在自瞄的时候，它的结构相对轻量化，然后它就可以去更快的扫描到一定范围内的敌人。
一方面，我们这个平衡车在建模物理建模的时候就考虑把2条腿同时考虑进来，这样是一个更加直观的模型，并且呢，它的在不同情况下的应对不同复杂的环境的话就更加稳定。第二点就是我们借鉴了 MPC 的思想，对它的状态进行一个预测，这样子在它遇到某种突发情况，比如说打滑，比如说踩到小弹丸的时候，它能够自发的进行一个校正。
而且红色方的上海交通大学已经开始对对方的前哨站进行调色了，效率非常之高。
哇，直接是一波推掉对方前哨站
，30秒钟的时间。
这个自定义控制器内置 IMU 传感器，由 IMU 传感器采集腰皮肌肉这些欧拉角的变化，然后通过图传链路发送给我们的机器人的上层主板，然后通过这些数据来进行操作。
这一个就是我们的哨兵机器人，它跟普通的步兵最大的一个区别就是它在这两边有一个激光雷达，然后它这个是一个2维的激光雷达，它的基本的原理就是激光测距，然后激光测距不断的测量出这一个2维平面上所有障碍物的距离，以此来构建一个地图，然后再在这个地图上面进行导航以及定位。而我们为什么会选择把它放在这个舵上呢？主要就是因为当车身倾斜的时候，激光雷达是相对保持平稳的。另一个的话就是往年在使用2维激光雷达的时候是跑那个开源的算法，今年是相当于把原本的定位方案重新推导、重新做了一遍，用激光雷达跟地图的数据进行匹配，来重新实现了一遍它的定位的功能。同时，对它的传感器的利用也是做了比较多的改进。我们现在是用了它慢滤波，把里程计和 IMU 和激光雷达通过匹配得到一个坐标信息来做融合。当它有其中一个传感器出现问题的时候，它还能够相对来说比较正常的运动，就是它起码能够回到自己的家里面。
一聊到技术的时候，我会整个人会比较的兴奋起来，或者说是更想要去表达。
为什么慢了这么多？刚刚我们现在有初始化吗？切中二板的时候。
其实这一台哨兵机器人是由我们几届的学长3年来一起努力、一起进步，才得到了现在的一个效果。
原来，早在2020年底 ，RM 在规则上就发布了自动步兵这一新兵种。不过，因为是选做机器人，大多数战队并没有进行研发。但从那时开始，华农 Taurus 战队就为此成立了导航组。
我叫吴根谦，是21年华农 Taurus 战队导航组的组长。从21年开始，我们就开始着手研究这个自动步兵的自主导航系统，能够从一个点跑到另一个点。22年的时候，就由22年的一个组长梁乐斌跟国豪他们2个人去做这个定位系统的改进，把定位系统提升到一个比较好的精度，在这个基础上再把规划还有决策这部分做得比较好。最终23年能够上场，其实就是我们的哨兵机器人已经是迭代了可以说是几个版本的一个效果了，所 所以它会有一个比较好的表现。
所以其实我当时是觉得非常期待能有一台全自动步兵能够上赛场，能够实现这一些功能的。只是当时其实没有想到这一等就是3年。
哦，没碰到。
如果将时光幻化成碎片，当抉择的齿轮转动的那一刻，这些坚持便会自动形成一个时间轴。当我们回首这3年的研发之路，才发现唯有热爱可抵岁月漫长。
我觉得未来是一个人工智能的时代，但是它可能会需要比较长的一段时间。全自动的机器人跟有操作手的机器人，至少在比较长的一段时间，它还是有比较大的差距的。但是我觉得这种全自动的机器人，它是可能是未来的一个发展的趋势吧。也随着最近大模型等的一些人工智能模型出现，这也是会是未来的一个热点吧。同时我自己也是非常的想看到这一类全自动的机器人能够进入到我们的生活里面。
中间是做创业的了。做创业这一块的话，你就可以看到
这是一个带3轴位移台的一个大视野高分辨显微镜，然后 XYZ 的位移台呢，它可以移动它的平面的位置 ，Z 轴位移台呢可以实现它的自动对焦，然后使图像能够更加清晰，减少人为的操作。然后下面有一个灯板，它这个是一个 LED 的阵列光源，它提供一个多角度的信息去照射这个样品，然后我们将这个多角度的图像呢去进行融合，就可以得到更加清晰的图像。
因为这台机器的话，就是当时整个这个机械结构设计的话，也是我们自己 RM 战队的学生就是完全就把它设计出来的。
这个是我们现在这个赛季我们要打算用这个3D 的雷达嘛，然后我们就用一个 Meet 360按到这辆车上来进行一个自动循迹的一个测试。
我们来说，我们队伍坚持到现在，大部分还是同学们之间的兴趣和学长之间的传承。就是一方面，这个比赛本身是好玩的，是有意义的，是有作用的，那么自然会有同学来参加。那么除此之外，就是一届一届打完的学长会看着你的眼睛对你说，明年就交给你了，你一定要好好打呀，我们今年没打进去，你们可一定要打进去啊。不管是好是坏，是上压力还是真是有积极作用，但是确实有这么个事情，所有人，你上面的所有人希望你做好今年的事情，这个肯定有一部分。我们平台其实这么多年还是因为有老师的坚持，因为确实这个竞赛还是比较需要蛮多资源的，所以老师的坚持也是我们的一部分。
以 RM 来讲的话，如果它只是
坚持1年的话，因为这个确实有这样的情况，你纳新第1年是最多的，那1年的话，他可能就是收获了一点基本的工程实践能力。但有些学生走到了这个赛场，他坚持到了最后，那在大2这个阶段，你是能就是他只要是把这个完整的赛季走下来，那你就会感觉他在整个这个认知是非常非常完整的，整个实践是非常完整的。在团队协作方面，也会明显的就是感觉到特别大的提升。在大3这个阶段，有一些同学还会留下来做，那你就会发现他有一些领导力，有一些倡导的这种能力。还有大4的同学，他会把一些毕业设计融入到咱们这个机器人竞赛当中呢，那你就会发现他其实就是说他能提出一个新的算法，他可以是发自内心，而且这种是没有压力的，他是自己去主动的去朝着某个感兴趣的，我觉得这个方向我可以优化一下，做更好一下，那他可能会产出一些相应的一些学术成果。但是我想强调的是，这些是自然而然发生的。其实我特别反对，就是说我们为了什么功利去培养学生，基于结果化或怎么样。虽然我们最后的结果是可能呈现出来是真的很好，但是在跟学生来做这件事情的时候，就是我们要把它做完整了，我们是把这些问题解决了。至于说它产生的成果以及你看到的成长，你会发现不同的人有不同的成长，它都会有不同的闪光点，但是都是自然而然产生的。
对的，是南方再次激活大能量机关，创造了纪录。
我们的打符逻辑主要可分为2部分，在我们解算过程中，我们会提取我们能量机关的需要击打对象，也就是它的箭头指示部分，然后我们会对箭头和装甲板进行一个特征提取，以解算出我们需要击打的点的位置。在第一部分侦查的过程中，我们会把我们需要击打中心点的坐标解算出来，存储在数据中，并判断我们此时的模式是静止符、小符还是大符模式。如果进入大符模式，我们采用的是一个最小2乘的拟合算法，得到一个我们需要击打的一个预测的角度。然后得到预测角度之后呢，然后我们就会通过一系列的坐标变化，然后得到枪口坐标的需要转动的 pitch 和要，从而达到击打符文的目的。
前后各用了2个涡轮涡杆，利用它的这种自锁性能，然后让它去用4条腿一共去承受整个工程车的重量。通过蹬倒的这个动作，可以说更高效的取到对面的3个框，这样我们的理想是可以取到对面的框和我们的3个引框，一起是6个框。
它是安装了一个激光测距的装置，然后在它的那个底盘那个位置，然后我们有个自动跳跃模式，开启这个自动跳跃模式之后，然后主动靠近台阶，它就会自动算距离，然后自动在合适的位置起跳，然后完成一整个跳跃工作全是自动完成，然后跳跃完成之后就会退出模式。
比较特殊的是在去年寒假，因为一些原因，所以我们队伍提前放假回家，然后我个人就把平衡步兵的初代版通过邮寄的方式带回家里调，在家里的近2个星期内，这个平衡步兵由一个还没有任何功能到一个完全站立和能够顺地流畅的移动，以及能够实现一些小的跳跃和一些稍微复杂的功能。
在19年的老RM实战第1台全下的路，然后它 它在19年的时候就是被我们一个学长给设计出来的。就现在这一版是经过迭代和那个不断优化，然后才变成这样的。当时设计出来之后呢，在我们南梦消音战队第一次打进国赛，然后还打到了8强，然后非常的强大。
初心高于生活后面还有一句话叫成长胜于输赢吧。我其实对于这句话的感受是更深的就从我个人来说吧，当然从什么都不会到一步一步跟着队伍一路走过来，真的说实话，在这里面成长经历了特别多的东西。然后那颗初心的话，怎么说呢？我觉得也是永远没有改变的吧。就是你不断的去面对不同的挑战，然后你不断的尝试去解决它，然后你一步一步的成长起来。我觉得这是这个比赛带给我们最大的意义。初心高于胜负成长胜于输赢。
怎么穿着华南虎的衣服？
我说我不是你今天没在群里说官方要来啊？我还选了呢。我说今天穿件黑的。
通过了3次迭代，就是我们现在的平衡步兵。
我们是把这个机器人简化成一个模型，就是它是一个弹簧加一个质量块。这样子的话，我们就研究这个弹簧它的固有频率之类的象性来进行控制，对这个它会分阶段进行建模，来获得每个阶段该执行的策略。
遍布4大洲，数百支高校战队报名，8700余小时研发时长，超过35000名青年工程师参与。这就是 RoboMaster 机甲大师超级对抗赛。RoboMaster 机甲大师超级对抗赛是专为全球科技爱好者打造的机器人竞技与学术交流平台，是机甲大师系列赛事中规模最大、参与人数最多的比赛。每年5至8月，近200支参赛队通过区域赛、复活赛层层选拔，决出的32强战队进入全国赛，争夺总冠军奖杯。
5、4、3、2、1，比赛开始。好的。
作为全球首个对抗类机器人比赛，RoboMaster 机甲大师超级对抗赛采取机器和人为操作相结合的方式。红蓝对抗双方通过操控各自研发的7种不同的机器人进行射击对抗，以击溃对方基地为终极目标。
应该要带走了。恭喜我们的
每局比赛7分钟，比赛结束时，基地剩余血量高的一方获得胜利。极具观赏性的比赛过程，得益于大疆自主研发的官方赛事系统。从机器人与场地的交互，细到每一颗弹丸击打所造成的血量伤害，在确保公平公正的同时，让比赛更加好看。每支参赛队伍投入数十名研发和运营人力，进行长达1年的备战。参加比赛不仅可以对机器视觉、嵌入式系统设计、人机交互等众多机器人相关学科有创新性的实践，同时还能够培养团队协作、项目管理等综合能力。
RM 对于我们来说是一个最大的舞台，让我们展现给不了解技术的人，让他们知道技术很酷，机器人很酷，工程师也很酷。
在 RoboMaster 这个科技竞技场里，年轻的科技怪咖们被塑造成明星，粉丝们可以看到全程比赛的现场直播，选手们不同阶段的准备日常被拍成了纪录片，还有热播的同名原创动画作品。高人气的选手甚至会获邀参与真人秀节目。
实际上，作为机器人的人才，我们在他的培养目标上，首先把它定位成一个复合型的人才。因为机器人的技术，它是一个集机械、制造、控制、计算机多学科应用的一个综合体。
通过举办这场比赛，让每一位参与 RoboMaster 的青年工程师都能够成为拥有实干精神的梦想家，从而推动整个机器人行业的技术发展。 极致者可敬，创新者无畏。未来，这些从赛场走出的青年工程师，能否借助科技创新的力量来改变我们的生活呢？时间会给出答案。
大疆的梦想起源于对天空和飞翔的向往。我们把自己的总部大楼命名为天空之城，它象征着一座精神家园，也是大疆人全新的梦想基地。
我第一次听到天空之城这个名字，就让我联想到我和 Frank 都非常熟悉的宫崎骏的《天空之城》这个动画。它可能代表的是一种非常有人情味的一个科幻，它也象征了大疆对着天空的向往。可能前几个比较早期的方案，从我们一些堆叠的积木方案，都有这种和天空的联系，也都有这种悬浮或者漂浮的感觉。我想这个建筑结构最大的特点就是它的悬挑系统，这是一个为大疆量身定制的一个空间系统。
这种悬挑系统的结构设计非常难实现，落地的核心筒需要承担所有的荷载，因此我们采用了钢结构支撑加强的设计。考虑到悬浮的体块最大挑出21.5米，我们在其顶部设置了悬挂横架，令它可以安全地附着于核心筒上。
从最上面的这些试飞空间，让同事们能够灵活地去测试、创造，到下面悬挑或者吊着的这些办公空间，非常的灵活通透。
值得一提的是，我们打造了一座轻盈的高空联桥。抛物线的几何形态、拉锁节点等，都有很多设计细节。我们还通过设置导流孔、透风栏杆等方式，确保了桥梁的分振稳定，最终呈现了独特的联桥形态。
这个联桥连接了塔楼与塔楼，也连接了人与人，也是从一个以人为本、连接自然的一个出发点。
这种理念也体现在大堂的设计上，你能够看到它的自然、简约、通透，它没有任何额外的装饰，更像是一个博物馆或者是美术馆。
我们在体块之间也穿插了几个空中花园，让我们的员工有更多亲近自然的机会，能够接近阳光，能够摸到植物，能够在这工作休息，也提供了更多元化的一些空间让员工来选择。
我们在这里创造了一个好的工作环境、生活环境，对城市也是友善的，因为我们把这个广场的空间开放了给城市，这我想是大疆给这个城市最大的一个礼物。
It's a building about a vision, it's innovation, it's futuristic, it's humanistic, it's about all the desirable qualities of progress. It's truly exciting.
大疆天空之城建造历时6年，感谢见证它一路走来的所有人。天空之城的故事才刚刚开始，未来将由每一位大疆人共同书写。
每个人对飞行都拥有想象与渴望。现在，
所有人都有机会开启飞行旅程，唤醒梦想，发现新的热爱。这就是 DJI Avata。新一代 DJI Goggles 2，更小、更轻、更舒适，能带你瞬间升空，并且支持屈光度调节，让你全然沉浸在飞行快感中。无论你是飞行新手还是资深玩家 ，DJI 穿越摇杆都能带给你人机合一的体验。连接后即可飞行，扣动扳机，一往无前。转动手腕 ，Avata 随之转向，指哪飞哪，飞行就这么简单。每一次飞行都能收获超高画质影像。一体化的相机系统搭载更强大的传感器，155度超广视角带来充满张力的视觉效果。使用 4K 超高分辨率拍出高品质画面，或用高达120 FPS 的震撼慢动作视频冻结时间。开启超强增稳，即使拍摄俯冲的运动镜头，也能保持画面流畅稳定。还有地平线增稳，让你稳稳拿下动感画面。DJI Avata， 轻巧灵动。还自带桨叶保护罩，在狭小空间中穿梭时更有底气。当 Avata 触碰到物体时，它会弹开，并保持原有高度，随后还能继续飞行。只需按下急停键，飞行器即可悬停空中。在你准备好的时候，再次出发。如果 Avata 反转触地，你可以激活反乌龟模式，它将自主翻转归位，继续飞行。为了进一步提升安全性， Avata 配备了下视障碍物感应和自动返航功能，每一次飞行都有可靠守护。DJI 旗舰级 O3 加图传带来高清的实时画面和超乎想象的低延时。凭借18分钟的持久续航和远达10公里的图传距离，你可以飞往更远的地方，自由探索，释放想象，实现梦想。只管放胆去飞 ，DJI Avata。
多年以来 ，Inspire 不断突破边界，在全球电影片场大放异彩。现在 ，Inspire 全面革新，再次刷新航拍工业标准，一体化8K 空中电影机 DJI Inspire 3正式降临。Inspire 3采用一体化流线型设计，工业美学与飞行性能完美结合。全新超广角暗光飞行相机为飞手量身打造，拥有大光圈和超广视野，感光能力大幅提升。
The FPV camera on the Inspire 3 is absolutely phenomenal. The picture quality is exceptional with a very low latency in the video, which allows the pilot to fly very precisely through small areas.
得益于性能强劲的动力系统 ，Inspire 3的水平飞行速度可达94公里每小时，斜下降速度提升至10米每秒。全新 TB51电池的重量和体积均较上一代大幅优化，不仅带来28分钟最长飞行时间，且支持快充和热替换。作为影视级航拍无人机 ，Inspire 3仍可在狭窄空间内安全飞行。它配备 DJI 最先进的全向态式感知系统和全新自定义避障功能，
飞手可进行更加丰富的设置，包括避障方向、避障距离等。避障状态还可在全新距离感知雷达图上直观显示。不仅如此 ，Inspire 3机身内置前后双 RTK 天线，可实现强大的定向能力，进一步提高飞行精度，并极大减少指南针校准频率。RTK 定位天线支持3类全球定位系统，借助网络 RTK 或低 RTK2 移动站，可以轻松实现厘米级的定位精度。
The Inspire, when we're flying today, has the new RTK that has centimeter accuracy that you could fly paths and go through obstacles that were just impossible to do before.
凭借厘米级 RTK 定位技术，航点飞行 Pro 的航线规划与任务执行也更加精准。其中，轨迹复眼模式作为传统航点飞行功能的升级版本，不仅支持更多专业设置。还可让 Inspire 3沿规划的航线更精准地完成自主飞行和拍摄。使用 3D 轨道模式，则能模拟索道、轨道的拍摄效果。摄影师可设计一条虚拟的空中轨道，并手动控制 Inspire 3在虚拟轨道上来回飞行。
I mean, with the precise movements of the waypoint, I mean, you can do shots that you could never do before that were just impossible. I mean, today we did almost a 13-point waypoint move, and it was just seamless. Wrapping around someone, taking off, and then landing in an impossible position, inches away from things, and it was just dead on.
在大多数航拍镜头中，无人机常聚焦在单个主体进行拍摄。聚焦 Pro 的升级让此类拍摄更加简单高效。云台相机可自动锁定主体，此时飞手仍可手动控制飞行航线。
I love that they adopted Spotlight Pro for the Inspire 3. It lets me focus entirely on the flight, while the gimbal just stays locked on the subject, so I can get these really complex shots, even if I'm just shooting solo.
Inspire 3配备电影级影像系统，搭载全新 X9 8K Air 云台相机，配备全画幅传感器。可直接内录全画幅 8K ProRes RAW 和 Cinema DNG 视频，以及 4K 120帧全画幅慢动作视频，满足顶级影视项目的规格要求。X9 8K Air 支持800和4000两档原生 EI， 并覆盖超过14档动态范围，能充分还原复杂光线下的明暗细节。
We have a dual native ISO, which means it can now shoot in low light really well, and then full frame sensor is now making the camera better than the majority of cameras out there already. So it's going to be comparable to a lot of high-end cinema cameras.
X9 不仅拥有超高水准的画质表现 ，DJI 电影色彩系统的运用也让它拥有卓越的色彩表现。
Working with this camera on the color side was very seamless. You can see all the highlight detail in the skies, and also you can see all of the shadow detail in the clothes. And usually we only see that with the very best of the professional cameras out there.
为了给摄影指导提供更多创意空间 ，DJI 新增 DL 18毫米 f2.8 超广角镜头，后续还将推出长焦镜头。配合原有全画幅定焦镜头，组成一套专为航拍打造的电影镜头组。Inspire 3全新的仰拍模式能带来更多创意拍摄角度。当起落架在下时，云台相机可进行最大80度无遮挡仰拍，彰显视觉张力。作为影视级航拍无人机 ，Inspire 3可和片场各部门实现紧密配合。支持10码同步功能 ，DJI RC Plus 遥控器，自带7英寸高亮监视器，亮度高达1200尼特。当内外置电池组合使用时，最长可提供6小时续航时间，并支持电池热替换。同时，影视级 O3 Pro 图传进一步提高了多人协同拍摄效率。飞手和云台手可在片场不同位置独立接收图传信号。飞行相机和云台相机均支持 1080p 60帧稳定图像传输，传输距离远达15公里。Inspire 3可在一定距离内实现 4K 30帧超高清图像传输，满足导演监看和现场直播要求。
在城市楼宇等强干扰环境中 ，Inspire 3可安装 DJI Cellular 模块，借助4G 网络确保图传稳定性。除了连接2台 RC Plus 外，Inspire 3还可与1台 RC Plus 与1台图传高亮监视器配对使用。此时，高亮监视器作为 DJI 专业生态系统的传输中枢，可与 Ronin 4D 控制手柄、DJI 大石摇轮等组合使用。将 DJI 3通道跟焦器连接 RC Plus 后，焦点员还可在片场进行远距离的焦点控制和光圈调整。Inspire 3带来众多革命性升级，全新电影航拍与空间智能时代即将开启。
Yeah, we've been waiting for the Inspire 3 for a long time. It's finally here, and it's as good as you wish it could be.
After today and just seeing what it could do, I have, great confidence I can show any of the directors I'm working with new possibilities of new shots that we haven't been able to do before. I feel with this new precision that I can get shots that are supremely accurate.
This drone will improve our daily work in ways it's hard to even understand yet. And maybe the most important part, the image quality is unlike anything we've ever seen on a fully integrated drone.
I have a feature coming up, and there's some shots that I'm pretty excited about that I can get with this new i3.
我们设计 Inspire 3的初衷，是为全球飞手、电影人、摄影师开启新的创作天地，用 Inspire 3拍出永恒之作，探索见所未见的新宇宙。轻便的相机云台备受创作者的青睐，但便携与专业性能往往难以兼得。如今，一切都将改变。这就是 DJI RS3 Mini， 全新轻量型旅拍稳定器，启迪你的光影灵感。RS3 Mini 的机身仅重795克，重量和尺寸都仅为 RS3 Pro 的一半，可轻松实现单手操作，灵活超乎想象。全新双层快装板采用挡边设计，进一步牢牢固定相机，让你放胆去创作。
它还内置蓝牙控制功能，可以通过机身快门键直接启停相机录制，精彩来袭快速捕捉。搭配符合人体工学的前置波轮，你还能直接控制镜头的光学变焦或数字变焦，从此告别线缆束缚。RS3 Mini 拥有同类产品中最强劲的负载能力，创作者们常用的相机和镜头组合，它都能轻松承载。得益于最新的 RS 第3代增稳算法，它能帮你捕获纯手持相机难以实现的稳定画面。RS3 Mini 无需额外配件，就能快速切换为原生竖拍形态，短视频创作更加便捷，还能实现与横拍模式完全相同的操控体验。1.4英寸彩色触屏、NATO 拓展接口等备受喜爱的功能，在 RS3 Mini 上也都是标配。满电状态下，续航时间长达10小时，全天拍摄不再间断，灵感一路随行，创作独当一面，好戏一手在握。带上 RS3 Mini， 一路轻装简行。
就班的按照自己的节奏，
但是重新建立了回来。
对，
再中哇！
现在蓝方的这样一个劣势，
再中第3发。
我是来自湖北工业大学21制造体系自动化的谭志康。我其实是从高中的时候就了解到了 RM 这个比赛。然后我报的湖北工业大学也是因为我了解到这个学校有能打这个比赛的队伍，因为大学对我来说是一种全新的开始，是我当时所处的不同层面的我的向往，所以说我需要一种东西去让我的热爱得到发挥。而且我觉得我们实验室的口号特别应和了我高中的想法，热爱我的热爱，不管是热爱还是责任感，我都觉得我在大学4年，我应该要把这个比赛打好。我觉得这是对我的一种挑战，也是一种热爱。
我叫林鹏飞，来自中南大学 FIT 机器人战队，是 FIT 战队的队长。我主要负责是步兵和工程的机械，从15年到现在了，应该是时间最长的那一批，就是从第1年开始一直打到了今年。我们有一个历届队长队员群，15年到现在学长学姐都在里面。像我们这次在长沙办比赛，就有好多学长都回来看了。当然是希望他们能够踩着我们走过的路往前走远一步吧。而且新一代的队员。更有激情，然后潜力也更大。
我是5一大学 IMJ 今年的队长。
And welcome back to RoboMaster Colorado. My name is Isaac. I'm the former captain of the CU Robotics team. And with me is Amelia. Could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Amelia. I used to be on AREDUB. I was their president 2022, so I'm back as an alumni, watching the teams and having a great time.
Amazing. And it's not a coincidence that we have 2 former captains commentating a match between our former teams. This is going to be a big one. So for some context for our audience, these 2 teams University of Washington and University of Colorado are in the same group. There's only 2 teams that can make it through a group into the elimination stage. University of Washington has crushed it. They're already through. But the University of Colorado is at risk. They lost a single round against Rose-Hulman, which puts them at risk of losing and getting out of the tournament before the second to last day.
Yes, I've heard from many people, possibly one of the biggest upsets of the weekend.
Oh, yeah. It was an amazing match. And so now CU has to prove themselves. In order to make it through to the elimination match, they have to do something. And so they have to at least not get completely crushed by the University of Washington. And that's no small feat.
If I'm remembering correctly, they need to make sure that they make over 50 damage, I believe, on the base.
There's a certain number, yeah.
Yes.
Nobody can agree on what that number is. I've heard 45, I've heard 15.
so many numbers. All we know is it's not that big of a number.
Yeah, they have to do something. Something
For
to the base.
For context, it's around 1 hit from a hero. Plus or minus a few around there, but not that many hits on that base, not including that shield, though. So that does mean getting through the sentry or getting through that buffer on the base.
Yep. So what we can expect to see here are 2 teams that are attempting to play in a little bit of a different fashion than we've seen before. They're not necessarily trying to win. They're trying to reach a very specific objective.
Yes, yeah.
That's different from each other. So.
Yeah, no, because one of the great things about this is just because of how it is set up, it doesn't matter so much about who actually wins this match, so much as what happens during the match.
Yep.
Like, it could still be that CU completely annihilates UW. That doesn't actually have context for further games past this group.
Yep. Yeah. And the reason this is so important is because CU is a lot better this year than they have been in the past years. And so they do pose a threat in the future. And so that's why UW wants to get them out of the tournament as fast as possible, just so that they don't have to worry about another good team and can have a bit of an easier time towards victory.
Yes, yeah, definitely would reduce the stress on the team.
Absolutely.
One thing to note, though, is that CU has been having some reliability issues in terms of robots working during the matches.
Yep.
So something we'll keep an eye out for in this match is making sure that those robots are moving, shooting, doing their thing.
Yeah.
We want to see them working. Like, the most exciting matches we can get are when all those robots are functioning correctly. So reliability is such a huge part of this game.
Yeah. Yeah, CU has been struggling with some reliability, and so that is actually the reason why they are in this sort of precarious situation.
Yes, yeah.
So it's sort of a redemption arc here if they can put it together and, come back.
Yeah, no, so I think one of the reasons that we see UW do so well in these years is because of that reliability of the robots. Like, sometimes when you're looking at those early matches, UW may not be doing as well. But one of the great things is because their robots are staying together, as other teams' robots are kind of failing sometimes in reliability, that extra buffer with UW really plays off in the end.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And UW is a 3-time RoboMaster North America champion, all in a row, searching for the 4th year, trying to win the first ever physical trophy that we've ever given out.
There was a physical trophy in the first RMNA.
There was. What was it?
It was a mini version of the RMUC fist.
Okay.
It was like 4 inches tall. It was great. There's a photo of all of us holding it, despite it being tiny. But
nice.
Yeah, so right now
we've got something
it
a
sits in
little
our lab.
bigger. Maybe.
Yeah. No, I'd definitely say that one is a nicer quality trophy than we got.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can make a push to try and win that again.
It would sit in pride of place right next to that other one we had if we were able to get it.
Yep.
Obviously, there's a lot of matches between today and the final. I mean, obviously, as an AREW alum, I'm very much rooting for them to get there.
As am I for CU.
Yes. But yeah, no. So definitely, this weekend has been truly exciting. I think one of the best things about coming back is just seeing how much all of the teams have really grown. Not just being able to see the growth of my own team, but looking at how many teams we have in the competition this year. Both that and the quality of the teams. We have so many teams, especially first-year teams as well. I'm specifically thinking of Simon Fraser's team that are doing really well. First, second-year teams. So we're really seeing the competition get more exciting every single year. Like, one of the great things about teams improving is that this in-person daily competition is getting so much better. Because for context, these teams are working throughout the entire school year. So even teams that you're seeing that you may see and you're not doing so well in the competition, that doesn't mean that they haven't put in so much hard work. Like, these teams are putting in hours and hours of work over the course of the entire year between the competitions. But that's one of the special things about this competition. It comes down to these final matches. Even if you have put in all that work, it really comes down to working on the day and in those couple minutes of the match.
An entire year of work boiled down to 5 minutes.
Yes, yeah.
We'll see how it goes. And here come the teams on the field. We've got UW and CU. If you're rooting for UW to win, let me hear some noise. And if you want CU to win, make some noise. Let's go, Buffs.
Wow, they were both very loud.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of support. Actually, I think this is the biggest crowd I've seen for any of the matches yet.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of teams are really looking at this match because it could be a huge upset depending on the outcome. As we were mentioning earlier, depending on certain point features during the game, one of our newer teams, which is Rose Holman, might actually make it past the group stage and CU may be out. One of the reasons this is such a big upset is that CU is one of our more established and competent teams in that they are spending this time, like, they've been improving so much every year, and coming into this year, they are definitely one of the forefronts.
Yeah, and so to be eliminated so early would be quite a shock.
It would be a shock for all. It would both be disappointing from the Colorado side, but also it would be so amazing to see one of our newer teams making that jump.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't had many, post-COVID teams make it very far, so big things to come. But, so CU is on the blue side. They're setting up all their robots. UW is on the red side, filling them in. UW has some very nice advanced technology from Advanced Robotics at University of Washington that I like to call note cards.
They're quite wonderful. The last time I saw them, they are some nice foam poster board and zip ties. They're super advanced.
That's very advanced.
Best engineering in the competition, I'd say.
Yeah, that might be the secret to their success because they use these note cards to tell their drivers what to do during a status check.
Yeah, so they have various things on them, testing different systems on the robot, so that driver, pilot in their pilot booth can make sure that all their systems are functioning. If not, those engineers on the field are able to hopefully fix it before the match starts.
Yeah.
You might have just seen there, but one of the UW robots just gave a little nod of approval. That's one of my favorite things, is seeing these robots almost interacting on their own. They become an entity of themselves, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here we're just looking at AR UW, setting up their sentry there. So AR UW sentry, we've seen it fire. It fires really great. We haven't seen it move around yet. This is in contrast to CU's, which has been one of the sentries that's able to move across the field. It has done a great job of getting around, moving around, which is a big challenge. If you haven't watched this competition before, the sentry, which is that robot in each box, is fully autonomous. So it is making all the decisions on its own. Yep. It's aiming at those plates and firing all on its own.
Everything you see, there's no human involved, whereas the other robots, there are drivers in a room adjacent to the field driving them through a camera. So,
all right, we're starting in 3, 2. Oh no, never mind. Apologies.
We're getting ready to start. Referee systems are initializing. Referees are getting out of the field. Getting ready for our first match, our very important match between the University of Colorado Boulder and the University of Washington. In 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's get it started. Wonderful. The CU Sentry is moving. Both robots from the University of Washington side are over the bump and into the reload zone. The hero robot from the side of the CU is standing still, not doing anything in its zone.
All right, so we're seeing the UW robots maybe starting to move up there. One of the things that UW has this year is capacitor banks, which let them go really fast. Oh, the CU hero is down.
The CU hero goes down from a long-range shot from the University of Washington, taking him out from across the map. The CU Sentry is going to see the standard from University of Washington.
So unlike previous games, we're seeing the CU Sentry taking a bit of a defensive approach. It is moving about, but it's staying back by its base. One of the things that's interesting, UW has really great long-range fire, so they're able to hit stuff all the way back from that reloading zone. Really gives teams a big advantage when they can shoot accurately from that far away.
Absolutely. And here comes the CU standard. Driver's name is Rishi. Shout out to Rishi going in for an attack. He is pretty much alone on his team with that hero non-functional, and so it is all on him to make some progress towards defeating the University of Washington.
Yes. Okay, so we've seen that the UW Sentry is not in its original starting place. It is looking around. All right.
And
Okay,
UW Standard is taking some damage from CU, and so it has to retreat, but it makes it back to the reload zone.
All right, and we see that UW's hero is currently down.
UW's hero goes down, so that's one hero elimination from both sides. That makes the base of UW vulnerable. Now CU can do damage to the base of the University of Washington.
All right. They do need to get through that sentry health too, though. All right, so right now we're seeing that both sentries have pretty much equal health. They've both taken a bit of damage, but there's still lots of room to go.
And here comes the CU sentry firing back at the University of Washington hero, forcing it to retreat. UW cannot make a push currently, or is at least not comfortable making a push. CU maintains their composure despite being in a 2v1.
All right, and we've seen that UW has taken some of that shield off of the base there. All right, and we see that UW is going after CU right now. All right.
And that's CU infantry.
All right, and there we go. CU's base is going down.
CU's base is going down. 800 health, that's about half. Takes one more run for UW's hero to grab some more ammo, go back to the base, and finish off this first round.
Yes, so we see CU is currently reloading, getting ready to go help and defend. All right, CU's hero's gone down again.
And here comes the University of Washington down the left side flank with ammo. 1 shot, 2 shots.
All right, here we go.
They're so close. Not quite there. They need another round. And the University of Colorado Sentry is not letting it over.
Back.
They're firing back.
Taking damage on the sentry.
It's not over yet.
Standard there, sorry.
Here comes Rishi.
All right, oh, and there we go.
And there we go.
All
University of Washington takes the first round. A commanding victory.
All right, and the crowd is going wild. We've got the Air UW shark out. We've got a sign that says, "I love Brian, marry me." The team is going wild.
Whoever Brian is.
All right, and here we're seeing the stats from that. So Air UW managed to get quite a bit of damage, but CU was not that far off. They got damage too. They were doing good.
Yeah, considering that they were in a 2v1, I was honestly surprised how far that went. As soon as the hero was no longer functional, it was over. So let's see if CU can get that working.
Hero back up and functional.
It's a totally different game in the next round.
All right, so we're seeing, well, we're not seeing, but currently the teams are getting their robots back into position, getting everything ready to go.
Yeah. And CU Boulder might call a technical timeout here. I'm not sure what their plans are, but they need to get that hero working if they are to succeed, whereas UW is chilling. UW has working robots. Everything is working great. Both of their drivers had great situational awareness, understood a strategy, and it all worked out great for them.
Yeah. So we've seen that some of their pit crew has already left the field, or they're just doing some checks for UW. CU seems to be looking at that hero that wasn't functional last time. Hopefully they can get that working soon. So they might choose to use that technical timeout that Isaac was mentioning. This would give them some more time to try and fix their robots before the start of the match.
Yeah.
Right. So one thing that I would mention is that UW, they do spend a lot of time practicing. So they'll do matches like 1v1 with their own robots.
And so does CU.
Yes, yeah. So when teams do this, they get the chance to really see how their robots are going to work in the field. This can really give a lot of insight, essentially, when they're coming into these matches, knowing what's like strategy. Like you were mentioning that the drivers were really working well together. So having that practice, really talking things through beforehand, can really be an advantage in the last stages here.
Practice is important, and reliability is important here. When you don't have one of your 3 robots, that can be catastrophic, especially when you're playing against an elite team like the University of Washington. The University of Washington does seem to be messing with their sentry, pushing down the covers of the sentry just to make sure that it stays in place. And there is the face of the man, the myth, the legend, Shakwang. Thank you for helping out our team. We reward you with a photo of your face on the back of our robot.
I think one of the things that makes this funnier as well, Shakwang is a former member of Air UW. He is volunteering here at the competition. We have a lot of volunteers helping. We've got a lot of alums back at the competition.
Thank you, volunteers.
Yes, we are so thankful for them.
Can we get a hand for our volunteers and staff? Thank you.
Without them, this competition would not be running.
Yeah,
right, and there you can see the audience. This is probably the biggest audience we've had for any of the matches yet.
Oh, yeah. Let's hear it again. If you want to hear the University of Washington take the victory, let me hear some noise. And if you want to see CU come back and take a 1-1, let me hear some noise.
All right.
Go Buffs.
And it looks like the CU has decided to take a technical timeout. Also, fun story is if you saw that shark in the audience, we originally got that shark, AUW shark, back in 2019 at 5 a.m. before flying out to China.
Oh, wow.
The team had pulled an all-nighter. We're walking back across campus. That shark was in our fountain.
Is it the same shark?
It is, in fact, the same shark. It has survived all those years.
Wow.
And since then, they picked it up 5 a.m. before flying to China, decided to bring it with them, and it has been to every competition since.
Amazing.
Yep. All right, so here we're seeing some of our engineers taking time to look at their robots, see what's going on, hopefully gets things fixed up.
Absolutely. Both teams looking at their robots, still on the field, doing some work. It looks like there's some active work going on the Sentry side for CU. I wonder if they're changing their strategy.
That could be interesting. So the code that they have on that Sentry is going to be deciding what they're doing throughout this.
Absolutely.
So they might have decided based on that last match to change what it's going to do. So maybe it takes a more offensive approach versus that defensive approach. And we'll see how that plays out in terms of this match.
Absolutely.
All right, so it looks like our teams are exiting the field now. We just have our referees out there kind of making sure everything's ready to go.
Yeah, everything seems to be in good condition. It's time for our second round in just under a minute here. Again, for anyone tuning in, we have the University of Colorado on the blue side and the University of Washington on the red side. This is a deciding, not quite a deciding match, but nearly a deciding match. If CU does not effectively do any damage to the base in this round, they will depend on the outcome of an entirely other match involving Rose Holman and University of California, San Diego. I see some signs in the stand, or sorry, signs in the crowd referring to this what we call a proxy war between these two teams. And there goes the CU Sentry going absolutely bonkers on the field, spinning faster than I've ever seen it spin before.
I haven't been in robotics too long, but I don't think the turret's supposed to do that.
That's not correct whatsoever. And that does not bode well for CU here. It's going to be an uphill battle as we get started. Doesn't matter what that robot's doing. It is not in a good situation.
There is no pilot touching that. They are not able to do anything to that robot now.
But the hero works. The CU hero is
hero is
functional.
up and working.
Oh.
All right, in 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, and we see the robots are off to a start. So ARUW quickly is moving over to that reload zone. The capacitor banks they have on their robots really help with that speed in this beginning time. Both of CU's robots are over at that reloading zone and are already moving out.
And here comes the University of Washington beaming that Sentry. But here comes CU to the rescue, defending their autonomous robot as they both have ammo.
Yes, so that autonomous robot is working as a bit of a shield for the base. So if you get through that, and it is out. ARUW's got it from a distance. That means that their base is undefended now. So
and ARUW does have ammo on both of their robots, so they can make a push. But CU holds strong, holding the center of the map. That's standard from the University of Washington, peeking out the middle, trying to see what the current situation is so that they can make an important push.
Yes, and in the middle there, we see CU's hero. That is a really cool design. It looks great when it's spinning there. So that hero can shoot 42 millimeter ammo, essentially the size of a golf ball. Does quite a lot of damage in comparison to what those standards are shooting. Those are about 17 millimeters. All right, CU is making a push right now.
And CU does have levels now, as does UW, but UW is firing on the CU base, taking some overheat, and here comes CU to the defense, but it goes to University of Washington.
Wow, that was fast.
That was an incredibly fast match. The University of Washington takes the win in
crowd is going wild.
Commanding fashion.
All right, and there goes our shark flying through the crowd. So, what are your thoughts on that? That was crazy.
That was an amazing match. I'm really excited to have been able to commentate that.
I know. This, honestly, I'm going to remember this match for so long. despite the fact that it's not one of our upper level matches, this is those first qualifying rounds. It is such a exciting match in terms of the overall competition.
Yeah, I'm very excited to have this at my event at RoboMaster Colorado. I'm, speechless. CU is very much at risk, so tune in tomorrow, bright and early in the morning, for Rose-Hulman versus UCSD for the actual deciding match for whether Rose-Hulman makes it into the elimination bracket. They need to win their matches and defeat the base, which is very, very possible with how well their robots have been performing recently.
Rose-Hulman has been doing great. So honestly, it's quite nerve-wracking, especially for CU right now, because they don't have that control. They're not able to.
They don't.
It's not their engineering or their skills relying on whether they make it through or not.
Nope. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna get RHIT. We're gonna get RHIT in here to interview with Amelia to see what their plans are for tomorrow.
All right, so here comes one of our RHAT members. All right. Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
So I'm Alex. I'm our 3v3 standard driver. And this match is of significance to us because of the tiebreaker points. This puts us and CU at an even record, assuming we win our match tomorrow against UCSD.
So, yeah, how are you feeling for that match tomorrow?
So I'm feeling good. I was really worried about the outcome of this one because there's nothing that I can control as the driver for Rose.
Yeah, so it's kind of a swapping situation. You're going from like letting CU do it, and now you guys are in the power seat. So, yeah, how are your robots doing?
They're doing pretty good. We got some work to do on our hero, but both because like mentioned before, it's in UW's best interest to help us and CU's best interest to help UCSD. It's going to be really interesting because we have coalitions, kind of, between two teams that aren't even competing with each other.
A sign. All right, so this is referring to the fact that CU, they did have to make some damage on UW's base if they didn't want the deciding factor to go over to RHIT. However, unfortunately, that did not happen for them. So that is one of the special things about the way that our bracket is running. So depending on how you guys do tomorrow, that is a very exciting news. So you guys are a pretty new team. What has been your experience like in trying to work with some of these older teams, and like how is that going?
I guess the biggest thing for us is asking for advice. So we might be a new team, but a lot of us have had competitive robotics experience. And there's just so many resources. If you know where to look and know where to ask, you can find people who've been in this program 3, 4, 5 years who have solved similar problems. So being able to reach out, talk to people, mention your problems, both out of competition and at competition, has really helped us propel to where we are today, because this is our first time being able to successfully field 3 functioning robots in the 3v3 competition.
Yeah. Honestly, it's very exciting seeing you guys here. I remember meeting your team in 2022, and that was, if I believe correctly, your first year.
Yes, that was our first year. Well, actually, no. A while back in like 2015, our school had a team that competed in China.
Oh, I actually did not know that. So fun fact is this competition came from the RoboMaster University Championship. And then as COVID was happening, we weren't able to travel to China, which spawned our North American competition here. So we've had a lot of teams, including yours, come up and do really well after that. I think one of the great things is that it's an opportunity for you guys to come. It's not as big of a travel commitment as going to China from the US. So how is your team doing here? Are you guys working with your, sorry, let me rephrase. You guys have traveled here. Is most of your team here with you?
Yes, we're a really small team. So there's about 10 to 20 of us here. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but that is a good percentage of our team. So yeah, we all are from, our school's a private engineering school, and we have members from practically pretty much across the country, and some are for international too. So unlike a lot of other schools, we have a lot of just people from everywhere. And so it was kind of hard to get everyone to make it to competitions. Some of us had to fly.
Yes, I can imagine.
Some of us drove 1,000 miles to get the robots here.
Oh, yes.
We made it work.
No, that's one of the really exciting things, is seeing how the teams come together to be able to make it here. Because I'm sure you can tell me, you guys have probably been working all year to be able to get here. Is it, so how has it been basically being able to see what your work throughout the year has been able to do?
It's amazing. Like, regardless of what happens tomorrow in that match, I am so proud of both of our accomplishments in 1v1 and 3v3, especially compared to 2 years ago when we had 2 robots on the ground that didn't even drive, and that barely drove, and in a Sentry that literally went back and forth on the rails. So going from that to where we are now, almost
that is
making
such massive like growth. No, that has been one of the most exciting things for me being here, especially as I'm coming back, is seeing how much all the teams have grown. And I remember in that 2022 year, your team was in a coalition, I believe, with some other teams. So being able to go from being one robot on the field in this 3v3 to fielding a really good 3v3 team of your own, that is really exciting. All right, and are you looking forward to next year? Like, do you guys have thoughts about what you're going to be doing in this year ahead?
So we have quite a few, because one thing that we really have, because of our school's restrictions, we have to do a lot. We have to do things very untraditionally for RoboMasters. For example, we don't really have any products besides the DJI motors that are imported in the ref system that are imported from China. So rather than we have to use different flywheels, run different Mecanum wheels. So one thing we're going to be looking forward is, because we've seen the advantage some of these products can provide, like we're shooting too slow compared to other teams, being able to look into some of those products for next year, and also redesigning our robots to get over the bump better. Those chassis were designed last year when there was no bump.
Yes, that is a good point, is that bump is new this year, and we have seen teams struggle with that. A bump doesn't seem like much, but one thing you will notice when you're watching these matches, unlike a lot of other robotics competitions, is these robots, a lot of them are using these wheels called Mecanum wheels, which allow the robot to move in essentially any direction it wants instead of just forwards and backwards. One of the big parts of this competition is that maneuverability. So seeing teams approach this problem in a lot of different ways is really special. And because of so many specialized things, as you were mentioning, it can definitely be hard to enter into this game when you're new. What has been some of the best things for your team coming in as a new team?
Well, like I said, being able to find resources from alumni of other teams, but also just making sure to make the effort to read the manual. And also something that I don't see a lot of other teams doing is, last year especially, I volunteered at the competition even though we couldn't compete. And that really allowed me to understand how these events flow. In addition, I also watched a ton of the 3v3 matches in China, because over there they host about, I don't know how the number, but they host this event, like 6 of them to feed into the bigger 7v7 event. So just looking at that, seeing what teams are doing, especially because that's right before this competition this year, you can see what are the strategies, or some last minute tweaks you can make.
Got some good inspiration, yeah. All right, and it'll be interesting to see. So every year our competition does change a little bit. Like we were saying, that bump is a new feature this year. Another huge feature of this year is that, or I should say, because I wasn't super active in this last year, but in the last couple of years, is that Sentry is moving around the field. So how are you guys working on your Sentry? Like, how do you work through this?
So our Sentry is an interesting story. So a lot of our robots, we have a very modular robots. So our Sentry shooter was designed last year, and then was put on a new chassis we designed this year based on things we saw at competitions and on China. And what we did is we kind of had our CV sub-team who worked through the process. We run a YOLO-based machine learning model, and we basically have to get a bunch of data to train it off of. And once we had that, we began tweaking that, especially at competition, because we had people we can ask for help on that. And once we got that done, like just in our most recent match against CU, our Sentry did have CV and it did fire shots, but unfortunately they shot out our cable connecting our camera.
Oh no.
So it fired 4 shots, kept looking at the robot, but it didn't keep looking, it just stopped.
Like me and Isaac were talking about before, reliability is such a big thing in this competition. You'll see that a lot of the robots have pretty heavy covers on them. Well, not heavy in weight, but heavy in protection, as it is possible for robots to fire and essentially break those other robots. And while that is an illegal tactic, like that isn't something teams are aiming to do, unfortunately, as balls are going everywhere, it definitely is something that happens, unfortunately. So one thing that's really interesting, I think, about this competition especially is the environment we get at these competitions. We have a lot of different teams here and a lot of varying levels. One thing that I really especially love about this North American community is how communicative and really like open and sharing people are. Like teams, I've watched so many different teams like go up to each other, ask for help, just sharing things. Have you guys been able to do a lot of that in collaboration with the other teams while you're here?
Yes. So collaboration's common because there's only one thing that's getting beat. I actually would rather get beat by a good team than win over a team that does nothing, because there's no fun in just shooting robots, shooting the base, and getting done.
Yes.
So I think we participate in both sides, especially as we are a newer team. So things like our CV, we've talked to a lot of people about it, and on the programming side, as well as on the mechanical side with some of the new ideas we're going to do next year with the new products that are from China that we had trouble getting in the past. But sorry, I'm just still trying to get over all the adrenaline.
No, don't worry. That match was honestly so exciting. All right, sounds good. So as we're wrapping this up, does anyone in the audience have any questions? We can answer, so between the two of us, we can answer anything about being more of a newer team coming into this. I've kind of been around the competition for a while. We'll be getting started with one of our next matches shortly. Yeah, is there anything else that you kind of want to share about your experience here?
It's been awesome. I was volunteer last year and competing this year. They've both been super fun events, and I've not regretted any minute of it.
Yeah, no, that's great. Honestly, I'm so excited to see how your team does tomorrow, and especially to see what happens in the years to come. So thank you so much for being here. It looks like right now we don't have any questions. So I'll thank you again for coming and talking to us, and we're excited to see you tomorrow.
I'm excited to drive in that match. We're going to see what happens.
Yes, all right, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, we have Preston coming back in to help commentate.
Hey, everybody. Great job, Amelia. You and Isaac really killed it. That was sick. I am still a little bit shaky. That was crazy.
That was honestly insane. I don't know if I expected that to happen. It's one of those things where you're watching it. I don't know if I believed it in the moment. I don't think it's sunk in because I'm still sitting here commentating.
Yeah.
It's probably going to take a couple hours.
So I agree with you 100%. It's one of those things in like a sports world where you look at it and you kind of say, it would be such a good story that simultaneously, if it was in a movie, I think it's cheesy.
Yes. No,
I'd be like, that's unrealistic.
Honestly, yeah. If it was in a movie, I don't think I'd believe it.
Yeah. And at the same time, in real life, you're like, it would be so perfect. It kind of has to happen.
Yes. No, it's one of those things that going into it, I don't wish any bad will on CU. No matter which team that was, it's something that I truly was rooting for RHIT, and that I really want to see some of these newer teams move on and be able to perform at the higher matches.
I agree with you. That's very well said. And I want to reinforce, because we are going to be uploading just tons of footage of the crazy crowd that ensued when CU was taken down by UW. We are all so grateful for what CU has done with this event. We all love the CU team. Honestly, when the groups were made, Group A, everyone looked at and said, that's terrible for RHIT. I don't know how into it y'all got with their teammate, but they have had a really troubled last 2 or 3 years of comp.
Yes, yeah. So from what I heard, last year they were unable to compete just due to some administrative errors in the 3v3, which is honestly really heartbreaking. So seeing them have this redemption arc here has been such a great...
They've also had some miscommunications with their school.
Yes.
Some admin issues there. I mean, this is a team that entered RMNA and immediately just embraced the community.
Yes.
When they were part of that combined team, they were doing crazy Pepsi milk memes all over the place.
Oh yes, no, I'd forgotten about that. That community was so great. We had 3 new teams really come together, embrace the spirit of RMNA, and it truly made the competition.
It did, yeah. It allowed the rest of the teams to say, hey, you know what, we are competitors, but yeah, we can go have an after party together and hang out after the matches.
Yeah.
And so when the competition started, and we all saw the grouping, we all felt a little bit bad for RHIT, and honestly said, you know what, that's a CU UW group. That one's over. Let's talk about the others.
For context and how that seating happened is based on last year's rankings, some of the seats in each group were pre-filled, and based on performance last year, CU and AIR UW ended up in the same group. So going into this competition, everyone was really excited seeing CU stuff, just based off of that performance. Some people are going, oh, maybe based on what we're seeing as performance now, this may not have been the seeding that would have ended up happening, which I'm sure the other teams in Group A were probably not so happy to see.
Well, because CU still placed well with having their robots stolen. Like,
yes, yeah.
It was. They should have placed much better, right? And so they had kind of their rating was a little sandbagged, which made the groupings that Group A a little tougher than the seeding should have allowed groups to be.
Yes.
But all of that to say, RHIT came out this year and had a performance that we all said, hey, that's worthy of knockout stage.
Yes.
And obviously CU has a performance that is well within the worthiness of knockout stage.
Yes. Like, one thing I want to say is, even if it does end up where CU gets knocked out, they are still one of the premier teams
Top
that
4
we
teams
have
this year for sure. Oh yeah.
No,
Oh,
and
yeah.
but this does come back to that thing of reliability, is even if you have amazingly engineered robots, is if they aren't able to make it through those matches, unfortunately that doesn't end up like translating into competition rankings.
Very, very, very true. So, CU, we love you. I know we all just cheered for your demise. And tomorrow morning, I'm sure most people will be cheering the same way when RHIT battles against UCSD to actually see who gets out of Group A. But really, it's the underdog story that awakens that,
I would say maybe of the history of RMNA. Like, looking back at the past couple of years, this is one of the best underdog stories I've seen. Now that I'm thinking through it. Yeah.
Underdog stories are really tough in like because I've said it enough times that hopefully y'all are already sick of it, Twitch chat. But this is an engineering comp during the school year and an esport during the summer. Underdog stories are possible in a lot of sporting arenas. They are so difficult to be naturally occurring in a robotics-based world.
Like, this competition is really two-parted in that you can put like 40 hours in a week for that entire school year, and based on how gameplay or just some fluke with a mechanical thing or a software bug that happens week of, that could truly change the entire course of the season.
Maybe, for example, if you showed up to comp and you realized there was this big wooden bump in front of your base that you didn't know was going to be there and you couldn't get any of your robots out of base?
Yeah, no, that would truly change quite a lot.
Yeah, so calling back, a little reference there for RHIT, who showed up with small Mechnum wheels and low chassis.
Yep.
Ironically, kind of the CU issue of last year.
Who
showed up to comp and realized they had issues navigating the course because of their low riders. So.
And that is something, so teams will try and simulate that field experience in their labs. However, I'm sure you can tell by seeing the field, not the easiest thing. Not many teams have space. Well, I don't know if any team has space to actually set up a full 3v3 field.
Yeah, I would doubt it for a 3v3. I know A&M and several others will have small practice arenas.
Yes, AUW has one that they refer to as the pain cage. It's quite fun.
Accurate.
We've also had the rage cage in the past. So those robots, if you get hit by them, not fun. It does in fact hurt. So yeah, when they're setting up these test fields, truly trying to replicate this environment with netting so that they're not incurring pain on the teammates, essentially. That is the goal.
Well, and you can imagine, chat, that it's a bit of a tough sell when you go to your school and say, I would like to use a piece of your building to launch golf balls around.
Yep.
It'll be really fun. We promise to try really hard not to break windows.
Yep.
Right? Like, it's a tough sell to set up a space that you could fire projectiles in.
Yeah, no, yeah, like you were saying, for context, those projectiles, golf balls, usually moving, I'd say about 30 miles per hour, somewhere around there. If you get hit with that will be a serious injury.
Yeah.
So these teams definitely need to be careful when they're developing and testing and stuff like that. In our pits where our teams are working on their robots when they're not on the field, we do have some like practice areas set up with this netting so that teams can safely practice. A big favorite of RMNA is the fishnet technique of holding a little fishnet up to the robot and shooting. Do you know the backstory of the fishnets?
No. I know that for our team, before we figured out that fishnets were the right move, we would use bags.
Yes, so bags used to be super popular. They use it in the Chinese competition.
Yep.
I will tell you the history of the fishnet, though. So I want to say 2022. Me and 2 of the members on ARUW were sent out on a supply run to local stores. One of the things that we wanted to get was netting to essentially stop the little 17mm balls from getting into the electronics and causing malfunctions. We could not find any of the hard material anywhere. We were in a Walmart, and an employee said, well, we have fishnets, I guess.
There it is.
And then we ended up just going, well, I guess we'll see it. We got it in case we could just like use the netting for something else. At maybe 3 a.m., someone was like, maybe we should just use this to shoot into. And that fishnet exists back in Washington now. It was driven all the way from Texas back to Washington, and it has become a staple in RMNA now.
Heck yeah. So 2 related stories to that. Chat, obviously we're going to be running a little bit behind because there was no way in heck we were getting teams to go and go through inspection. The volunteers weren't going to run inspection. Everyone was here for that match.
Yeah.
But the bags had some issues. Depending on the bag you used, our first couple years in RMNA and RMUC, if you were firing enough projectiles, eventually they would just go through the back of the bag.
That, or if it slips out your hands.
Yeah.
Also, depending on where you're standing with the bag, because if you're holding it on both sides, you might still get hit.
Still hit you in the bag.
Great safety feature of the fishnets. There's a long stick attached. You do not have to be in front of the projectile launcher shooting at you at 30 miles an hour. So, honestly, I feel like we probably should have figured that out earlier in the RoboMaster competition series.
Yeah.
Safety is important, guys.
In 2019, we traveled to China to compete in RMUC. Our hero had some issues feeding. It's one of the more difficult robots to feed projectiles to. And we had one of those 2 a.m. experiences, but we were in China walking around street markets, didn't speak any Chinese, and we found a water blaster. And we said, hey, this super soaker, we could probably use that. So we grabbed a super soaker, cut the tank off the back, sliced it in half, and then that's what the 42mm projectiles roll down to get loaded into our projectile launcher.
I love that. Honestly, hearing the lore of all these teams, there's so many innovative things. Well, I'd say innovative, but also funny things that happen in these competitions. The engineers truly are working throughout the entire year. Teams become... It seems cheesy to say, but they do become like family. You're spending so much time with your team, working on these robots. And as part of that, people are supporting each other in school as well, supporting each other outside that robotics community.
Oh, 100%. It's one of my favorite things about commentating each year is I see names come back every single year. We have alumni that I recognize from my own teams, that I'll recognize from comps from other teams, that will jump in the chat to say hello, to cheer on their schools, to criticize how their school has fallen from glory, whatever it might be. It really is a bond that is
Thankfully,
forged.
I have not had to do that yet. I can still come back and say my team's doing great. So also though, speaking of which, I see my dad is in the chat. Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day.
He is in Alaska currently. So
ooh, nice.
Have fun, Dad.
Very special happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Shout out, of course, to my own father again, but also to Yibo, a relatively new dad in China, still supporting us. I'm sure putting in late hours with his kiddo and with RoboMaster.
Yes, really helping, supporting us through. There's so many, like we were saying earlier, so many volunteers who are truly doing so much to keep this competition running.
Oh, yeah.
So you may see when you're watching this stream, the robots go on, they do their thing. There's so much that goes into that and getting everything working, making sure everything's communicating, and not just team members communicating. I mean, the robots communicating with the field, all the referee system, everything like that. There's truly so much going on that requires so much work.
Yeah, we do have, I think there's volunteers right now in 3 different rooms all working on things to help this competition run smoothly. At some point, if there's anyone I can sneakily talk to, like Austin, at some point I'm hoping to hear from one of those volunteers just to confirm that Ultraviolet will be coming on to compete. They have forfeited all their previous 3v3 matches, but I have heard from a little birdie out there that they were able to pass inspection for this 3v3 and would like to get a 3v3 match in before groups ends. Oh, there's my dad in the chat. Look at that. Thanks, Dad. Love you too.
Love all the dads.
This is excellent.
All right. But yeah, no, that would be so exciting if they finally got to do a 3v3.
Yeah, that'd be really nice.
I've been looking forward to that. That's one of the things is all the teams, and I mean that truly, are supporting each other through this. Yeah. It's not a fun competition if no one's robots are working. If they're sitting there doing nothing, that's not a fun game.
And I have loved, shout out to Shar, the bracket schedule has worked so nicely. We've seen these crazy matches, the really hype ones. And just before that, just before dinner, we were having like your Torino final matches where they were able to play against teams kind of very equally matched and get to play those full matches out, have their base races, have their last 10-second countdowns. I really have enjoyed the seeded positions.
Those were so exciting. I was watching that match, so
It was
close,
great.
down to the literal last second.
Let me do all of the kind of necessary plugs real quick while y'all are still here. Boom, RoboMaster Colorado stickers, $3 outside those doors, as well as these awesome shirts with the glove, the RoboMaster glove that Amelia was talking about. This is what the trophy looks like. They've got it in gray, they've got it in blue, they've got it in green. NYU is about to finish inspection, so they're still working on inspection, but they will be on their way.
Which honestly, so exciting. No, I'm sure that team is going to be so excited to actually get to see their robots in that 3v3 field.
Especially since, I mean, NYU's not a new team. They've been around long enough that I expect they have engineers that work on particular robots.
Yes.
It's no longer, these 5 people build everything. So if you are one of those engineers that spent your entire year building a hero or a sentry, yes, NYU is competing and
in the 1v1.
In the 1v1.
Yeah.
But you really want to at least get a match in 3v3, allow those engineers to reap the rewards, see their electromechanical system function as intended with the server. There's things you just can't replicate
yes,
at
and
home.
seeing those hours and hours of work, like for context, maybe I've heard some kids are putting in like 40 hours a week. That kind of work for a full year, getting to see it finally out on the field, doing its thing, best feeling ever.
100%. All right, chat. NYU, they're playing against NUS. NUS, one of those teams, kind of like an SFU. They came onto the scene last year, absolutely shocked the RMNA community, ended up being one of our seeded teams, our top 5.
Yeah. That was truly shocking. I was watching from afar. I did not expect that.
This year, they have a really unique strategy. They're running double standards, and they're using it slightly different than everyone else.
Yes.
They're not limiting their fire rate, I don't think. If they are, I'm terrified. But it seems that as soon as they're able to fire faster, they fire as fast as they can without dying.
Yes, so for context with that, the firing rate, we have a referee system that is detecting how fast it's shooting. If they shoot too fast, they will incur damage against themselves.
Yep. And then additionally, they're playing a very focused, like, speed snowball.
Yes.
I am so excited for you to get to watch one of them and help me figure out how it's happening.
Yeah.
Because they are pushing up, they'll get that first blood, and then I think it's really just the fire rate.
Yeah.
Those early levels, the XP you need, I think for level 1 to level 2 is like 100 XP. It's something very small.
Yeah.
And then it goes up as the level increases, and you do get XP per projectile launched. And it doesn't have to do damage, it just has to leave your barrel.
Yes.
And so NUS has used that to snowball that first minute very, very quickly. And I think
there's truly some advantages to reading that rulebook incredibly carefully. So one thing you'll notice is because they have that double standard, the projectiles they're shooting, they can't do as much damage individually. So a lot of teams we've seen take that hero out there. That hero can do a lot bigger damage with those golf ball sized rounds. So they'll go up and, as my team affectionately calls it, bonk the base. Really send those heavy duty projectiles at the base, get that damage going quickly, which you can't necessarily do with the standards. The advantage though, those standards are a lot more nimble, can hit other robots a lot quicker. So it's truly interesting seeing how this team that's using this double standard technique is doing.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm so glad they went with this strategy because I think they will be probably our highest. They're my personal highest rated team in my own brain by the eye test that's not running standard hero.
Yes,
right? UW standard hero, VT standard hero, UT or A&M standard hero, CU standard hero.
Yes.
Not that all of those are above NUS anyway.
Yeah.
But NUS is showcasing, hey, if you have really good standards, here's what double standard can do.
And it really is a good thing to talk or like think about it in terms of the engineering they're doing throughout their year, right? Because as a new team, they may not have the resources to allocate to completely designing a new robot that has a completely different firing system, different needs, different rules and regulations. But if they can put that time into making a really good standard and make 2 of them,
Yep.
Seeing the advantage that can make, maybe over some teams that have chosen to split those resources and have turned up with robots that are working, but maybe not as well overall.
Yeah, and probably 2.5, right?
Yes,
The
yeah.
Sentry is so similar to a standard at this point.
Yeah.
It's a self-driving standard, but
Yeah.
it's pretty much a standard. Additionally, NUS with that double standard, they also have a much faster level up path.
Yes.
The hero gets 10 XP, I think, per shot, but you're really not allocating your gold very early. I think you can put 5 projectiles in your hero early if you want 100 in your standard. So it's a bit riskier. They're not leveling up quite as quickly because you get XP based on damage dealt. Typically, early game, you're doing damage to robots, not bases, because the base is invincible and then it's got a shield. And so NUS, I expect, is going to have to snowball. I think if they get into a late game versus one of these top tier teams,
that's really where the
they're gonna have a tough one.
disadvantage of not having that hero shows off.
Yeah.
Because like we were saying, is the standards are so much more nimble, is they're able to go after the snowball technique. However, if they do meet a team that's able to hold back that initial rush, essentially, I'm not sure how their technique is going to stand up in that end game.
I'm hoping we should get to see it. I believe NUS will make it out quite nicely from groups, and there are already teams like UW who have locked group success into that knockout tournament, so we will get to see those at some point in our pure double elimination bracket. Chat, a couple reminders for you guys. If you're joining us on Twitch, don't forget to hit follow. We'll be streaming for the next 2 days, all night tonight until 8 or 9 p.m. Goodness, it's already getting kind of late. Tomorrow and the next day, so make sure you've hit that follow button so you get notifications when we go live. Additionally, if maybe you're at home and you're like, yeah, well, my kids are NYU, I'm so excited to see them compete, you can also watch their 1v1 matches. Our 1v1 matches are streamed on RoboMaster North America on YouTube. When you go to YouTube, I've had lots of questions about this, we're streaming both 3v3 and 1v1. So you need to go to the live tab on our page to be able to toggle between the two and pick which one you want to watch.
This is something I discovered this weekend. I did not know channels could stream more than one at a time.
We're getting pretty cool.
So learning new things.
If I'm sure lots of y'all are busy, and especially as we go back into the work week, you're probably going to be diving in and out of chat to see your specific school. You can find the schedule at rmcolorado.org and then go to upcoming events and click the See Full Schedule. You'll be able to see a full live updating schedule letting you know when your team will be here to perform.
Yes, and one of the big things this year is our schedule has been running very, very smoothly on time. So those times that you're seeing there, you will most likely be able to tune in at basically that exact time, be able to come in, see your team. In the past, just because it has taken, there's so much that goes into each match, we've sometimes had delays or schedule changes, but our schedule really is running on time right now.
It is. I think that's indicative of the level of play as well.
Yes,
right?
yes, yeah.
NYU, I'm so glad that they're going to be able to have this match. I hope they're able to pass inspection, but the difficulty passing inspection is what causes these sorts of delays that we're experiencing now. In years past, this has been very typical, as probably 4 or 5, maybe 6 teams that each year will struggle to have robots that can pass inspections fluidly.
Yes.
Not the case this year. We've been able to stick to the schedule. We've been finishing early sometimes due to crazy fast matches like we just saw from UW.
But yeah, so for people who aren't as familiar with RoboMaster, that inspection is essentially before each match. The robots are brought through a system where the referee system that's provided by RoboMaster gets checked, make sure everything is working correctly. Everything is checked to make sure that robots are in regulation of that rule set. No one's coming in with some crazy robot that's about to completely do something different. So basically every time there's a match, those robots are checked. They go through that process.
It's very true. They also check to make sure those robots are going to be safe on the field.
Yes.
We see some, hero decapitations and things, yes.
Yes.
But in inspection, they're checking to make sure all armor panels are securely fastened, that the wiring has some sort of covering or protection so that we reduce the risk of electrical fires, issues, sparks.
Yes, yeah.
All of that goes into the back end to make sure that this event stays safe and happy. NYU is on their way. This just in. Thank you, Austin, our correspondent in the field. They have passed inspection. I see many heads bobbing over.
Lots of
barriers.
excitement coming in.
Very, very exciting. Where's Shar? Shar's better be over there somewhere. Our schedule man himself, one of our casting and commentating crew, and NYU alum.
very exciting.
Chad, if you have any questions, any concerns, any comments, I don't know what concerns you would have. Maybe if the audio is being crazy, you could let us know. But if you have any questions about the event, Amelia's done a great job of helping us go back over kind of the RoboMaster structure. I need to get just like a video made where we explain all of RoboMasters.
Yes.
And we can just link it every 30 minutes.
Would be lovely. I know in years previous they did used to make a rule book video, although I'm not sure if that has continued. I'm not sure. I'm a little bit out of date. For context, I am an alumni. I have unfortunately not able to dedicate all my time to keeping up with what's going on now.
Yeah. Yes. Amen to that.
Yes.
It is really fun to be able to take a week and just RoboMasters every year, though.
No, that is one of the huge things is seeing how many alumni are coming back every year. It's so amazing. Like the RoboMaster community truly is a close-knit community.
Cobra 720 wants to know who we think will be in the finals. All right, well, we are really far away from the finals, so this is very speculative. But based on performance so far, assuming that, kind of average robot functionality, not average as in like performance, but average on how many robots do they have functioning each round, I'm going to say, I think it's a toss-up. I think UW will get pretty close to, if not in the finals again. And then I think they'll be playing against maybe an A&M if they can get all 3 bots, maybe an NUS if they can get all 3 bots. Both of those teams are kind of identical to me now. They're phenomenal standards.
Yes.
And then the other robots are great if they work.
Yes, that is the biggest thing is looking forward into these next couple days is how these robots stand up to the test of being in these matches and being shot at and running into walls and all of that kind of stuff.
Oh, goodness. So one thing, when we're talking about finals, because this is now a pure double elimination bracket, there is potential. So you'll have your winning bracket and your losing bracket, and then they'll meet, right?
Yep.
So the winner of the loser's bracket will fight, and if they beat the winner's bracket current champion in a best of 3, they will then play again, another best of 3. 6 rounds of RoboMasters is so hard on a bot. I remember probably in your year, robots started to deteriorate in those last final rounds.
The first year that UW won, that competition truly came down to whose robots lasted longest. And I mean that as seriously as I can put it. It was down to the edge. And the thing that got us through was because we had won a match, we got to play one less match than the team we were against, which was Virginia Tech. And even though Virginia Tech's robots were amazing, it really came down to the fact that because those robots had another match of wear and tear on them, is that little tiny push was able to get UW that victory. Like as much as as exciting as all of this gameplay is and all of that, it is also a huge test of how your engineering stands up over the time of these matches.
Yeah, and maybe if you're not an engineer in the audience, right, this might not be apparent. When you're designing something to be robust and durable, right, frankly, the easiest solution is add more material, make it thicker, make it stronger, right? But think like a bicycle. You don't like the really thick, heavy bicycles.
Like, they're not going to move as fast. They're not going to be as nimble.
Yep. And in RoboMasters, where those chassis powers are limited and such, right, that's going to cause all of these power over limits that we've been seeing. And so there is a number of engineering constraints that the teams are having.
Huge thing is weight limit. Another fun RoboMaster history story I can tell. It's back in 2019, our engineer, which unfortunately is not a robot we see in this 3v3, but you would see in that university championship, was built with some steel framing on it.
Oh.
Maybe not the most weight effective. We got to inspection.
There's also
quite a bit over. The solution they came up with was some carbon fiber poles, which are a lot lighter.
Yes.
First thing they did, got into the arena, little bit of a missteer, bumped a wall, snapped said carbon fiber poles in half.
Yep.
We're then kind of swinging around with a fun little excess bit on for the rest of the match.
Yeah.
We did go through a lot of carbon fiber poles after that.
That's an expensive but effective.
Very expensive. So yeah, that's like something that very much is planned for in advance now. But yeah, so there's so many constraints, both just in wanting to optimize your performance in the field, but you have to find that balance between an optimized performance, but a reliable and long-term performance.
That's extremely true. Our teams now on either side of the field, we should be getting into this next match soon. We have 2 more matches tonight. First up will be Caliber NUS from Singapore versus Ultraviolet New York University in their debut 3v3 for RMNA 2024.
All right, so we're looking at NYU here. They sounded very excited when they got in the room. We're very excited to see that first match for them.
That is a large spool of wire at the top. Hopefully it doesn't cause any issues, but standard 3 there.
It's a fashion look.
It is. Both of
It's
the
a design
robots
choice.
may be labeled standard 3. They're doing this as a microaggression. I'm gonna have such a hard time commentating double standard 3s on the same team.
Well, does it really matter? They're both going about.
NYU standard.
They're doing their
and
thing.
NYU standard 2.
Yes.
You know what was my favorite just little interaction with the team so far this year? Speaking of difficulty of distinguishing between robots, I was speaking to, I believe, our team from Montreal. And I said, tell me about your robots. And they said, you want to know their names? And I said, you named them? Yes.
Oh, yes, all the
They have
teams.
Bob, Eve, and Steve Jr.
I think I might be able to beat you.
Okay.
So
okay.
2022,
Yep.
our 3 were named Brad, Chad, and Thad.
Ah.
Quite
very
innovative.
familial. Yeah.
Yep. And it all fit. We would ask people who they thought each was. Every time people would guess correctly which one was which. But yeah, so ARU Dubs this year, they've named after some, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Greek, I'm forgetting the correct word for it, but they all have very Greek names from like historical stories. That
Like
came
Greek
about.
mythology or?
Mythology, that
Nice.
was the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
But it came about from their Sentry, which has 2 of those, wow, words are really leaving my brain right now. But they named it Hydra with that double head.
Oh, because it had 2 heads.
Yes.
I got you.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's very cool.
Yeah.
Getting
So
a good look at these bots here.
The bots really do gain personalities over time. Like, they all have their things. There's always a robot that someone hates extremely.
Fair.
Everyone has their favorites.
Yes.
The favorite child.
And then there's even a little bit of cross teams as we continue taking a look at these really nice looking bots. The googly eyes there, I believe on the side of NUS. So NUS will be on the red side, Team Caliber versus NYU, Team Ultraviolet on the blue. Each side trying to protect their base.
All right, and we're seeing those robots enter the field now.
Someone asking what the most durable bots from the matches y'all have seen so far.
That's a great question. I'm incredibly biased, but I've got to at least throw ARU Dub's name in there.
Yeah, they haven't had a lot of issues.
So me being on the inside, they have basically not had to fix anything mechanically since the proper competition has started.
You know what?
They did have a decapitation in practice rounds.
Yep.
That the robot had no more. However, since they fixed it during the actual competition matches, they haven't had any mechanical failures.
Some sarcasm in the chat. Someone saying Tamu Hero, very funny. Thank you for being here. I frankly have to agree with you because last night UW went to the rec center to hang out and play basketball with other teams.
You know what made me so proud though? A lot of the team members slept for a good number of hours.
That's very adult of them. We appreciate that. But it's super impressive, right?
Yes,
That speaks volumes to the durability of the bots when you're able to, after day 1 of comp, say, hey, our robots are good, let's go hang out.
Yep.
Flabbergasted.
Yeah, no, so a lot of these teams will be working late into the night, early into the morning, trying to make some of those last minute fixes going into matches tomorrow. There truly is a lot of work that goes in between each of these matches. Like if you see something going off on these robots during the match, that probably translates to several hours of work for a team member. Like 3 minutes of play can truly do hours and hours worth of work. It's a lot. It's the best way to put it.
We've seen some crazy stuff. I mentioned yesterday A&M ordered new 3D printers here because they needed to print more parts at once to try and keep their robots up and running. We've got some shout outs in the chat from Betty saying, "Let's go NYU Violet," as well as UA saying NUS, cheering for them. Thank you guys so much for being here. So excited to see this match. NYU, 45 seconds to go. They're putting their stickers on. They are brand new, fresh for the competition. I now understand. So I think the second Blue Standard 3 was actually their Sentry bot. They've been competing in 1v1 standard confrontation. So I believe what is still Blue Standard 3 is that 1v1 bot. And then you have to have 2 bots pass inspection to compete in 3v3.
Yep.
So I believe they now have another bot that passes the Sentry qualification.
So they'll be fielding 2 robots there by the look of it. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes against NUS's double standard strategy.
Yeah, NUS has a pretty fast start.
Yes. All right, and we're getting set up here.
Have you been partaking of the words of wisdom from DJI?
Oh,
They're
yes,
really fun.
I'm learning so much. I'm truly taking it to heart. Really need it in those stressful hours of the night.
They're good. We can write them on our wall. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. NYU versus NUS.
All right, we're seeing that standard already push out. We are seeing NYU standard struggling to get over the bump already.
NUS extremely happy as their hero is able to make it over the bump. Wait, they've got a hero. I said it, didn't even think about it.
Wait, yeah, no.
Commentator brain. They have both. They've got options. They've got options.
Yeah, that was something I hadn't heard about. So that's really exciting for them.
NYU also be able to make it out of the base. This is the first time their standards had to go over the bump.
Oh, wow.
So great job from NYU, able to get into that supply zone.
So they hit the NYU standard from quite a distance away with that hero.
That standard's in the resupply zone, so it will heal, but the damage dealt will help the experience points of that hero, bumping it up to level 2.
And also just great experience for the driver, getting the chance to work on that. Oh!
Looks like Blue Standard 3 doing his best to drive from having some pitch issues here on the side of NYU.
It's a fun view they're getting there. Oh. We're hearing yells that
NUS has got to be careful. You cannot yell to your drivers. Shouting maybe in the general direction of drivers about how the other bot can't move. I know as a commentator that might sound slightly hypocritical, but we do our best to give them noise-canceling headphones so that they can't hear Preston's unhelpful commentary.
Yes, no, so that is something interesting, is our drivers, when they are piloting these robots, they are not looking at the field. They are looking purely through the eyes of the robot like we're seeing right now. They also have those noise-canceling headphones on. They can communicate with their fellow teammate, but they cannot hear the world around them.
Correct. NUS now making their way through the NYU bots. That Sentry down to 140 HP. First Blood already going across means the base no longer invincible, but shielded.
Yeah, so interesting technique here that they're not choosing to finish off that Sentry, but going straight for that base.
Yeah, I've got to assume, based on the fact that none of the robots are moving for NYU, they're going to use this full time as a bit of field practice before the knockout stage.
So that is something about these games, is because teams don't get a lot of time on this field, when they have the opportunity, a lot of teams will take all the time they can just to have that extra few seconds of practice in a true game setting.
NUS back and reloading. Wow! The second team that we've seen, them and VT, taking absolute full court shots from the resupply zone, trying to see if they can hit. Now you see how tiny that armor panel is from their current viewpoint. Oh my goodness.
Oh wow. That's truly impressive. That is quite the engineering feat.
Absolute lobs. So close. And this is great practice for teams. There we go. They hit one that are thinking about competing in RMUC. There's a sniper point in RMUC from which heroes do 500 base damage, which is just an incredible buff.
So here we can barely see that red hero up in the right-hand corner. They're making shots at the base that's down center. Oh, and that standard's making moves. They've got through the sentry there.
NUS is very excited. Their excitement level actually makes me wonder if perhaps they're not just getting field practice, but field practice they're getting nonetheless.
Yeah. Okay, and we're seeing that base for NYU going down there.
NYU, hopefully, they were driving around initially. We'll have to see the end stats to see if they fired any projectiles.
Yes.
I'm hoping that they're able to get that bot operational. I've heard it's been doing things in the 1v1, so it should be able to drive and launch projectiles without too much issue.
Yeah, so hopefully in that time between the rounds, they're able to get that back up and functional. They don't get a lot of time to do that, but teams, you will see them try and do everything they can. You'll see teams running out with laptops, plugging in, coding on the go in that time. We've also seen things fall off and being taped back on. AreaDub is no stranger to electrical taping a wheel on mid-match. Well, sorry, mid-overall match between rounds. But yeah, so we're seeing the robots kind of going at it.
There we go. NUS, there's the standard we've been talking about. One projectile short, perhaps? Yes. They have a negative 15. We've got some shout-outs from Santos in the YouTube chat for NYU. Maybe some encouragement for the second round. 15 seconds left to go. We actually, through all this drama, know that the base damage actually matters a substantial amount.
Yeah.
So
do you want to kind of mention how that actually plays into that CU and RHIT thing?
Sure, yeah. We can review it quickly. If you have a tied number of points in the group stage, you earn points by getting wins. You get 1 point if you go 1-1 in the best of 2. You get 3 points if you win both of your rounds in a best of 2 match. If you tie another team for points, then the next criteria they look at to identify the top 2 teams from each group is the net base health throughout the entire group stage. So that is the damage you dealt to other teams' bases minus the damage that other teams dealt to your base. So not only winning rounds matters, but in some of these more niche cases, we have 2 or 3 of this year where teams are likely to tie. How those teams won and lost comes into play for getting out of groups.
Yeah, so that was how we're able to have such an exciting match where a team CU's dependence on the rest of the competition is coming down to a match they're not even playing in.
That's right, yeah. If RHIT is able to 2-0 and kind of pull the UW here, fully sweep against UCSD, they will have enough of a swing in net base HP. But NYU versus NUS, we do see, unfortunately, NYU not getting any projectiles launched this round. Hopefully they can get that fixed. It is worth noting that 1v1 versus 3v3, there are some pretty significant changes. The robots in 1v1 start at a very high level, so power draw is not as much of an issue. Barrel heat, not much of an issue. So for some of those newer teams, 1v1 not only is fewer robots, but you have a little bit more design freedom from the engineering side, less soft stops you have to put in your code.
And one of the things that new teams I've seen struggle with more is the things like this, which are the referee system thing, which when you're in your lab testing things out, may not be something that you've taken into account or really taken the time to look into. So they get to a competition stage and the referee system suddenly coming in and affecting their robot in ways that they haven't seen before perhaps, or haven't had the time to maybe account for.
Well, these referee systems are also kind of expensive.
Yes.
They take quite a bit of time to get. They're not like something you can buy off of, I don't know, McMaster or Best Buy or whatever. So, for example, I was talking to Minnesota as they were competing earlier in 1v1, and we were talking about their accuracy issues. Basically what it came down to was they put on a speed monitor module for the first time ever 2 days ago.
Yes.
And suddenly their projectiles are going everywhere. And I was like, oh yeah, y'all haven't gotten to try to line this thing up very well yet. So we'll see what NYU versus NUS can do. I was going to say I would expect to see a technical timeout for NYU. They're not going to make it out of groups due to all of their forfeitures. So you might as well take as much time as you can to put on a full and indicative performance that does your robots justice.
Yes. One of the things, though, is even with this technical timeout, that really isn't that much time in reality to do a fix. Like I was saying earlier, the fixes to these robots can take hours to actually implement and get back to a functional state. So these 2 minutes you get between matches, in reality, a lot of times what that works out to is getting them back to where they need to be, resetting the system, ready to go. There isn't that much room to truly do a fix.
Yeah, when you take a technical timeout, you're doing a little bit of troubleshooting, hoping that it's a wire you need to plug back in.
Yes.
There's not too much time to do much else. Or, if you need to unjam your hopper, 2 minutes, like you're saying, not a lot of time to move your robot back, do some system checks with your pilot, and unjam a
Yes.
projectile hopper.
And while 2 minutes may seem fast to us, I'm sure to those engineers on the field, this is the longest 2 minutes they've had in quite a while.
Yeah. NUS, okay, so this is super interesting. They do have the standard hero, which means going into the knockout stages, they will be able to choose every round, actually, if they want to field standard or standard hero.
Yes, so this is one of the big advantages of having those multiple robots, is maybe that hero just wasn't quite ready for competition before this, so they were able to field those two standards. That's something ARUW did last year as well, is while that hero was still being worked on, is having those spare robots. And that is also something that you see in a lot of the older teams, is if they've had functional robots, is when something isn't working, like in these in-between rounds where it's like you can't figure it out in the time, you're able to swap those robots, and you can have a essentially brand new robot in that match.
Very true. So Tamu, if you weren't listening, Amelia said maybe you should bring more than 3 robots, especially if you're a team that's competing in China in a month, so you have like 5 in your lab.
Hint, hint. But yeah, so they do have to get it through inspection, though. So one thing I have seen is some of the teams that do have backup robots weren't able to get that, or maybe just forgot to take it through inspection, and could have really used having that robot ready to go. Because they can't just pull it out of the pits and pull it on. It still has to go through that full check in the inspection as if it was a going into the match from the start.
18 seconds left here. That technical timeout's expired. The nominal prep time has now also expired in 10 seconds. NYU. Okay, A&M saying they brought 4. You're only fielding 2, so put a third one out there. I'm ready. All in good fun with Texas A&M. I've loved being on that team and now love commentating their matches. But I do take the opportunity to encourage them.
Give a little advice from overhead.
Yeah. They got their sentry working this last round. We'll take it for today. Tomorrow we'll go back to the please have 3 functional robot train. 0 seconds into the referee system initialization. NYU versus NUS. NUS very enthusiastic in that last round. Love that. Love the excitement. It is super fun. NYU hoping to be able to kind of match their 1v1 performance, have a robot that can drive around and launch projectiles. Let's dive right into round 2.
All right. Oh, that NYU standard trying to make it over the bump, giving a little running start.
Oh,
ran in the wrong direction.
The NUS sentry moving forward, doing a little bit of self-driving here. Could be hard-coded in, or it could be doing path detection based on waypoints and objects.
All right, we're taking another running go for NYU getting over the bump. Oh.
3 wheels over.
Can we do it? They're trying real hard there.
Yeah, at some point, if you're NYU, you've got to just take the power limiting damage. Although now you're at half health, so you might die if you do that.
Oh, shaking his head. Oh, well, okay. So when he revives, he'll take another run at that. In the meantime, we've got NUS coming in with their hero and their standard there. Their hero's trying to do some bonk shots from a distance.
Yeah, because of that kill, NYU's base is exposed. Lots of cheering because the NUS sentry is firing at in the direction that computer vision working really well. They're aiming a bit high, so not a lot of those projectiles are landing. But
it's going in the direction.
It is,
and that's what counts.
It's detected a robot, it's aimed, and it's pushed go, and that is 99% of it.
The steps to get there are so much of the work.
That's right.
Honestly.
I believe your team famous for the 10 more centimeters. So,
yes.
you know, NUS here now knows they just need to minus 10 centimeters and they're good to go.
Yes. Yeah, so that is something, is teams spend a lot of time on that initial stage of even being able to detect those other robots.
Long range hero shots.
And then once you've gotten there, there's still a lot of work to do. You got to be able to fire and aim correctly, and it's not gravity is a thing here.
Yeah.
Gravity.
So is drag.
Yeah.
And inaccurate projectiles. It's a relatively complicated problem. As NUS, so happy to see their Sentry online just in time. They've been doing great in groups, but like I said earlier, they've mostly been a 1 standard or 2 standard team.
Yeah, so we can see that NYU's base is down to 290. So NUS has really gone quickly through this match. So maybe not doing that double standard push, however, still doing a good push, getting through with that hero as well.
Very true. Billy in the chat asking about that Sentry death by the side of NUS. I can't remember if it was overheat or overspeed, but while the Sentry does come in with many fewer restrictions, it still does have like a projectile speed limit and such that it has to stay within. NUS takes round 2, 2-0 sweep against NYU. NYU, so proud of y'all for getting through inspection, though, making it through. They had some issues, I think, coming here and getting their robots ready. Now they know that they can pass inspection for 3v3, that they can bring bots that do that. They did make it to the knockouts last year. I expect we'll see them again next year, and our expectations will be a little higher. NYU, grateful to see you this year, though.
Yeah, no, so it really is a hard thing. Even if you have working robots next year, the rules will change, so you do have to make changes.
Yeah.
So for context, a lot of teams, the members, it's almost as if they're working a part-time or even full-time job in addition to their responsibilities as a student. Like, these members on these teams are students first.
Yep. Yeah, as a team lead, and I'm sure as a president, unfortunately, at least once a year, I'd have a team member come up and say, hey, man, I'm really struggling in school. RoboMasters is my favorite thing, but I need to do, I need to get my classes going. I'm going to always remind them we're a student org. It's a student first. Yeah. Please take a semester off. Get your academics sorted. Come on back. It is just so much fun. Yeah. We're actually going to interview some current members of the University of Washington about that crazy match versus CU. So Amelia, thank you so much for joining. You did a fabulous job. Would love to have you back tomorrow.
Thank you so much for having me.
For some more commentating, if you want to just work in the schedule with us, no pressure, but chat agrees. Look at that. Oh my goodness, you don't have to make her chat. She said yes already. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much for having me. It's
yes,
great.
ma'am. All right, so our first interview for the University of Washington will be Tim. I believe the current captain of the team, the current president of the org. Tim, welcome to the booth.
Yeah, it's good to be here. I might be too loud right now. I will be quieter.
No,
Perfect.
You're good. We can just slide you down a little bit. Not a problem.
Perfect. Yeah. So,
all right.
What questions do you have for us?
Several. So obviously your match there, UW versus CU, it was the anticipated match of your group before the whole RHIT storyline, right? Kind of the favorites for this year's finals for a lot of people. So it was already going to be a preview show, if you will, kind of a litmus test for what do you need to work on, give you 2 days to figure out, like, are you already in a comfortable place? Do you need to fix some things? Does your strategy work? Was there a shift? Did you change? I know there were some specific things you had to get done for RHIT's storyline. So talk to me a little bit about the shift in your strategy from, yes, we really want to beat CU, to we need to not allow CU to do damage to the base.
Yeah.
Very different.
So it kind of comes down to overall competition strategy for us is CU, amazing opponent. That comes with the caveat of we don't want to face them in a critical match at the end.
Yeah.
And we were able to discover that our hit, if we were able to do certain things, not let them hit our base, then our hit has a decent chance of knocking CU out in the groups phase, which would mean that we do not have to worry about facing CU's very, very good Sentry in the future.
And Amelia was just talking about, the war of attrition that RoboMasters is on a robot. Because y'all are in the same group, there was a large possibility that y'all would have to play CU 3 times in this competition.
Yes.
Once in groups, And then assuming that y'all are like the top 2 teams if we just take that at face value, you would play once in knockouts. One of you would lose by definition.
Yep.
You'd go into the loser's bracket, beat everyone else, come back up, and you'd have to play a 3rd match then. So it does not only save you from having to compete with them potentially in knockouts, but in those types of matches, your drivers are probably going a little more all out. You're probably playing a little more dangerously with the robots, driving a little faster, slamming on the brakes a little harder.
Yeah, we did a nice bit of braking using the field wall earlier. Luckily, has not decapitated us again. We fixed that. But yeah, we definitely go all out in those matches, making sure that like every single second is on target and that we aren't just like taking a bit of a break, laying back a little as we know that we can win. It's always kind of an on-edge thing for us. And that is something we would, as much as we like it, would like to avoid sometimes.
For sure. For sure. So let's theorycraft a little bit, because that's like 80% of my job. If y'all have succeeded and CU is not going to be competing in the knockouts, what team do you start watching their matches carefully now and thinking about, do we need a different strategy? Did you just watch NUS pull a 4th robot out of their pocket and say we can do either strat? Like, where's that looking like?
So the 2 teams we're currently looking at mainly are NUS and Texas A&M.
Okay.
Texas A&M has, since earlier matches, gotten all their stuff working. And they are definitely, in the past, have been a very good opponent for us. And we could see that happening again. And then additionally, NUS was last year second place. Great robots, amazing drivers, since they did it last year with no CV and almost beat us. And so that always stresses that a little, because it's like, what else do they have in their pockets? What are they going to pull out that's new that we aren't expecting, that we don't know how to counter?
I love that. And then final question for you, because I think we've got some of your drivers as well, and we want to chat with them before we could dive into Texas Aimbots versus Purdue. There are a couple teams from that top tier, namely NUS and Virginia Tech, that are running a very unique strategy of full court hero shots. I saw y'all practicing some 3/4, not having the accuracy of those other teams, frankly speaking. But for the teams that are able to hit at a relatively high percentage from full court, what's your current idea, if you're willing to share? What thoughts do you have, at least, on ways to counteract that strategy?
Yeah. So I will say one thing about our missing. That was while running CV. Those shots were under CV targeting. As far as we can tell, the other teams have been doing it manually.
Yep.
Our plan tonight is to set up a nice manual aim cone for ourselves and get that kind of locked down as like lines on our HUD where we can say, aim this high at this place and you'll hit it. And we know our hero can do it. We've hit stuff that far for the final assessment video and things like that.
Yep.
And just honestly to have fun with it. So our goal would be to kind of get that ready to go.
Awesome.
Yeah. Because it's something that, with how the rules are working this year with the healing zone, makes it very hard to counter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does. Especially both of those teams have the potential to have a very decent defensive sentry.
Yes.
And so now you're fighting against a robot that's getting active healing, and you're fighting while probably getting targeted by a sentry with 700 projectiles that doesn't have to go reload and doesn't have to stop firing. So I agree with you. I think you've got the right read on the situation. Thanks so much for hopping in. Let's get one of your drivers in here. Come on up. Chat, remember, if you have any questions for the University of Washington, now's a great time. I do have an inkling that based on their performance in the last couple of years, we will be hearing from them again at some point in the tournament. Welcome. Please introduce yourself, give us your name, and then kind of what your role is right now for UW.
Yes. My name is Sumaid. I'm a controls member, so on the software team, and I'm the current hero driver.
Okay. So my main question for you is pressure in that last match. Give me a comparison, because crowd-wise, that was like a RMNA finals kind of crowd.
Absolutely. We were taking that match as if it was just finals one. You know, we were walking in, and was into inspection, already our heart rate was high up.
Yeah.
We were tense going in. We were planning strategy all day, and everyone was on the edge, ready to go.
Well, and in a normal finals game, right, you have to win.
Mm-hmm.
The expectation, the requirement here for this to be, like Tim was saying, maximum advantageous for y'all is to win quickly and, like, completely, a sweep,
Absolutely.
Right? Like a perfect game, basically, twice in a row.
Absolutely. We were making plans. As the hero driver, my ability was just, I have a large HP pool, I can go as a tank. We were wondering, okay, We need to stop them from getting 65 base damage. What does that require? If they start going at us with a hero or a standard, I'm there as a wall. I'm there to block shots. We were prepared and ready to make sure that we were able to clutch that base difference.
Excellent. And then last question for you, because we've got teams lined up, and then we're getting one more UW interview. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. So game 1 versus game 2. Which one were you more nervous? You had done it once in game 1, so you knew you could do it. But also, losing that clutch in game 2 would just be heartbreaking.
I'm going to say game 1. Game 1, we did not know what they were going to do. The last 4 matches they played, we were afraid of their sentry. They was aggressive, rushing us. And we were 100% ready for prepare for a sentry onslaught, stay back, stay in that healing area, because it's just so powerful this year. But, you know, we came in. I saw that their hero was just in their base and offline. And I told Brian, go. And he conquered. He went in, he killed them. And honestly, we did it twice. What else can I say? It was a great match.
Congratulations.
Thank
Great job. Let's have our third UW member real quick hop in here. Chat, don't forget, we will be watching Texas A&M versus Purdue. That's a really important game. If Purdue beats Texas A&M, they will lock getting out of groups. If A&M beats Purdue, that group gets a little more complicated. Welcome to the booth. Give us your name and what your role is at UW right now.
My name is Brian Chen. I'm the Standard Squad lead, and I'm also the 3v3 Standard driver.
3v3 Standard driver. So I have many of the same questions, but for the Standard, your role is very different, right? The hero, there's a lot of pressure. They need to burst the base down very quickly. As the Standard, what were you most focused on for these must-win, perfect game scenarios?
So as a Standard driver, I believe my role is to be the robot killer. So early on, I have to take a lot of I have to initialize a lot of fights in order to gain the XP early on to snowball. And before the first minute, since the middle buff zone isn't activated, the only way to gain XP is by taking fights. But you have to pick your fights really carefully. Otherwise, since the opponents also get XP from shooting projectiles, by taking more fights, sometimes it can give you a disadvantage when you're at a high level. It gives an opportunity to catch up. So yeah.
So obviously there was a lot of pressure in that game.
Yes.
Do you feel like being victorious to such a high degree in that match has given you more confidence going into the knockout stages?
Absolutely, but I will still be cautious on all the fights I take during the match, since you never know what happens. It's a robotics competition. Something might break. So.
Excellent, excellent. Well, you guys really killed it. You did a fantastic job. Congratulations. Crazy games. I hope you soaked it all in. You were in the driver's booth. You didn't get to see a lot. I know we're working with RMOC. They loved y'all's matches. They are so excited. They want to get footage tonight of the crowd during those games. You didn't get to see them. Go back tonight and just take the 2 minutes to scroll back in the YouTube and watch the crowd. They were going insane. Every team was in here. There were like 8 police officers for some reason who rolled in to watch the match. Everyone from the hallway, all the UMC staff, the hype was so big. They were like, wait, this event's been here for a week. What the heck is going on? So, maybe it's a good thing that you couldn't see the crazy crowd the whole time, but you were able to rise to the occasion and deal with the pressure anyway. So congratulations, and ready to see you guys do well in the knockouts.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes,
Absolutely
sir.
well, and I just want to thank.
Give your shout out.
I just want to thank all the team members. They work so hard. They work day and night, and this is not possible without them. Especially Standard Squad. This year we have to build 2 robots, and we put in so much hours every week. So I'm really proud of all our teams.
Heck yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You can just. Alrighty, chat. Final game of the night. We have Texas A&M Aimbots versus Purdue's Boilerbots. So very excited to see this one play out. As we previously stated, if Texas A&M goes 2-0, this group kind of falls back into the turmoil of who goes out of groups. A&M, I believe, already locked for getting out of groups. Purdue, a little bit in the mix. There's still potential for them to end up in a tie situation here. If Purdue takes 2-0, I believe they will make it out. It's SFU that is the last contender amongst this group for points. So Purdue, their match should be watched. Do we got any SFU kids in the crowd right now, team members? They might be out there working, getting ready for UT. Heck yeah. There they are. couple cheers from the side I can't see, but really excited to have them watching. It's a similar match to that UW CU situation here, just without it being the former champs. It's our other Cinderella story. Somehow we have two at once. So SFU trying to see if they can make that year one run. It's like a technical timeout coming across. Purdue still on the field, but no one touching their robots, so it might be a ref issue. We'll let you know if I get more information. Purdue versus Texas A&M. Texas A&M fielding 3 robots. Let's go. Can we get some hype in the chat? Heck yeah. Guys, I was loving the standards performance over the last couple years. It was still performing well this year. And then we had that nice game where A&M Sentry came online. It's trending in the right direction. So maybe this game, Texas A&M, 3 functional robots just in time for knockouts bracket starting tomorrow. Purdue giving a hammer sign in the sign language to the driver. Not sure what that signal means, but I think they're telling them to drop the hammer on Texas A&M. Those Aggies got to watch out. Purdue did not come to play. That's a literal hammer. I've built a few robots in my day, didn't use a hammer, so it's here. It's not to build robots. That's all I'm saying. We got Billy in the chat cheering for A&M, says, let's go, Tamu. We also got Robo Baggins in the chat cheering for A&M. We got a fair crowd here in person as well. A shout out from Manny from Tamu. Go 4, 3, 2, 1. Game start. Texas A&M versus Purdue's Boiler Bots. A&M standard going on over. The hero not filling up on projectiles yet. I'm not going to pass judgment too early. They did reserve gold, which indicates to me that perhaps the hero is fully functional. The sentry for A&M. About to get a look here. The sentry for Purdue. Taking some shots. That CV working. A&M sentry not launching projectiles, but the sentry for Purdue, even though it's able to defend itself, taking the wrong end of that trade down to 390 HP. Some sentry to sentry combat. Ouch! That hit me right in the head. Oh my goodness. That was so painful. The sentry for Texas A&M is now backed itself up against the wall. Purdue now in the lead. 110 HP left for the sentry of Texas A&M. The rough look for Tamu's sentry, but really impressive from Purdue that they are continuing to fire. 90 health left. They're not hitting a lot of the shots that it's firing, but enough to make a difference. Now 80, now 70, now 60. They're dialing it in. The sentry now getting drilled by Tamu's reigning champ 1v1 confrontation standard. The sentry for Texas A&M down. Purdue maintaining their lead as the sentry for Purdue falls to 90. The base for Texas A&M starting to take some damage. Purdue getting some early chip. That's good strats. That's good moves. Purdue has their balancing standard that will allow them to deal damage to the base from a relatively safe position as the sentry for Purdue falls as well. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. Texas A&M slightly behind. The standard rushing the base, trying to even that out. Texas A&M's hero has 5 projectiles. The hero there against a standard team really should be able to push them ahead. If A&M's hero is able to fire projectiles, they'll finish this game very quickly. Otherwise, it's going to be a base race of 1 standard versus 2. Ismi Barron says, come on, Tamu. I know that sentry can slap. Purdue's base taking a beating here from that standard from Texas A&M. On the other side, the standard now defending its own base, dealing quite a bit of damage to the balancing bot on the side of Purdue. But Purdue doing a good job of staying focused. They've got so much HP as level 9 standards. They don't have to worry about that poke damage. They do take the base health lead back. 1150 to 1190. Currently, Purdue still in the lead. Less than half the game to go. This is not the direction that I had predicted earlier. A&M's robots running into the resupply zone a little vigorously. Their team members holding it up with a foot to make sure it doesn't move too much on them. Both teams waiting for that 2-minute mark to hit so they can get gold. It has passed. Both teams reloading. There's going to be a standard confrontation that will likely decide the fate of the game here. Blue standard 4 versus takes the hero down very, very low, but it's the standard that's doing things. 4 overpowers and drops. Purdue, can they finish off this standard for Texas A&M? Can the standard once again put the whole team on its back? Purdue giving over valuable XP and levels to Texas A&M, not the robot you want to hand XP to. Texas A&M now pulling ahead with 1120 damage to the Purdue base. 1,000 health left on the Purdue base, a minute left to go. Purdue standing up, trying to body block. Body blocking will slow the rate of the base race, but if Blue Standard 4 is unable to deal damage, it's moving across the base. This is going to be very telling. 53 seconds left to go. That standard has so many projectiles. Over 300 projectiles purchased for each robot. Purdue in a slight lead, 45 seconds left to go, but Texas A&M has a much faster rate of fire as it chews through the base. Purdue's no longer body blocking. They left. They thought they could base race. 530 on both, 490 on both, 440 on both. We're into the threes. Can A&M do it? Can the standard put the team on its back? Purdue in the lead, 120, 110, 90, 80, 60, 50, 30. Purdue takes the round. Texas A&M falls. 3 robots on the field, but only one that does anything. Purdue beats them in a base race. Oh my word. Chat, why do we even make brackets? Why do we even do predictions? RHIT beats a UW or a CU. Purdue beats a TAMU. Holy smokes. I'm sorry for peeking out the audio, chat. That's my bad. Oh my goodness, that was the closest base race, 110 damage. Okay, let's put that in perspective. 110 damage, that's 20 projectiles at 20 hertz that A&M fires at. That is, 1 second. That is 1 second of projectiles between victory and defeat, between 1 point and 0 points in the group stage. Holy Toledo. Chat, this is an excellent time for you to hit the follow button on Twitch, the subscribe button on YouTube. Reminder that we will be finishing groups tomorrow morning. We will be jumping into the knockout. You want to see if RHIT can finish off UCSD and knock CU out. You want to see if Purdue, after going 2-0, wins the tiebreaker tomorrow. Absolutely insane. Texas A&M, can they switch it up? Can they fix it? I mean, that was so close. It's not out of the realm of possibility. I have no idea what happens if they tie. I haven't done the math. There's been too many multiverse potentialities to calculate today. I've been trying to go Doctor Strange on it, but I cannot. I don't know what happens in this reality. If Texas A&M brings it back 1-1, reminder that A&M is already, I think, locked for getting out of groups. Because they have a 3-0 record. They're only playing 4 teams, so they would end 3-1, which would allow them to get out of groups. So Texas A&M does not need to win this round, but like we were talking about with UW, the confidence that you take from this last round going into the knockouts can be really pivotal. A&M told me before this that they had 3 functional bots, and let's focus on Purdue, right? It's not just that A&M didn't throw this match away. They were quite competitive. They were base racing. They were going to get a base destruction before like a minute left. As we see A&M now testing their hero, hoping that it fires into this fishing net. Purdue did an excellent job of managing the game state. They were able to get the kills they needed. Their sentry, it only did a little damage, but in a game that came down to 1 second of standard projectile firing, that sentry damage early was critical. A&M sentry, unfortunately, not launching any projectiles. Purdue's launching many projectiles, and in the general correct direction, I think a little to the right and a little high. Seems pretty common for sentries for whatever reason. So we'll see if Purdue is able to, I don't know if they even want to make an adjustment. I think you just let your sentry continue to pray and spray. 25 seconds left. As expected, a technical timeout. Texas A&M, a lot of their members now surrounding this hero bot. Pulling out armor panels. They think maybe there's an armor panel issue, perhaps. You can see the boxes strewn about there on the floor. Using the back of the net to try and unjam the hero is Texas A&M. A bit of like a ramrod situation there, trying to push the 42 millimeter projectiles back. Oh, goodness. Someone from A&M accidentally just removed the light bar from the Sentry. That's interesting. So, I mean, the robots don't have to go through inspection in between rounds, so I don't think it'll get kicked if the light bar isn't on. But if the light bar comes disconnected, it will die. So there's that. A team like A&M might have the financial means to just decide to play it with a light bar dangling. Light bars aren't cheap. They would have to reimburse if it gets broken in this manner. I don't know. I'm now getting wildly deep in the speculation realm. But I doubt that a technical timeout will be long enough. I believe they get 2 or 3 minutes. It's going to be tough for them to try and fix a hero and now fix a Sentry during this very short time. The technical timeout getting close to expiring. You see it ticking down here. After the technical timeout expires, the rest of the regulation prep time will resume, after which they will have to clear the field and fight with the robots they have on. That technical timeout has expired. They have 20 seconds left. 20 seconds before they have to clear the field. They've got boxes of armor panels on the floor. Texas A&M, can they clutch it up? Rough, tough, real stuff. Texas A&M, fearless on every front. Look at them. Can they do it? Can they pull back round 2? 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds. A&M diving across the finish line pretty much within regulation time. The nets close up as we dive into round 2. Texas A&M versus Purdue. Chat wants to tell A&M that they've got this. Some encouragement from Twitch chat. 3, 2, 1. Round 2, Texas A&M versus Purdue. The Sentry is moving. Maybe they got some bolts put into that light bar. We'll see what happens here. The Sentry coming all the way across into the base of Purdue. It is not firing projectiles as of yet. It runs into the wall and is taking damage. The light bar is dragging behind it. It's trying to spin. Ooh, this is not pretty. It's an autonomous robot. It doesn't know any better. Don't punish my boy. First blood coming across for Texas A&M in spite of their disconnected Sentry. So a relatively tied game as their Sentry is kicked out. But A&M keeping their head screwed on straight. They're able to deal 400 damage to the base and get a significant base lead. Purdue, I guess, spent their projectiles killing the hero there early. Oh no, the hero is dying to module offline. This is going to be an XP farm for our boys at Purdue. Texas A&M starting to melt the base of Purdue. Purdue firing back. Whoa. If Purdue wants to win this, they're going to have to start stopping A&M's standard. You can't allow the standard to come and unload another 170 projectiles. You see the standard splitting for Purdue. Last time they were actually able to base race. It's standing up. It's trying to get in the way, trying to body block. 600 to 1,000. He's not actually standing in the right place, so A&M still firing through. The hero continuing to just spawn and die. I don't think this body block is very effective. Purdue won their last match by 2v1 base racing. A&M going back, zero projectiles, $0 in 16 seconds. They will have a lot of projectiles all funneled into one standard. Round 1, John. The hero was unable to fire projectiles, and it was a base race. 2 standards versus 1 standard. Came down to 1 second of firing. Round 2, the Sentry got ejected because it fell apart on the field. The hero has a module offline. The standard once again trying to carry the team on its back. Relatively successful. Purdue still trying to body block. They're trying the same strat, but it obviously didn't work as Texas A&M able to clutch up round 2, and they will take it 1-1. One for one. They're able to clutch up round 2. There we go, and take 1-1. Oh, Texas A&M. Field 3 functional robots, please. Yeah, so the referees did eject that sentry for Texas A&M because it was illegal and honestly just a safety hazard. It was dragging electrical components, twisting them in circles. That's not something you need to do with wiring. So that was crazy. Purdue honestly had the ability to win that one. They could have gone 2v1 base race like round 1. They could have body blocked a little better or just fought the standard of Texas A&M 2v1. Instead, I don't know if perhaps their balancing standard wasn't launching projectiles that round, but they tried body blocking and were unsuccessful to have an effective enough body block to base race the reigning champ standard. It's me, Baron, cheering for his brother, I believe the pilot of Texas A&M's standard robot. A&M's got a lot of work to do tonight. Hopefully they don't need any sleep because tomorrow morning will be the completion of groups and the entry to knockout. They're in a rough spot, frankly. They have one robot, probably the weakest team going into knockouts from tonight. NUS has 2 to 3 robots, right? Every other team from knockouts fielding at least 2 functional bots. A&M, I love their standard. I love their team. I'm glad to see them here. We've seen some impressive sentry performance in one of their rounds. But frankly, if they can't get any of those other bots going, I assume they will be one of the first teams knocked out during those knockout double elim rounds. Chat, you can see who gets knocked out first in double elims tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we will be finishing up groups, starting out with the most important groups match of the Miracle Run, the Cinderella Story, the RHIT Group A, the Murder Group. Can they make it out? They have to. Double base kill, no damage taken against UCSD Triton Robotics tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. right after Virginia Tech versus Nagoya, both of which are going to get out of groups. They'll be fighting for seeding position. Thank you guys so much for being here, hanging out with me in chat, hanging out in person. I think we're just about done for the night. Make sure you've hit follow, make sure you've hit subscribe so that you get notified when we go live tomorrow morning. Thank you. 恭喜电子科技大学，我打我，不要走，就是上。我们明年
我觉得他们能够仅仅的是从喜欢变成热爱这个过程，实际上这就是一个很大的成长。
大家好，我是 RoboMaster 组委会规则组的代表，今天就由我来为大家介绍一下 RoboMaster 超级对抗赛2024赛季的规则改动。这就是 RoboMaster 2024赛季机甲大师超级对抗赛的比赛场地。24赛季对于场地的主要修改在于修改了场地的拓扑结构。不难看出，在保留了中央主要通路的同时，红蓝方环形钢铁内部各自打通了一条狭窄的隧道。这条隧道直接连接了双方的基地区和